Chapter 15 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 15. Roland Says Amen. Isabel had seen Mr. Lansdell on Thursday, and by Saturday night all her preparations were made, and the white dress and a white muslin mantle to match it were in the hands of Mrs. Jeffson, who was to get them up in the highest style of clear starching. The sovereign had done a great deal. Isabel had bought a new riband for her straw hat, and a pair of pale straw-coloured gloves, and all manner of small matters necessary to the female toilet upon gala occasions. And now that everything was done, the time between Saturday night and Tuesday lay all before them, a dreary blank that must be endured somehow or other. I should be ashamed to say how very little of the rector's sermon Isabel heard on Sunday morning. She was thinking of Mordred Priory all the time she was in church, and the beautiful things that Mr. Lansdell would say to her, and the replies that she would make. She imagined it all, as was her habit to do. And on this summer Sunday, this blessed day of quiet and repose, when there was no sound of the sickle in the cornfields, and only the slow drip, drip, drip of the water drops from the motionless mill-wheel at Thurston's Crag, Roland Lansdell lounged all day in the library at Mordred Priory, reading a little, writing a little, smoking and pondering a great deal. What should he do with himself? That was the grand question which this young man found himself very often called upon to decide. He would stop at Mordred till he was tired of Mordred, and then he would go to Paris. And when he was weary of that brilliant city, whose best delights familiarity had rendered indifferent to him, he would go Rhineward, over all the old ground again, amongst all the old people. 10 years is a very long time, when you have 15,000 a year, and nothing particular to do with yourself or your money. Roland Lansdell had used up all the delights of civilized Europe, and the pleasures that seemed so freshly effervescent to other men were to him as champagne that had grown flat and vapid in the unemptied glasses on a deserted banquet table. He sat to-day in the great window of the library, a deeply embayed Tudor window, jutting out upon a broad stone terrace, along whose balustrade a peacock stalked slowly in the sunshine. There were books on either side of the window, solid ranges of soberly bound volumes that reached from floor to ceiling on every side of the room, for the Lansdells had been a studious and book-learned race time out of mind, and the library at Mordred was worthy of its name. There was only one picture, a portrait by Rembrandt, framed in a massive border of carved oak above the high chimney-piece. A grave, grand face, with solemn eyes that followed you wherever you went. A splendid, earnest face, with the forehead mysteriously shadowed by the broad brim of a steeple-crowned hat. In the dark melancholy of that sombre countenance there was some vague resemblance to the face of the young man lounging in the sunny window this afternoon, smoking and pondering, and looking up now and then to call to the peacock on the balustrade. Beyond that balustrade there was a fair domain, bounded far away by a battlement wall, a lofty ivy-mantled wall, propped every here and there with mighty buttresses, a wall that had been built in the days when William of Normandy enriched his faithful followers with the fairest lands of his newly conquered realm. Beyond that grand old boundary arose the square turret of the village church, coeval with the oldest part of Mordred Priory. The bells were swinging in the turret now, and the sounds of them floated toward Roland Lansdell as he lounged in the open window. Only 30 years of age, he thought, and how long it seems since I sat on my mother's knee in the shadowy, sleepy old pew yonder, and heard the vicar's voice humming under the sounding-board above our heads. 30 years, 30 profitless, tiresome years, and there is not a reaper in the fields, or a shock-headed country lad that earns 6 a day by whooping to the birds amongst the corn, that is not of more use to his fellow creatures than I am. I suppose, though, that at the worst I'm good for trade, and I try my best not to do any harm. Heaven knows I don't want to do any harm." It must have been a strange transition of ideas that at this moment led Mr. Lansdell to think of that chance meeting with the doctor's dark-eyed wife under the dense foliage of Lord Thurston's oak. "She's a pretty creature," he thought, "a pretty, inexperienced, shy little creature, just the sort of woman that a hardened profligate or a roué would try to pervert and entangle. There's something really bewitching in all that enthusiastic talk about Byron and Shelley. What a pity he was drowned! And, oh, if he had only fought for Greece and been victorious, like Leonidas, you know. Poor little thing! I wonder how much she knows about Leonidas. How splendid that would have been! But oh, to think that he should have had fever, a fever just such as kills common people, and died just when he had proved himself so great and noble. It's the newest thing to find all these silly schoolgirl fancies confusing the brain of a woman who ought to be the most practical person in Graybridge. A parish surgeon's wife, who should not, according to the fitness of things, have an idea above coarse charity flannels and chamomile tea and gruel. How she will open her eyes when she sees this room, and all the books in it. Poor little thing! I shall never forget what a pretty picture she made, sitting under the oak, with the greenish grey of that great knotted trunk behind her, and the blue water in the foreground. And then Mr. Lansdell's ideas, which seemed especially irrelevant this afternoon, broke off abruptly. "I hope I may never do any harm," he thought. "I am not a good man or a useful man, but I don't think I have ever done much harm." He lit another cigar, and strolled out upon the terrace, and from the terrace to the great quadrangular stable-yard. Upon one side of the quadrangle there was a cool arched way that had once been a cloister, and I regret to say that the stone cells in which the monks of Mordred had once spent their slow quiet days and meditative nights now did duty as loose boxes for Mr. Lansdell's hunters. Openings had been knocked through the dividing walls, for horses are more socially disposed creatures than monks, and are apt to pine and sicken if entirely deprived of companionship with their kind. Roland went into 3 or 4 of the boxes, and looked at the horses, and sighed for the time when the hunting season should commence, and Midlandshire might be tolerable. "I want an occupation," he thought. "Physical wear and tear, and all that sort of thing. I let my mind run upon all manner of absurd things for want of occupation." He yawned, and threw away his cigar, and strode across the yard toward the open window of a harness-room, at which a man was sitting in his shirt-sleeves, and with a Sunday paper before him. "You may bring the diver round in half an hour, Christie," said Lansdell. "I shall ride over to Conventford this afternoon." "Yes, sir." Roland Lansdell did ride to Conventford, galloping his hardest into Waverley, to the scandal of the sober townspeople, who looked up from their tea-tables half scared at the sound of the clattering hoofs upon the uneven pavement, and then dawdling at a foot-pace all along the avenue which extends in unbroken beauty from Waverley to Conventford. The streets of this latter town were crowded with gaily dressed factory girls, and the bells for 3 separate spires were clanging loudly in the summer air. Mr. Lansdell rode very slowly, thinking of all manner of absurd things as he went along, and he entered Mr. Raymond's pretty drawing-room at Oakbank just in time to catch that gentleman drinking tea with the orphans. Of course Roland had forgotten that his friend dined at an early hour on Sundays, and he had come to dine. But it wasn't of the least consequence. He would have some tea, yes, and cold beef by all means, if there was cold beef. A side table was laid for him, and a great sirloin was brought in, but Mr. Lansdell did not make much havoc with the joint. He and Mr. Raymond had a good deal to say to each other, and Mr. Lansdell took very kindly to the orphans, and asked them a good many questions about their studies, and their present governess, who was a native of Conventford, and had gone out that evening to drink tea with her friends. And then, somehow or other, the conversation rambled on to their late governess, Isabel Sleaford, and the orphans had a great deal to say about her. She was so nice, and she told them such pretty things. Eugene Aram and Giaour, how wicked Black Hassan was to tie his poor sister up in a sack and drown her, because he didn't wish her to marry the Giaour. Miss Sleaford had modified the romantic story in deference to the tender ages of her pupils. Yes, the young ladies said they loved Miss Sleaford dearly. She was so nice. And sometimes at night, when they begged her very, very hard, she would act. The orphans uttered this last word in an awfully distinct whisper. And oh, that was beautiful. She would do Hamlet and the Ghost. When she stood one way with a black cloak over her shoulder, she was Hamlet. When she stood the other way with a mahogany ruler in her hand, she was the Ghost. And she acted the Ghost so beautifully that sometimes they were frightened and wouldn't go outside the schoolroom door without a candle and somebody's hand to hold tight. And then Mr. Raymond laughed and told Roland what he thought of Isabel, phrenologically and otherwise. "Poor little thing! I think there must be something very sad about the story of her early life," he said, "for she so evidently shrinks from all allusion to it. It's the old story, I suppose. An unkind stepmother and an uncomfortable home. Under these circumstances I was very glad to see her married to a well-disposed, honest-hearted young man." "She was very fond of Mr. Gilbert, I suppose, very much in love with him?" said Roland, after a little pause. "In love with him? Not a bit of it. She was very fond of him, I dare say. Not in the sentimental manner in which she discourses about her poets and her heroes. But she has every reason to be fond of him as a faithful protector and a good friend." Mr. Raymond looked up suddenly and fixed his eyes upon the face of his young kinsman. But it was dusk by this time, and in the dim light of the room Charles Raymond could not see the expression of Roland's face. He could only see the attitude of his head, which drooped a little forward, supported by his hand. "I lent my voice to the bringing about of Isabel Gilbert's marriage," Mr. Raymond said, slowly, "and God grant that no man may ever be base enough or cruel enough to interpose himself between these two." "Amen," answered Roland Lansdell, in a deep, solemn voice. And then he walked to the window and looked out into the twilit garden, above which the faint summer moon had newly arisen. "If I could have believed in that splendid fable of a future life, that grand compensating balance for all the sorrows and mistakes of this lower world, what a good man I might have been," he thought, as he stood there looking out, with his arm resting upon the broad wooden sash, and his head upon his arm. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 16 of The Doctor's Wife by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 16. Mr. Lansdell relates an adventure. The Tuesday was a fine day. The August sunshine, the beautiful harvest-time sunshine which was rejoicing the hearts of all the farmers in Midlandshire, awoke Mrs. Gilbert very early. She was going to Mordred Priory. For once she forgot to notice the ugliness of the shabby furniture, the bare whitewashed walls upon which her eyes opened. She was going to Mordred Priory. There are moments in our lives in which all the great expanse of the past and the future seem as nothing compared with the consummate felicity of the present. It was very early, but not too early for her to get up, Mrs. Gilbert thought. She seated herself before the little glass at the open window and brushed her long black hair, while the birds twittered and shook themselves in the sunshine, and the faint lowing of cattle came like a long drowsy murmur from the distant fields. The surgeon and his wife had held solemn conference with each other as to the hour at which they ought to arrive at Mordred Priory. Luncheon might be eaten at any time from 1 until 3, Mr. Gilbert said, and it was decided, therefore, that they should present themselves at the gates of the Priory a short time before 1 o'clock. How pretty the village of Mordred looked in the sleepy August atmosphere, the hazy, cup-like sunshine! How beautiful everything looked just at the entrance to the village, where there was a long straggling inn with a top-heavy roof, all dotted over with impossible little windows, a dear old red-tiled roof, with pouters and fantails brooding and cooing to themselves in the sunshine, and yellow stone-crop creeping here and there in patches of gold. To the right of the inn a shady road led away below the walls of the Priory to the square turreted church, and, grander than the church itself, the lofty gates of Mordred dominated over all. Isabel almost trembled as Mr. Gilbert got out of the gig and pulled the iron ring that hung at the end of a long chain on one side of those formidable oaken gates. It seemed like ringing at the door of the past somehow, and the doctor's wife half expected to see quaintly costumed servants, with long points to their shoes and strange parti-coloured garments, and a jester with a cap and bells. But the person who opened the gates was only a very harmless old woman, who inhabited some stony chambers on one side of the ponderous archway. George drove slowly under that splendid Norman gateway, and Isabel looked with a shiver at the portcullis and the great rusty chains high above her head. Oh, if it should fall some day upon Mr. Lansdell as he was riding out of his grand domain! Her mind was like a voluminous picture-book full of romantic incidents and dreadful catastrophes, and she was always imagining such events as these. Brown Molly jogged slowly along the winding drive. Oh, the beautiful shrubberies, and banks of verdure, and dark shining foliage, and dark spreading cedars making solemn shadows yonder on the lawn, and peeps of glistening water in the distance. How beautiful, how beautiful! And stopped before a Gothic porch, a grey old ivy-covered porch, beneath which there was an open doorway that revealed a hall with armour on the walls, and helmeted classic heads of white marble on black marble pedestals, and skins of savage beasts upon dark oak floors. Isabel had only caught a brief glimpse of the dusky splendour of this interior, when a groom appeared from behind a distant angle of the house, and ran forward to take George Gilbert's horse. And in the next moment Mr. Lansdell came out of the porch and bade his visitors welcome to Mordred. "I am so glad to see you. What a lovely morning, is it not? I'm afraid you must have found the roads rather dusty, though. Take care of Mr. Gilbert's horse, Christie. You'd better put him into one of the loose boxes. You see my dogs, you know, Mrs. Gilbert." A liver-coloured pointer and a great black retriever were taking friendly notice of Isabel. "Will you come and see my pictures at once? I expect Gwendolen and her father, and Raymond, your friend, and the children presently." There was no special brilliancy or eloquence in all this, but it sounded different from other people's talk somehow. The languid, lingering tones were very cordial, in spite of their languor. And then how splendid the speaker looked in his loose black velvet morning coat, which harmonized so exquisitely with the Rembrandt hues of his complexion. There was a waxen-looking hothouse flower in his buttonhole, and across that inspiration of a West End tailor, his waistcoat, there glimmered a slender chain of very yellow gold, with onyx cameos and antique golden coins hanging to it, altogether different from the clumsy yellow lockets and fussy boxes which dangled on the padded chests of the officers at Conventford, whom Isabel had until so lately implicitly believed in. Mr. Lansdell led the way into a room beyond which there were other rooms, opening one into the other into a long vista of splendour and sunshine. Isabel had only a very faint idea of what she saw in those beautiful rooms. It was all a confusion of brightness and colour, which was almost too much for her poor sentimental brain. It was all a splendid chaos, in which antique oak cabinets, and buhl, marquetry, and carved ebony chairs, and filigree work and ivory, old Chelsea, Battersea, Copenhagen, Vienna, Dresden, Sèvres, Derby, and Salopian china, Majorca and Palissy ware, pictures and painted windows, revolved like the figures in a kaleidoscope before her dazzled eyes. Mr. Lansdell was very kind, and explained the nature of some of these beautiful things as he loitered here and there with his guests. George walked softly, with his hat in his hand, as if he had been in church, and stared with equal reverence at everything. He was pleased with a Vandeville, because the sea was so nice and green, and the rigging so neatly made out, and he stopped a minute before a feat to admire the whiskers of a hare, and he thought that a plump-shouldered divinity by Greuze, with melting blue eyes and a grey satin gown, was rather a fine young woman. But he did not particularly admire the Murillos or the Spangolettis, and thought that the models who sat to those two masters would have done better if they had washed their faces and combed their hair before doing so. Mr. Gilbert was not enthusiastic about the pictures, but Isabel's eyes wandered here and there in a rapture of admiration, and by those great dark eyes filled with tears before the gem of Mr. Lansdell's collection, a Raphael, a picture of the man of sorrows half fainting under the cruel burden of his cross, sublime in resignation, unspeakably sorrowful and tender, an exquisite half-length figure, sharply defined against a vivid blue sky. "My father believed in that picture," said Mr. Lansdell, "but connoisseurs shrug their shoulders, and tell me that it never stood upon the easel of Raffaele d'Urbino." "But it is so beautiful," Isabel answered in a low, awe-stricken voice. She had been very inattentive to the rector's sermon on the previous Sunday, but her heart filled with a tender devotion as she looked at this picture. "Does it matter much who painted it, if it is only beautiful?" And then Mr. Lansdell began to explain in what manner the picture differed from the best authenticated productions of the prince of painters. But in the middle of this little lecture, Mr. Raymond and the orphans came trooping through the rooms, and the conversation became general. Soon after this, Lady Gwendolen and her father made their appearance, and then a very neatly dressed maid conducted the ladies to a dressing-room that had once belonged to Roland's mother, where the window curtains were sea-green silk, and the looking-glass was framed in Sèvres biscuit, and where there were ivory-backed brushes and glittering bottles of rich yellow-looking perfume in a casket of gold and enamel. Isabel took off her bonnet and smoothed her hair with one of the brushes, and remembered her dressing-table at home, and a broken black brush of George's, with all the unprotected wires sticking out at the back. She thought of the drawer in the looking-glass, with a few bent hair-pins, and her husband's razors with coloured bone handles, and a flat empty bottle that had once held lavender water, all jostling one another when the drawer was pulled open. Mrs. Gilbert thought of these things while Lady Gwendolen removed her bonnet, another marvellous bonnet, and drew off the tightest coffee with plenty of milk in it coloured gloves, and revealed long white hands luminous with opals and diamonds. The doctor's wife had time to contemplate Lady Gwendolen's silk dress, that exquisitely fitting dress, whose soft golden brown was only a little darker than the lady's hair, and the tiny embroidered collar fitting closely to the long slender throat, and clasped by one big turquoise in a wide rim of lustreless gold, and the turquoise earrings just peeping out under rich bands of auburn hair. Mrs. Gilbert admired all these things, and she saw that Lady Gwendolen's face, which was so handsome in profile, was just a little faded and wan when you had a full view of it. The orphans took the gold tops off the bottles one by one, and sniffed energetically at the different perfumes, and disputed in whispers as to which was nicest. Lady Gwendolen talked very kindly to Mrs. Gilbert. She did not at all relish being asked to meet the doctor's wife, and she was angry with her cousin for noticing these people, but she was too well bred to be otherwise than kind to Roland's visitor. They all went downstairs presently, and were ushered into an oak-panelled room, where there was an oval table laid for luncheon, and where Isabel found herself seated presently on Mr. Lansdell's right hand, and opposite to Lady Gwendolen Pomphrey. This was life. There was a lance-like group of hothouse grapes and peaches, crowned with a pineapple, in a high Dresden basket in the centre of the table. Isabel had never been in company with a pineapple until to-day. There were flowers upon the table, and a faint odour of orange blossoms and apricots pervaded the atmosphere. There were starry white glasses, so fragile-looking that it seemed as if a breath would have blown them away. Cup-shaped glasses, broad, shallow glasses, like water-lily leaves, glasses of the palest green, and here and there a glimpse of a ruby glass flashing in the sunshine. Mrs. Gilbert had a vague idea of the nature of the viands which were served to her at that wonderful feast. Somebody dropped a lump of ice into the shallow glass, and filled it afterward with a yellow bubbling wine, which had a faint flavour of jargonelle pears, and which some one said was Moselle. Mr. Lansdell put some white creamy compound on her plate, which might or might not have been chicken, and one of the servants brought her an edifice of airy pastry, filled with some mysterious concoction in which there were little black lumps. She took a spoonful of the concoction, seeing that other people had done so, but she was very doubtful about the little black lumps, which she conjectured might be a mistake of the cook's. And then some one brought her an ice, a real ice, just as if Mordred Priory had been a perpetual pastry cook's shop, a pink ice in the shape of a pear, which she ate with a pointed golden spoon, and then the pineapple was cut, and she had a slice of it, and was rather disappointed in it, as hardly realizing the promise of its appearance. But all the dishes in that banquet were of such stuff as dreams are made of. So may have tasted the dewberries which Titania's attendants gave to Bottom. To Isabel there was a dreamlike flavour in everything. Was not he by her side, talking to her every now and then? The subjects of which he spoke were commonplace enough, certainly, and he talked to other people as well as to her. He talked about the plans of the Cabinet and the hunting season to Lord Ruysdale, and he talked of books and pictures with Mr. Raymond and Lady Gwendolen, and of parish matters with George Gilbert. He seemed to know all about everything in the world, Isabel thought. She could not say how much. How to admire was all the art she knew. As to the orphans, those young ladies sat side by side, and nudged each other when the sacrificial knife was plunged into any fresh viand, and discoursed together every now and then in rapturous whispers. No part of the banquet came amiss to these young persons, from rout cakes and preserved ginger to lobster salad or the wall of a fricadeau. It was 4:00 by the time the pineapple had been cut, and the banquet concluded. The oak-painted room was lighted by one window, a great square window, which almost filled one side of the room, a splendid window, out of which you could walk into a square garden, an old-fashioned garden, divided from the rest of the grounds by cropped hedges of dense box, wonderful boundaries that had taken a century or two to grow. The bees were humming in this garden all luncheon-time, and yellow butterflies shot backwards and forwards in the sunshine. Tall hollyhocks flowered gorgeously in the prim beds and threw straight shadows on the grass. "Shall we go into the garden?" said Lady Gwendolen, as they rose from the table, and everybody assented. So presently Isabel found herself amidst a little group upon the miniature lawn, in the centre of which there was a broad marble basin filled with goldfish, and a feeble little fountain that made a faint tinkling sound in the still August atmosphere. Mr. Raymond and Roland Lansdell both having plenty to say for themselves, and Lord Ruysdale and Lady Gwendolen being able to discourse pleasantly upon any possible subject, there had been no lack of animated conversation, though neither the doctor nor his wife had done much to keep the ball rolling. Mr. Lansdell and his guests had been talking of all manner of things, flying off at tangents to all kinds of unlikely subjects, till they had come, somehow or other, to discuss the question of length of days. "I can't say that I consider long life an inestimable blessing," said Roland, who was amusing himself with throwing minute morsels of a macaroon to the goldfish. They're not so interesting as Sterne's donkeys, are they, Mrs. Gilbert? No, I do not consider long life an advantage, unless one can be warm and young for ever, like our dear Raymond. Perhaps I am only depreciating the fruit because it hangs out of my reach, though, for everybody knows that the Lansdells never live to be old." Isabel's heart gave a bump as Roland said this, and involuntarily she looked at him with just one sudden startled glance. Of course he would die young. Beings always have so died, and always must. A thrill of pain shot through her breast as she thought of this. Yet I doubt if she would have had it otherwise. It would be almost better that he should break a blood vessel, or catch a fever, or commit suicide, than that he should ever live to have grey hair, and wear spectacles and double-soled boots. Brief as that sudden look of alarm had been, Roland had seen it, and paused for a moment before he went on talking. "No, we are not a long-lived race. We have been consumptive, and we have had our heads cut off in the good old days, when to make a confidential remark to a friend was very often lèse-majesté, or high treason. And we have been killed in battle, at Flodden, to wit, and at Fontenoy, and in the Peninsula, and one of us was shot through the lungs in an Irish duel on the open sword of the Phoenix. In short, I almost fancy some fearful ban must have been set upon us in the Dark Ages, when one of our progenitors, a wicked prior of Mordred, who had been a soldier and a renegade before he crept into the bosom of the Church, appropriated some of the sanctified plate to make a dowry for his handsome daughter, who married Sir Anthony Lansdell, knight, and thus became the mother of our race. And we are evidently a doomed race, for very few of us have ever lived to see a 40th birthday." "And how is your doom to be brought about, Roland?" asked Lady Gwendolen. "Oh, that's all settled," Mr. Lansdell answered. "I know my destiny." "It has been predicted to you?" "Yes." "How very interesting!" exclaimed the lady, with a pretty silvery laugh. Isabel's eyes opened wider and wider, and fixed themselves on Roland Lansdell's face. "Pray tell us all about it," continued Lady Gwendolen. "We won't promise to be very much frightened, because the accessories are not quite the thing for a ghost story. If it were midnight now, and we were sitting in the oak room, with the lights burning low and the shadows trembling on the wall, you might do what you liked with our nerves. And yet I really don't know that a ghost story might not be more awful in the broad sunshine. A ghost that would stand across the glass and then fade slowly till it melted into the water drops of the fountain. Come, Roland, you must tell us all about the prediction. Was it made by a pretty girl with a dove on her wrist, like the phantom that appeared to Lord Lyttelton? Shall we have to put back the clock for an hour in order to foil the designs of your impalpable foe? Or was it a black cat, or a gentleman usher, or a skeleton, or all three?" "I dare say it was an abnormal state of the organs of form and colour," said Mr. Raymond. "That's the foundation of all ghost stories." "It isn't by any means a ghost story," answered Roland Lansdell. "The gentleman who predicted my early death was the very reverse of a phantom, and the region of the prediction was a place which had never yet been invested with any supernatural horrors. Amongst all the legends of the Old Bailey I never heard of any ghostly record." "The Old Bailey!" exclaimed Lady Gwendolen. "Yes, the affair was quite an adventure, and the only adventure I ever had in my life." "Pray tell us the story." "But it's rather a long one, and not particularly interesting." "I insist upon hearing it," said Mr. Raymond. "You've stimulated our organs of wonder, and you're bound to restore our brains to their normal state by satisfying our curiosity." "Most decidedly," exclaimed Lady Gwendolen, seating herself upon a rustic bench, with the shining folds of her silk dress spread round her like the plumage of some beautiful bird, and a tiny fringed parasol sloping a little backward from her head, and throwing all manner of tremulous pinky shadows upon her animated face. She was very handsome when she was animated. It was only when her face was in repose that you saw how much beauty had faded since the picture with the high forehead and the long curls was first exhibited to an admiring public. It may be that Lady Gwendolen knew this, and was on that account rather inclined to be animated about trifles. "Well, I'll tell you the story if you like," said Roland. But I warn you that there's not much in it. I don't suppose you, any of you, take much interest in criminal cases, but this one made rather a sensation at the time." "A criminal case?" "Yes. I was in town on business a year or two ago. I'd come over from Switzerland to renew some leases and look into a whole batch of tiresome business matters, which my lawyer insisted upon my attending to in my own proper person, very much to my annoyance. While I was in London, I dropped into the United Joint Stock Bank, Temple Bar branch, to get circular notes and letters of credit upon their correspondent at Constantinople, and so on. I was not in the office more than 5 minutes, but while I was talking to one of the clerks at the counter, a man came in and stood close at my elbow while he handed in a cheque for £87.10, or some such amount. I know it came very close upon the 100, received the money, and went out. He looked like a groom out of livery. I left the bank almost immediately after him, and as he turned into a little alley leading down to the Temple, I followed a few paces behind him, for I had business in paper buildings. At the bottom of the alley my friend the groom was met by a big black-whiskered man, who seemed to have been waiting for him, for he caught him suddenly by the arm and said, "Well, did they do it?" "Yes," the other man answered, and began fumbling in his waistcoat pocket, making a chinking sound as he did so. I had seen him put his money, which he took in notes and gold, into this waistcoat pocket. "You needn't have pounced upon me so precious sharp," he said rather sulkily. "I wasn't going to bolt with it, was I?" The black-whiskered man had seen me by this time, and he muttered something to his companion, which evidently meant that he was to hold his tongue, and then dragged him off without further ceremony in the opposite direction to that in which I was going. This was all I saw of the groom or the black-whiskered gentleman on that occasion. I thought their method of cashing a cheque was rather a queer one, but I thought no more about it until 3 weeks afterwards, when I went into the Temple Bar office of the United Joint Stock again to complete my continental arrangements, and was told that the cheque for £87.10, more or less, which had been cashed in my presence, was a forgery, one of a series of most audacious frauds, perpetrated by a gang whose plans had only just come to light, and none of whom had yet been arrested. "They've managed to keep themselves dark in the most extraordinary manner," the clerk told me. "The cheques are supposed to have been all fabricated by one man, but 3 or 4 men have been employed to get hold of the original signatures of our customers, which they have obtained by a complicated system. No 2 cheques have been presented by the same person. That's the point that has beaten the detectives. They don't know what sort of men to look for." "Don't they?" said I. "Then I think I can assist them in the matter," whereupon I told my little story of the black-whiskered gentleman. Mr. Lansdell paused to take a breath, and stole a glance at Isabel. She was pale always, but she was very pale now, and was watching him with an eager, breathless expression. "Silly, romantic little thing," he thought, "to be so intensely absorbed in my story." "You're getting interesting, Roland," said Lady Gwendoline. "Pray go on." "The upshot of the matter was that at 8 o'clock that evening a grave little gentleman in a pepper and salt waistcoat came to me at Mivart's and cross-questioned me closely as to what I knew of the man who had cashed the cheque. 'You think you could recognize this man with the black whiskers?' he said. 'Yes, most decidedly I could.' 'And you'll swear to him if necessary?' 'With pleasure.' On this the detective departed, and came to me the next day to tell me that he fancied he was on the track of the man he warded, but he was at a loss for means of identification. He knew, or thought he knew, who the man was, but he didn't know the man himself from Adam. The gang had taken fright, and it was believed that they all had started for Liverpool with the intention of getting off to America by a sea vessel that was expected to sail at 8 o'clock the following morning. The detective had only just got his information, and he came to me for help. The result of the business was that I put on my greatcoat, sent for a cab, and started for Euston Square with my friend the detective, with a view to identifying the black-whiskered gentleman. It was the first adventure I had ever had in my life, and I assure you I most heartily enjoyed it." Well, we travelled by the mail, got into Liverpool in the dead of the night, and in the bleak early dawn of the next morning I had the supreme pleasure of pointing out my black-whiskered acquaintance, just as he was going to step on board the steamer that was to convey him to the Atalanta Screw steamship bound for New York. He looked very black at first, but when he found that my companion was altogether en règle, he went away with him, meekly enough, declaring that it was all a mistake, and that it would be easily set right in town. I let the two go back together, and returned by a later train, very well pleased with my adventure. I was not so well pleased, however, when I found that I was wanted as a witness at preliminary examinations, and adjourned examinations, and on and off throughout a trial that lasted 4 days and a half, to say nothing of being badgered and browbeaten by Old Bailey practitioners, who were counsel for the prisoner, and who asked me if it was my friend's whiskers I recognized, or if I had never seen any other whiskers exactly like his, if I should know him without his whiskers, whether I could swear to the colour of his waistcoat, whether any member of my family had ever been in a lunatic asylum, whether I usually devoted my leisure time to travelling about with detective officers, whether I had been plucked at Oxford, whether I should be able to recognize an acquaintance whom I had only seen once in 20 years, whether I was short-sighted. Could I swear I was not short-sighted? Would I be kind enough to read a verse or so from a diamond edition of the works of Thomas Moore, and so on? But, question me as they would, the prisoner at the bar, commonly known as Jack the Scribe, alias Jack the Gentleman, alias ever so many other names, which I have completely forgotten, was the identical person whom I had seen meet the groom at the entrance to the Temple. My evidence was only a single link in a long chain, but I suppose it was eminently damaging to my black-whiskered friend, for when he and 2 of his associates had received their sentence, 10 years' penal servitude, he turned towards where I was standing, and said, "I don't bear any grudge against the gentlemen of the jury, and I don't bear any malice against the judge, though his sentence isn't a light one. But when a languid swell mixes himself up in business that doesn't concern him, he deserves to get it hot and strong. And if ever I come out of prison alive, I'll kill you." He shook his fist at me as he said it. There wasn't much in his words, but there was a good deal in the way in which they were spoken. He tried to say more, but the warders got hold of him and held him down, panting and gasping, and with his face all of a dull livid white. I saw no more of him, but if he does live to come out of prison, I most firmly believe he'll keep his word. "Izzy," cried George Gilbert suddenly, "what's the matter?" All the point of Mr. Lansdell's story was lost, for at this moment Isabel tottered and fell slowly backward upon the sward, and all the goldfish leaped away in panic of terror as the doctor dipped his hat into the marble basin. He splashed the water into his wife's face, and she opened her eyes at last, very slowly, and looked round her. "Did he say that," she said, "did he say that he'd kill—" End of chapter 16. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 17 of The Doctor's Wife by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 17. The First Warning. Mrs. Gilbert recovered very quickly from her fainting fit. She had been frightened by Mr. Lansdell's story, she said, and the heat had made her dizzy. She sat very quietly upon a sofa in the drawing-room, with one of the orphans on each side of her, while Brown Molly was being harnessed. Lady Gwendolen went away with her father, after bidding Mrs. Gilbert rather a cool good morning. The Earl of Ruysdale's daughter did not approve of the fainting fit, which she was pleased to call Mrs. Gilbert's extraordinary demonstration. "If she were a single woman, I should fancy she was trying to fascinate Roland," Lady Gwendolen said to her father as they drove homewards. "What can possibly have induced him to invite those people to Mordred? The man is a clod, and the woman a non-entity, except when she chooses to make an exhibition of herself by fainting away. That sort of person is always fainting away and being knocked down by feathers, and going unexpectedly into impossible hysterics, and so on. But if Lady Gwendoline was unkind to the doctor's wife, Roland was kind. Dangerously, bewilderingly kind. He was so anxious about Isabel's health. It was his fault, entirely his fault, that she had fainted. He had kept her standing under the blazing sun while he told his stupid story. He should never forgive himself, he said, and he would scarcely accept George Gilbert's assurance that his wife was all right. He rang the bell and ordered strong tea for his visitors. With his own hands he closed the Venetian shutters and reduced the light to a cool, dusky glimmer. He begged Mr. Gilbert to allow him to order a close carriage for his wife's return to Graybridge. "The gig shall be sent home to you to-night," he said. "I am sure the air and dust will be too much for Mrs. Gilbert." But Mr. Raymond hereupon interfered, and said the fresh air was just the very thing that Isabel wanted, to which opinion the lady herself subscribed. She did not want to cause trouble, she said. She would not for all the world have caused him trouble, she thought. So the gig was brought round presently, and George drove his wife away under the Norman archway by which they had entered in the fresh noonday sun. The young man was in excellent spirits, and declared that he had enjoyed himself beyond measure. These undemonstrative people always declare that they enjoy themselves. But Isabel was very silent and subdued, and when questioned upon the subject said that she was tired. Oh, how blank the world seemed after that visit to Mordred Priory! It was all over. This one supreme draught of bliss had been drained to the very dregs. It would be November soon, and Roland Lansdell would go away. He would go before November, perhaps. He would go suddenly, whenever the fancy seized him. Who can calculate the arrangements of the Giaour or Sir Reginald Glanville? At any moment, in the dead darkness of the moonless sky, the hero might call for his fiery steed, and only the thunder of hurrying hoofs upon the high hard road may bear witness of his departure. Mr. Lansdell might leave Mordred at any hour in the long summer day, Isabel thought, as she stood at the parlour window, looking out at the dusty lane where Mrs. Jeffson's fowls were pecking up stray grains of wheat that had been scattered by some passing wain. He might be gone now, yes, now, while she stood there thinking of him. Her heart seemed to stop beating as she remembered this. Why had he ever invited her to Mordred? Was it not almost cruel to open the door of that paradise just a little way, only to shut it again when she was half blinded by the glorious light from within? Would he ever think of her, this grand creature with dark pensive eyes, tender dreamy eyes that were never the same colour for 2 consecutive minutes? Was she anything to him, or was that musical lowering of his voice common to him when he spoke to women? Again and again, and again and again, she went over all that shining ground of that day at Mordred, and the flowers and glass and pictures and painted windows and hothouse fruit only made a kind of variegated background against which he stood forth paramount and unapproachable. She sat and thought of Roland Lansdell, with some scrap of never-to-be-finished work lying in her lap. It was better than reading. A crabbed little old woman who kept the only circulating library in Graybridge noted a falling off in her best customer about this time. It was better than reading to sit through all the length of a hot August afternoon thinking of Roland Lansdell. What romance had ever been written that was equal to this story, this perpetual fiction, with a real hero dominant in every chapter? There was a good deal of repetition in the book, perhaps, but Isabel was never aware of its monotony. It was all very wicked, of course, and a deep and cruel wrong to the simple country surgeon who ate his dinner and complained of the underdone condition of the mutton upon one side of the table, while Isabel read the inexhaustible volume on the other. It was very wicked, but Mrs. Gilbert had not yet come to consider the wickedness of her ways. She was a very good wife, very gentle and obedient, and she fancied she had a right to furnish the secret chambers of her mind according to her own pleasure. What did it matter if a strange god reigned in the temple, so long as the doors were for ever closed upon his awful beauty, so long as she rendered all due service to her liege lord and master? He was her lord and master, though his fingers were square at the tips, and he had an abnormal capacity for the consumption of spring onions. Spring onions! All the year round onions, Isabel thought, for those obnoxious bulbs seemed always in season at Graybridge. She was very wicked, and she thought perpetually of Roland Lansdell, as she had thought of Eugene Aram and Lara and Ernest Maltravers, blue-eyed Ernest Maltravers. The blue-eyed heroes were out of fashion now, for was not he dark of aspect? She was very wicked. She was very foolish, very childish. All her life long she had played with the heroines and heroes as other children play with their dolls. Now Edith Dombey was the favourite, and now dark-eyed Zuleika, kneeling for ever at Selim's feet, with an unheeded flower in her hand. Left quite to herself through all her idle girlhood, this foolish child had fed upon 3-volume novels and sentimental poetry, and now that she was married and invested with the solemn duties of a wife, she could not throw off the sweet romantic bondage all at once, and take to pies and puddings. So she made no endeavour to banish Mr. Lansdell's image from her mind. If she had recognised the need of such an effort, she would have made it, perhaps. But she thought that he would go away, and her life would drop back to its dead level, and would be all the same as if he had not been. But Mr. Lansdell did not leave Mordred just yet. Only a week after the never-to-be-forgotten day at the Priory, he came again to Thurston's Crag, and found Isabel sitting under the oak with her books in her lap. She started up as he approached her, looking rather frightened, and with her face flushed and eyelids drooping. She had not expected him. Demigods do not often drop out of the clouds. It is only once in a way that Castor or Pollux are seen fighting in a mortal fray. Mrs. Gilbert sat down again, blushing and trembling, but oh, so happy, so foolishly, unutterably happy. And Roland Lansdell seated himself by her side and began to talk to her. He did not make the slightest allusion to that unfortunate swoon which had spoiled the climax of his story, that one subject which of all others would have been most embarrassing to the doctor's wife was scrupulously avoided by Mr. Lansdell. He talked of all manner of things. He had been a flâneur pure and simple for the last 10 years, and was a consummate master of the art of conversation. So he talked to this ignorant girl of books and pictures and foreign cities and wonderful people, living and dead, of whom she had never heard before. He seemed to know everything, Mrs. Gilbert thought. She felt as if she was before the wonderful gates of a new fairyland, and Mr. Lansdell had the keys, and could open them for her at his will, and could lead her through the dim mysterious pathways into the beautiful regions beyond. Mr. Lansdell asked his companion a good many questions about her life at Graybridge, and the books she read. He found that her life was a very idle one, and that she was perpetually reading the same books, the dear dilapidated volumes of popular novels that were to be had at every circulating library. Poor little childish creature, who could wonder at her foolish sentimentality? Out of pure philanthropy, Roland offered to lend her any of the books in his library. "If you can manage to stroll this way to-morrow morning, I'll bring you the Life of Robespierre and Carlyle's French Revolution. I don't suppose you'll like Carlyle at first, but he's wonderful when you get accustomed to his style. Like a monster brass band, you know, that stuns you at first with its crashing thunder, until little by little you discover the wonderful harmony, and appreciate the beauty of the instrumentation. Shall I bring you Lamartine's Girondist as well? That will make a great pile of books, but you need not read them laboriously. You can pick out the pages you like here and there, and we can talk about them afterwards." The French Revolution was one of Isabel's pet oases in the history of the universe, a wonderful period, in which a quiet country-bred young woman had only to make her way up to Paris and assassinate a tyrant, and lo, she became a feature throughout all time. Mr. Lansdell had discovered this special fancy in his talk with the doctor's wife, and he was pleased to let in the light of positive knowledge on her vague ideas of the chiefs of the mountain and the martyrs of Gironde. Was it not an act of pure philanthropy to clear some of the sentimental mistiness out of that pretty little head? Was it not a good work, rather than a harmful one, to come now and then to this shadowy resting place under the oak, and while away an hour or so with this poor little half-educated damsel, who had so much need of some sounder instruction than she had been able to glean unaided out of novels and volumes of poetry? There was no harm in these morning rambles, these meetings which arose out of the purest chance. There was no harm whatever, especially as Mr. Lansdell meant to turn his back upon Midlandshire directly the partridge shooting was over. He told Isabel indirectly of this intended departure presently. "Yes," he said, "you must ask me for whatever books you would like to read, and by, when I have left Mordred—" He paused for a moment, involuntarily, for he saw that Isabel gave a little shiver. "When I leave Mordred at the end of October, you must go to the Priory and choose the books for yourself. My housekeeper is a very good woman, and she will be pleased to wait upon you." So Mrs. Gilbert began a quiet new course of reading, and eagerly devoured the books which Mr. Lansdell brought her, and wrote long extracts from them, and made profile sketches of the heroes, all looking from right to left, and all bearing a strong family resemblance to the master of Mordred Priory. The education of the doctor's wife took a grand stride by this means. She sat for hours together reading in the little parlour at Graybridge, and George, whose life was a very busy one, grew to consider her only in her normal state with a book in her hand, and was in no wise offended when she ate her supper with an open volume by the side of her plate, or responded vaguely to his simple talk. Mr. Gilbert was quite satisfied. He had never sought for more than this: a pretty little wife to smile upon him when he came home, to brush his hat for him now and then in the passage after breakfast before he went out for his day's work, and to walk to church twice every Sunday, hanging upon his arm. If any one had ever said that such a marriage as this in any way fell short of perfect and entire union, Mr. Gilbert would have smiled upon that person as on a harmless madman. Mr. Lansdell met the doctor's wife very often, sometimes on the bridge beside the water-mill, sometimes in the meadow-land which surged in emerald billows all about Graybridge and Mordred and Warncliffe. He met her very often. It was no new thing for Isabel to ramble here and there in that lovely rustic paradise, but it was quite a new thing for Mr. Lansdell to take such a fancy for pedestrian exercise. The freak could not last long, though. The feast of St. Partridge the Martyr was close at hand, and then Mr. Lansdell would have something better to do than dawdle away his time in country lanes and meadows, talking to the doctor's wife. Upon the very eve of that welcome morning which was to set all the guns in Midlandshire popping at those innocent red-breasted victims, George Gilbert received a letter from his old friend and comrade, Mr. Sigismund Smith, who wrote in very high spirits, and with a great many blots. "I'm coming down to stop a few days with you, dear old boy," he wrote, "to get the London smoke blown out of my hyacinths, and to go abroad in the meadows to see the young lambs. Are there any young lambs in September, by the by? I want to see what sort of a matron you have made of Miss Isabel Sleaford. Do you remember that day in the garden when you first saw her? A palpable case of spoons, there and then, as Mr. Buckstone remarks when he digs his knuckles into the walking gentleman's ribs. Does she make puddings and sew on buttons, and fill up the holes in your stockings with wonderful trellis work? She never would do that sort of thing at Camberwell. I shall give you a week, and I shall spend another week in the bosom of my family, and I shall bring a gun because it looks well in the railway carriage, you know, especially if it doesn't go off, which I suppose it won't if it isn't loaded, though to my mind there's always something suspicious about the look of firearms, and I should never be surprised to see them explode by spontaneous combustion or something of that kind. I suppose you've heard of my new 3-volume novel, a legitimate 3-volume romance with all the interest concentrated upon one body, The Mystery of Mowbray Manor. Pleasant alliteration of M's, eh? Which is taking the town by storm. That's to say, Camden Town, where I partial board, and have some opportunity of pushing the book myself by going into all the circulating libraries I pass, and putting my name down for an early perusal of the first copy. Of course I never go for the book, but if I am the means of making any one simple-minded librarian take a copy of the M of M.M. more than he wants, I feel I have not laboured in vain. Mr. Smith arrived at Warncliffe by an early train next morning, and came on to Graybridge in an omnibus, which was quite spiky with guns. He was in very high spirits, and talked incessantly to Isabel, who had stayed at home to receive him, who had stayed at home when there was just a faint chance that Mr. Lansdell might take his morning walk in the direction of Lord Thurston's Crag, only a faint chance, for was it not the 1st of September, and might not he prefer the slaughter of partridges to those lazy loiterings under the big oak? Mrs. Gilbert gave her old friend a very cordial welcome. She was fond of him, as she might have been of some big brother less objectionable than the ordinary run of big brothers. He had never seen Mr. Sleaford's daughter looking so bright and beautiful. A new element had been introduced into her life. She was happy, unutterably happy, on the mystical threshold of a new existence. She did not want to be Edith Dombey any longer. Not for all the ruby velvet gowns and diamond coronets in the world would she have sacrificed one accidental half-hour on the bridge under Lord Thurston's oak. She sat at the little table smiling and talking gaily, while the author of The Mystery of Mowbray Manor ate about half a quartern of dough made up into puffy Yorkshire cakes, and new-laid eggs and frizzled bacon in proportion. Mr. Smith deprecated the rampant state of his appetite by and by, and made a kind of apology for his ravages. "You see, the worst of going into society is that," he remarked vaguely, "they see one eat, and it's apt to tell against one in 3 volumes. It's a great pity that fiction is not compatible with a healthy appetite, but it isn't, and society is so apt to object to one if one doesn't come up to its expectations. You've no idea what a lot of people have invited me out to tea. Ladies, you know, since the publication of The Mystery of Mowbray Manor. I used to go at first, but they generally said to me, 'Lor, Mr. Smith, you're not a bit like what I fancied you were. I thought you'd be tall and dark and haughty-looking, like Montague Manderville in The Mystery of etc., etc., and that sort of thing is apt to make a man feel himself an impostor. And if a writer of fiction can't drink hot tea without colouring up as if he had just pocketed a silver spoon, and it was his guilty conscience, why, my idea is he'd better stay at home. I don't think any man was ever as good or as bad as his books," continued Sigismund reflectively, scraping up a spoonful of that liquid grease which Mrs. Jeffson tersely entitled dip. "There's a kind of righteous indignation and a frantic desire to do something splendid for his fellow creatures, like vaccinating them all over again, or founding a hospital for everybody, which a man feels when he's writing, especially late at night, when he's been keeping himself awake with bitter ale, that seems to ooze away somehow when his copy has gone to the printers. And it's pretty much the same with one's scorn and hate and cynicism. Nobody ever quite comes up to his books. Even Byron, but for turning down his collars and walking lame and dining on biscuits and soda water, might have been a social failure. I think there's a good deal of Horace Walpole's inspired idiocy in this world. The morning sun shines, and the statue is musical, but all the day there is silence, and at night, in a society, I suppose, the sounds are lugubrious. How I do talk, Izzy, and you don't say anything. But I needn't ask if you're happy. I never saw you looking so pretty." Isabel blushed. Was she pretty? Oh, she wanted so much to be pretty. "And I think George may congratulate himself upon having secured the dearest little wife in all Midlandshire." Mrs. Gilbert blushed a deeper red, but the happy smile died away on her lips, Something, a very vague something as yet, was lurking in what Mr. Raymond would have called her inner consciousness, and she thought perhaps George had not such a very great reason for self-gratulation. "I always do as he tells me," she said naively, "and he's kinder than mamma used to be, and doesn't mind my reading at meals. You know how mamma used to go on about it. And I mend his socks sometimes." She drew open a drawer, where there were some little bundles of grey woollen stuff, and balls of worsted with big needles stuck across them. "And oh, Sigismund," she exclaimed rather inconsecutively, "we've been to Mordred Priory, to a luncheon, quite a grand luncheon, pineapple and ices, and nearly half a dozen different kinds of glasses for each person." She could talk to Sigismund about Mordred and the master of Mordred. He was not like George. He would sympathise with her enthusiasm about that earthly paradise. "Do you know Mordred?" she asked. She felt a kind of pleasure in calling the mansion Mordred, all short, as he called it. "I know the village of Mordred well enough," Mr. Smith answered, "and I ought to know the Priory precious well. The last Mr. Lansdell gave my father a good deal of business, and when Roland Lansdell was being coached up in the classics by a private tutor, I used to go up to the Priory and read with him. The governor was very glad to get such a chance for me, but I can't say I intensely appreciated the advantage myself on hot summer afternoons, when there was cricketing on Warncliffe Meads." "You knew him? You knew Mr. Roland Lansdell when he was a boy?" said Isabel with a little gasp. "I certainly did, my dear Izzy, but I don't think there's anything wonderful in that. You couldn't open your eyes much wider if I said I'd known Eugene Aram when he was a boy. I remember Roland Lansdell," continued Mr. Smith, slapping his breakfast napkin across his dusty boots, "and a very jolly young fellow he was, a regular young swell, with a chimney-pot hat and dandy boots, and a gold hunter in his waistcoat pocket, and no end of pencil cases and cricket balls, and dwarfing portfolios, and single sticks, and fishing tackle. He taught me fencing," added Sigismund, throwing himself suddenly into a position that covered one entire side of the little parlour, and making a postman's knock upon the carpet with the sole of his foot. "Come, Mrs. Gilbert," he said presently, "put on your bonnet and come out for a walk. I suppose there's no chance of our seeing George till dinner time." Isabel was pleased to go out. All the world seemed astir upon this bright September morning, and out of doors there was always just a chance of meeting him. She put on her hat, the broad-leaved straw that cast such soft shadows upon her face, and she took up the big green parasol, and was ready to accompany her old friend in a minute. "I don't want the greetings in the market-place," Mr. Smith said, as they went out into the lane, where it was always very dusty in dry weather, and very muddy when there was rain. "I know almost everybody in Graybridge, and there'll be a round of stereotyped questions and answers to go through as to how I'm getting on oop in London. I can't tell those people that I earn my bread by writing The Demon of the Galleys, or The Mystery of Mowbray Manor. Take me for a country walk, Izzy, a regular rustic ramble." Mrs. Gilbert blushed. The habit of blushing when she spoke or was spoken to had grown upon her lately. Then, after a little pause, she said shyly, "Thurston's Crag is a pretty place. Shall we go there?" "Suppose we do. That's quite a brilliant thought of yours, Izzy. Thurston's Crag is a pretty place, a nice, drowsy, lazy old place, where one always goes to sleep and wishes one had bottled beer. It reminds one of bottled beer, you know, the waterfall, bottled beer in a rampant state of effervescence." Isabel's face was all lighted up with smiles. "I am so glad you have come to see us, Sigismund," she said. She was very glad. She might go to Thurston's Crag now as often as she could beguile Sigismund thitherward, and that haunting sense of something wrong would no longer perplex her in the midst of her unutterable joy. It was unutterable. She had tried to write poetry about it, and had failed dismally, though her heart was making poetry all day long, as wildly, vaguely beautiful as Solomon's Song. She had tried to set her joy to music, but there were no notes on the harpsichord that could express such wondrous melody, though there was indeed one little simple theme, an old-fashioned air arranged as a waltz. 'Twere vain to tell thee all I feel, which Isabel would play slowly again and again for an hour together, dragging the melody out into lingering legato notes, and listening to its talk about Roland Lansdell. But all this was very wicked, of course. To-day she could go to Thurston's Crag with a serene front, an unburdened conscience. What could be more intensely proper than this country walk with her mother's late partial boarder? They turned into the meadows presently, and as they drew nearer and nearer to the grassy hollow under the cliff, where the miller's cottage and the waterfall were nestled together like jewels in a casket of emerald velvet, the ground seemed to grow unsubstantial under her feet, as if Thurston's Crag had been a phantasmal region suspended in mid-air. Would he be there? Her heart was perpetually beating out the 4 syllables of that simple sentence. Would he be there? It was the 1st of September, and he would be away shooting partridges, perhaps. Oh, was there even the remotest chance that he would be there? Sigismund handed her across the stile in the last meadow, and then there was only a little bit of smooth verdure between them and the waterfall. But the overhanging branches of the trees intervened, and Isabel could not see yet whether there was anyone on the bridge. But presently the narrow winding path brought them to a break in the foliage. Isabel's heart gave a tremendous bound, and then the colour, which had come and gone so often on her face, faded away altogether. He was there, leaning with his back against the big knotted trunk of the oak, and making a picture of himself, with one arm above his head, plucking the oak leaves and dropping them into the water. He looked down at the glancing water and the hurrying leaves with a moody, dissatisfied scowl. Had he been anything less than a hero, one might have thought that he looked sulky. But when the light footsteps came rustling through the long grass, accompanied by the faint fluttering of a woman's garments, his face brightened as suddenly as if the dense foliage above his head had been swept away by a Titan's axe, and all the sunshine let in upon him. That very expressive face darkened a little when Mr. Lansdell saw Sigismund behind the doctor's wife, but the cloud was transient. The jealous delusions of a monomaniac could scarcely have transformed Mr. Smith into a Cassio. Desdemona might have pleaded for him all day long, and might have supplied him with any number of pocket-handkerchiefs hemmed by and marked by her own fair hands, without causing the Moor a single apprehensive pang. Mr. Lansdell did not recognize the youthful acquaintance who had stumbled a little way in the thorny path of knowledge by his side, but he saw that Sigismund was a harmless creature, and after he had bared his handsome head before Isabel, he gave Mr. Smith a friendly little nod of general application. "I have let the keepers shoot the first of the partridges," he said, dropping his voice almost to a whisper as he bent over Mrs. Gilbert, "and I have been here ever since 10 o'clock." It was past 1 now. He had been there 3 hours, Isabel thought, waiting for her. Yes, it had gone so far as this already. But he was to go away at the end of October. He was to go away. It would all be over, and the world would come to an end by the 1st of November. There was a little pile of books upon the seat under the tree. Mr. Lansdell pushed them off the bench, and tumbled them ignominiously among the long grass and weeds beneath it. Isabel saw them fall, and uttered a little exclamation of surprise. "You have brought me," she began, but to her astonishment Roland checked her with a frown, and began to talk about the waterfall and the trout that were to be caught in the season lower down the stream. Mr. Lansdell was more worldly wise than the doctor's wife, and he knew that the books brought there for her might seem slightly suggestive of an appointment. There had been no appointment, of course, but there was always a chance of finding Isabel under Lord Thurston's oak. Had she not gone there constantly, long ago, when Mr. Lansdell was lounging in Grecian islands and eating ices under the colonnades of Venice? And was it strange that she should go there now? I should become very wearisome were I to transcribe all that was said that morning. It was a very happy morning, a long, idle, sunshiny pause in the business of life. Roland recognised an old acquaintance in Sigismund Smith presently, and the two young men talked gaily of their juvenile days at Mordred. They talked pleasantly of all manner of things. Mr. Lansdell must have been quite ardently attached to Sigismund in those early days, if one might judge of the past by the present, for he greeted his old acquaintance with an absolute effusion, and sketched out quite a little royal progress of rustic enjoyment for the week Sigismund was to stay at Graybridge. "We'll have a picnic," he said. "You remember we talked about a picnic, Mrs. Gilbert. We'll have a picnic at Waverley Castle. There isn't a more delightfully inconvenient place for a picnic in all Midlandshire. One can dine on the top of the Western Tower in actual danger of one's life. You can write to your Uncle Raymond, Smith, and ask him to join us, with the two nieces, who are really most amiable children, so estimably unintellectual, and no more in the way than a little extra furniture. You mayn't want it, but if you've space enough for it in your rooms, it doesn't in the least inconvenience you. This is Thursday. Shall we say Saturday for my picnic? I mean it to be my picnic, you know. A bachelor's picnic, with all the most obviously necessary items forgotten, I dare say. I think the salad dressing and the champagne nippers are the legitimate things to forget, are they not? Do you think Saturday will suit you and the doctor, Mrs. Gilbert? I should like it to be Saturday, because you must all dine with me at Mordred on Sunday, in order that we may drink success and a dozen additions to the... What's the name of your novel, Smith? Shall it be Saturday, Mrs. Gilbert?" Isabel only answered by deepening blushes and a confused murmur of undistinguishable syllables, but her face lightened up with a look of rapture that was wont to illuminate it now and then, and which Mr. Lansdell thought was the most beautiful expression of the human countenance that he had ever seen, out of a picture or in one. Sigismund answered for the doctor's wife. Yes, he was sure Saturday would do capitally, and he would settle it all with George, and he would answer for his Uncle Raymond and the orphans, and he would answer for the weather even, for the matter of that. He further accepted the invitation to dine at Mordred on Sunday, for himself and his host and hostess. "You know you can, Izzy," he said, in answer to Mrs. Gilbert's deprecating murmur. "It's mere nonsense talking about prior engagements in a place like Graybridge, where nobody ever does go out to dinner, and a tea party on a Sunday is looked upon as wickedness. Lansdell always was a jolly good fellow, and I'm not a bit surprised to find that he's a jolly good fellow still, because if you twain up a twig in the way it's inclined, the tree will not depart from it, as the philosopher has observed. I want to see Mordred again, most particularly, for to tell you the truth, Lansdell," said Mr. Smith, with a gush of candour, "I was thinking of taking the Priory for the scene of my next novel. There's a mossy kind of gloom about the eastern side of the house and the old square garden that I think would take with the general public. And with regard to the cellarage," cried Sigismund, kindling with sudden enthusiasm, "I've been through it with a lantern, and I'm sure there's accommodation for a perfect regiment of bodies, which would be a consideration if I was going to do the story in penny numbers. For in penny numbers one body always leads on to another, and you never know when you begin how far you may be obliged to go. However, my present idea is 3 volumes. What do you think now, Lansdell, of the eastern side of the Priory, deepening in the gloom, you know, and letting the gardens all run to seed, with rank grass and a blasted cedar or so, and introducing rats behind the panelling, and a general rottenness, and perhaps a ghostly footstep in the corridor, or a periodical rustling behind the tapestry? What do you say now to Mordred, taken in connection with twin brothers hating each other from infancy, and both in love with the same woman, and one of them, the darkest twin, with a scar on his forehead, walling up the young female in a deserted room, while the more amiable twin, without a scar, devotes his life to searching for her in foreign climes, accompanied by a detective officer and a bloodhound? It's only a rough idea at present," concluded Mr. Smith modestly, "but I shall work it out in railway trains and pedestrian exercise. There's nothing like railway travelling or pedestrian exercise for working out an idea of that kind." Mr. Lansdell declared that his house and grounds were entirely at the service of his young friend, and it was settled that the picnic should take place on Saturday, and the dinner party on Sunday, and George Gilbert's acquiescence in the two arrangements was guaranteed by his friend Sigismund. And then the conversation wandered away into more fanciful regions, and Roland and Mr. Smith talked of men and books, while Isabel listened, only chiming in now and then with little sentimental remarks, to which the master of Mordred Priory listened as intently as if the speaker had been a Madame de Staël. She may not have said anything very wonderful, but those were wonderful blushes that came and went upon her face as she spoke, fluttering and fitful as the shadow of a butterfly's wing hovering above a white rose, and the golden light in her eyes was more wonderful than anything out of a fairy tale. But he always listened to her, and he always looked at her from a certain position which he had elected for himself in relation to her. She was a beautiful child, and he, a man of the world, very much tired and worn out by the ordinary men and women of the world, was half amused, half interested by her simplicity and sentimentality. He did no wrong, therefore, by cultivating her acquaintance when accident threw her, as had happened so often lately, in his way. There was no harm, so long as he held himself firmly to the position that he had chosen for himself, so long as he contemplated this young gushing creature from across all the width of his own wasted youth and useless days, so long as he looked at her as a bright unapproachable being, as much divided from him by the difference in their natures as by the fact that she was the lawful wife of Mr. George Gilbert of Graybridge on the Wayverne. Mr. Lansdell tried his uttermost to hold firmly to this self-elected position with regard to Isabel. He was always alluding to his own age, an age not to be computed, as he explained to Mrs. Gilbert, by the actual number of years in which he had inhabited this lower world, but to be calculated rather by the waste of those wearisome years, and the general decadence that had fallen upon him thereby. "I suppose, according to the calendar, I am only your senior by a decade," he said to Izzie one day; "but when I hear you talk about your books and your heroes, I feel as if I had lived a century." He took the trouble to make little speeches of this kind very often for Mrs. Gilbert's edification, and there were times when the doctor's wife was puzzled and even wounded by his talk and his manner, which were both subject to abrupt transitions that were perplexing to a simple person. Mr. Lansdell was capricious and fitful in his moods, and would break off in the middle of some delicious little bit of sentiment, worthy of Ernest Maltravers or Eugene Aram himself, with a sneering remark about the absurdity of the style of conversation into which he had been betrayed, and would sit moodily pulling his favourite retriever's long ears for 10 minutes or so, and then get up and wish Isabel an abrupt good morning. Mrs. Gilbert took these changes of manner very deeply to heart. It was her fault, no doubt. She had said something silly, or affected, perhaps. Had not her brother Horace been apt to jeer at her as a mass of affectation, because she preferred Byron to Bell's Life, and was more interested in Edith Dombey than in the favourite for the Oaks? She had said something that had sounded affected, though uttered in all simplicity of heart, and Mr. Lansdell had been disgusted by her talk. Contempt from him, she always thought of him in italics, was very bitter. She would never, never go to Thurston's Crag again. But then, after one of those abruptly unpleasant good mornings, Mr. Lansdell was very apt to call at Graybridge. He wanted Mr. Gilbert to go and see one of the men on the home farm, who seemed in a very bad way, poor fellow, and ought not to be allowed to go on any longer without medical advice. Mr. Lansdell was very fond of looking up cases for the Graybridge surgeon. How good he was, Isabel thought. He, in whom goodness was, in a manner, a supererogatory attribute, since heroes who were dark and pensive and handsome were not called upon to be otherwise virtuous. How good he was, he who was as scornfully depreciative of his own merits as if the bones of another Mr. Clarke had been bleaching in some distant cave in imperishable evidence of his guilt. How good he was! And he had not been offended or disgusted with her when he left her so suddenly, for to-day he was kinder to her than ever, and lingered for nearly an hour in the unshaded parlour, in the hope that the surgeon would come in. But when Mr. Lansdell walked slowly homeward after such a visit as this, there was generally a dissatisfied look upon his face, which was altogether inconsistent with the pleasure he had appeared to take in his wasted hour at Graybridge. He was inconsistent. It was in his nature, as a hero, to be so, no doubt. There were times when he forgot all about that yawning chasm of years which was supposed to divide him from any possibility of sympathy with Isabel Gilbert. There were times when he forgot himself so far as to be very young and happy in his loitering visits at Graybridge, playing idle scraps of extempore melody on the wizened old harpsichord, sketching little bunches of foliage and frail Italian temples and pretty girlish faces with big black eyes, not altogether unlike Isabel's, or strolling out into the flat old-fashioned garden where Mr. Jeffson lolled on his spade and made a rustic figure of himself between a middle distance of brown earth and a foreground of cabbage plants. I am bound to say that Mr. Jeffson, who was generally courtesy itself to every living creature, from the pigs to whom he carried savoury messes of skim milk and specky potatoes, to the rector of Graybridge, who gave him good evening sometimes as he reposed himself in the cool twilight upon the wooden gate leading into George Gilbert's stable yard, I am bound to say that Mr. Jeffson was altogether wanting in politeness to Roland Lansdell, and was apt to follow the young man with black and evil looks as he strolled by Izzy's side along the narrow walks, or stooped now and then to extricate her muslin dress from the thorny branches of a gooseberry bush. Once, and once only, did Isabel Gilbert venture to remonstrate with her husband's retainer on the subject of his surly manner to the master of Mordred Priory. Her remonstrance was a very faint one, and she was stooping over a rose bush while she talked, and was very busy plucking off the withered leaves, and now and then leaves that were not withered. "I am afraid you don't like Mr. Lansdell, Jeff," she said. She had been very much attached to the gardener, and very confidential to him before Roland's advent, and had done a little amateur gardening under his instructions, and had told him all about Eugene Aram and the murder of Mr. Clarke. "You seemed quite cross to him this morning when he called to see George, and to inquire about the man that had the rheumatic fever. I'm afraid you don't like him." She bent her face very low over the rose bush, so low that her hair, which, though much tidier than of old, was never quite as neatly or compactly adjusted as it might have been, fell forward like a veil, and entangled itself among the spiky branches. "Oh yes, Mrs. George, I like him well enough. There's not a young gentleman that I ever set eyes on as I think nobler to look at or pleasanter to talk to than Mr. Lansdell, or more free and open-like in his manner to poor folk. But, like many other good things, Mrs. George, Mr. Lansdell's only good, to my mind, when he's in his place. And I tell you, frank and candid, as I think he's never more out of his place than when he's hanging about your house, or idling away his time in this garden. It isn't for me, Mrs. George, to say who should come here and who shouldn't, but there was a kind of relationship between me and my master's dead mother. I can see her now, poor young thing, with her bright fair face and her fair hair blowing across it, as she used to come towards me along the very path on which you're standing now, Mrs. George, and all that time comes back to me as if it was yesterday. I never know any one lead a better life or a purer life. I stood beside her deathbed, and I never saw a happier death, nor one that seemed to bring it closer home to a man's mind that there was something happier and better still to come afterwards. But there was never no Mr. Roland Lansdell in those days, Mrs. George, scribbling heads with no bodies to 'em, and trees without any stumps on scraps of paper, or playing tunes, or otherwise dawdling like, while my master was out of doors. And I remember as a'most the last words that sweet young creature says was something about having done her duty to her dear husband, and never having known one thought as she could wish to keep hid from him or heaven." Mrs. Gilbert dropped down on her knees before the rose-bush, with her face still shrouded by her hair, and her hands still busy among the leaves. When she looked up, which was not until after a lapse of some minutes, Mr. Jeffson was ever so far off, digging potatoes, with his back turned towards her. There had been nothing unkind in his manner of speaking to her. Indeed, there had even been a special kindness and tenderness in his tones, a sorrowful gentleness that went home to her heart. She thought of her husband's dead mother a good deal that night, in a reverential spirit, but with a touch of envy also. Was not the first Mrs. Gilbert specially happy to have died young? Was it not an enormous privilege so to die, and to be renowned ever afterwards as having done something meritorious, when, for the matter of that, other people would be very happy to die young if they could? Isabel thought of this with some sense of injury. Long ago, when her brothers had been rude to her, and her stepmother had upbraided her on the subject of a constitutional unwillingness to fetch butter and back spoons, she had wished to die young, leaving a legacy of perpetual remorse to those unfeeling relatives. But the gods had never cared anything about her. She had kept on wet boots sometimes after backing spoons in bad weather, in the fond hope that she might thereby fall into a decline. She had pictured herself in the little bedroom at Camberwell, fading by inches, with becoming hectic spots on her cheeks, and imploring her stepmother to call her early, which desire would have been the converse of the popular idea of the ruling passion, inasmuch as in her normal state of health Miss Sleaford was wont to be late of a morning, and remonstrate drowsily with the voice of the sluggard when roused roughly from some foolish dream, in which she wore a ruby velvet gown that wouldn't keep hooked, and was beloved by a duke who was always inconsistently changing into the young man at the butter shop. All that evening Isabel pondered upon the simple history of her husband's mother, and wished that she could be very, very good like her, and die early, with holy words upon her lips. But in the midst of such thoughts as these, she found herself wondering whether the hands of Mr. Gilbert the elder were red and knobby like those of his son, whether he employed the same bootmaker, and entertained an equal predilection for spring onions and Cheshire cheese. And from the picture of her deathbed, Isabel tried in vain to blot away a figure that had no right to be there, the figure of some one who would be fetched post-haste at the last moment to hear her dying words, and to see her die. End of chapter 17. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 18 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 18. The Second Warning. Mr. Roland Lansdell did not invite Lady Gwendoline or her father to that bachelor picnic which he was to give at Waverley Castle. He had a kind of instinctive knowledge that Lord Ruysdale's daughter would not relish that sylvan entertainment. "She'd object to poor Smith, I dare say," Roland said to himself, "with his sporting cut clothes, and his slang phrases, and his perpetual talk about 3-volume novels and penny numbers. No, I don't think it would do to invite Gwendoline. She'd be sure to object to Smith." Mr. Lansdell said this, or thought this, a good many times upon the day before the picnic; but it may be that there was a lurking idea in his mind that Lady Gwendoline might object to the presence of some one other than Mr. Smith in the little assembly that had been planned under Lord Thurston's oak. Perhaps Roland Lansdell, who hated hypocrisy as men who are by no means sinless and yet apt to hate the base and crawling vices of man, had become a hypocrite all at once, and wanted to deceive himself. Or it may be that the weak slope of this handsome chin, and the want of breadth in a certain region of his skull, were the outward and visible signs of such a weak and vacillating nature, that what was true with regard to him one minute was false the next; so that out of this perpetual changefulness of thought and purpose there grew a confusion in the young man's mind, like the murmur of many streamlets rushing into one broad river, along whose tide the feeble swimmer was drifted to the very sea he wanted so very much to avoid. "The picnic will be a pleasant thing for young Smith," Mr. Lansdell thought, "and it'll please the children to make themselves bilious amongst the ruins, and that dear good Raymond always enjoys himself with young and happy people. I cannot see that the picnic can be anything but pleasant; and for the matter of that, I've a good mind to send the baskets early by Stevens, who could make himself useful all day, and not go at all myself. I could run up to town under pretence of particular business, and amuse myself somehow for a day or two. Or, for that matter, I might go over to Baden or Hamburg, and finish the autumn there. Heaven knows I don't want to do any harm." But, in spite of all this uncertainty and vacillation of mind, Mr. Lansdell took a great deal of interest in the preparations for the picnic. He did not trouble himself about the magnificent game pie which was made for the occasion, the crust of which was as highly glazed as a piece of modern Wedgwood. He did not concern himself about the tender young fowls, nestling in their groves of parsley, nor the tongue, floridly decorated with vegetable productions chiselled into the shapes of impossible flowers, nor the York ham, also in a state of high polish, like fine Spanish mahogany, and encircled about the knuckle by pure white fringes of cut paper. The comestibles to which Mr. Lansdell directed his attention were of a more delicate and fairy-like description, such as women and children are apt to take delight in. There must be jellies and creams, Mr. Lansdell said, whatever difficulty there might be in the conveyance of such compositions. There must be fruit. He attended himself to the cutting of hothouse grapes and peaches, the noblest pineapple in the long range of forcing houses, and picturesque pears with leaves still clinging to the stalk. He ordered bouquets to be cut, one a very pyramid of choice flowers, chiefly white and innocent looking, and he took care to select richly scented blossoms, and he touched the nosegay caressingly with his slim white fingers, and looked at it with a tender smile on his dark face, as if the flowers had a language for him, and so they had. But it was by no means that stereotyped dictionary of substantives and adjectives popularly called the language of flowers. It was nothing new for him to choose a bouquet. Had he not dispensed a small fortune in the Rue de la Paix and in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré in exchange for big bunches of roses and myosotis, and Cape jasmine and waxy camellias, which he saw afterwards lying on the velvet cushion of an opera box, or withering in the warm atmosphere of a boudoir? He was not a good man. He had not led a good life. Pretty women had called him enfant in the dim mysterious shades of lamplit conservatories, upon the curtain-shrouded thresholds of moonlit balconies; arch soubrette in little Parisian theatres, bewitching Marton and Margot and Jeanneton, with brooms in their hands and diamonds in their ears, had smiled at him, and acted at him, and sung at him as he lounged in the dusky recesses of a cavernous box. He had not led a good life. He was not a good man. But he was a man who had never sinned with impunity. With him remorse always went hand in hand with wrong-doing. In all his life I doubt if there was any period in which Mr. Lansdell had ever so honestly and truly wished to do a right as he did just now. His mind seemed to have undergone a kind of purification in the still atmosphere of those fair Midlandshire glades and meads. There was even a purifying influence in the society of such a woman as Isabel Gilbert, so different from all the other women he had known, so deficient in the merest rudiments of worldly wisdom. Mr. Lansdell did not go to London. when the ponderous old fly from Graybridge drove up a narrow winding lane and emerged upon the green rising ground below the gates of Waverley Castle, Roland was standing under the shadow of the walls with a big bunch of hothouse flowers in his hand. He was in very high spirits, for to-day he had cast care to the winds. Why should he not enjoy this innocent pleasure of a rustic ramble with simple country-bred people and children? He laid some little stress upon the presence of the orphans. Yes, he would enjoy himself for to-day, and then to-morrow. Ah, by the by, to-morrow Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert and Sigismund Smith were to dine with him. After to-morrow it would be all over, and he would be off to the Continent again, to begin the old wearisome rounds once more, to eat the same dinners at the same restaurants, the same little suppers after the opera, in stuffy entresol chambers, all crimson velvet and gaslight and glass and gilding, to go to the same balls in the same gorgeous saloons, and to see the same beautiful faces shining upon him in their monotonous splendour. I might have turned country gentleman, and have been good for something in this world, thought Roland, if... Mr. Lansdell was not alone. Charles Raymond and the orphans had arrived, and they all came forward together to welcome Isabel and her companions. Mr. Raymond had always been very kind to his niece's governess, but he seemed especially kind to her to-day. He interposed himself between Roland and the door of the fly, and assisted Isabel to alight. He slipped her hand under his arm with a pleasant friendliness of manner, and looked with a triumphant smile at the rest of the gentlemen. "I mean to appropriate Mrs. Gilbert for the whole of this day," he said cheerily, "and I shall give her a full account of Waverley, looked upon from an archaeological, historical, and legendary point of view. Never mind your flowers now, Roland. It's a very charming bouquet, but you don't suppose Mrs. Gilbert is going to carry it about all day? Take it into the lodge yonder, and ask them to put it in water, and in the evening, if you're very good, Mrs. Gilbert shall take it home to ornament her parlour at Graybridge." The gates were opened, and they went in, Isabel arm in arm with Mr. Raymond. Roland placed himself presently on one side of Isabel, but Mr. Raymond was so very instructive about John of Gaunt and the Tudors, that all Mrs. Gilbert's attention was taken up in the effort to understand his discourse, which was very pleasant and lively, in spite of its instructive nature. George Gilbert looked at the ruins with the same awful respect with which he had regarded the pictures at Mordred. He was tolerably familiar with those empty halls, those roofless chambers, and open doorways, and ivy-festooned windows, but he always looked at them with the same reverence, mingled with a vague wonder as to what it was that people admired in ruins, seeing that they generally made such short work of inspecting them, and seemed so pleased to get away and take refreshment. Ruins and copious refreshment were associated in Mr. Gilbert's mind, and indeed there does seem to be a natural union between ivied walls and lobster salad, crumbling turrets and cold chicken, just as the domes of Greenwich Hospital, the hilly park beyond, and the rippling water in the foreground must be for ever and ever associated with floundered sushi and devilled whitebait. Mr. Sigismund Smith was delighted with Waverley. He had rambled amongst the ruins often enough in his boyhood, but to-day he saw everything from a new point of view, and he groped about in all manner of obscure corners with a pencil and pocket-book in his hand, laying the plan of a thrilling serial, and making himself irrecognizable with dust. His friends found him on one occasion stretched at full length amongst crisp fallen leaves, in a recess that had once been a fireplace, with a view to ascertain whether it was long enough to accommodate a body. He climbed fearful heights, and planned perilous leaps, and hairbreadth scapes, deadly dangers in the way of walks along narrow cornices high up above empty space, such feats as hold the reader with suspended breath, and make the continued expenditure of his weekly penny almost a certainty. The orphans accompanied Mr. Smith, and were delighted with the little chambers that they found in nooks and corners of the mouldering castle. How delightful to have chairs and tables and kitchen utensils, and to live there for ever and ever, and keep house for themselves! They envied the vulgar children who lived in the square tower by the gate, and saw ruins every day of their lives. It was a very pleasant morning altogether. There was a strangely mingled feeling of satisfaction and annoyance in Roland Lansdell's mind as he strolled beside Isabel, and listened, or appeared to listen, to Mr. Raymond's talk. He would have liked to have had Isabel's little hand lying lightly on his arm. He would like to have seen those wondering black eyes lifted to his face. He would like her to have heard the romantic legends belonging to the ruined walls and roofless banquet chambers from him. And yet perhaps it was better as it was. He was going away very soon, immediately indeed. He was going where that simple pleasure would be impossible to him, and it was better not to lull himself in soft delights that were so soon to be taken away from his barren life. Yes, his barren life. He had come to think of his fate with bitter repining, and to look upon himself as somehow or other cruelly ill-used by Providence. But in spite of Mr. Raymond, he contrived to sit next to Isabel at dinner, which was served by and by in a lovely sheltered nook under the walls, where there was no chance of the salt being blown into the green-gauged heart, or the custard spilt over the lobster salad. Mr. Lansdell had sent a couple of servants to arrange matters, and the picnic was not a bit like an ordinary picnic, where things are lost and forgotten, and where there is generally confusion by reason of everybody's desire to assist in the preparations. This was altogether a recherché banquet, but scarcely so pleasant as those more rural feasts in which there is a paucity of tumblers and no forks to speak of. The champagne was iced, the jellies quivered in the sunlight, everything was in perfect order, and if Mr. Raymond had not insisted upon sending away the two men who wanted to wait at table with the gloomy solemnity of everyday life, it would scarcely have been worth the name of picnic. But with the two solemn servants out of the way, and with Sigismund, very red and dusty and noisy, to act as butler, matters were considerably improved. The sun was low when they left the ruins of the feast for the two solemn men to clear away. The sun was low, and the moon had risen, so pale as to be scarcely distinguishable from a faint summer cloud high up in the clear opal heaven. Mr. Raymond took Isabel up by a winding staircase to the top of a high turret, beneath which spread green meads and slopes of verdure, where once had been a lake and pleasaunce. The moon grew silvery before they reached the top of the turret, where there was room enough for a dozen people. Roland went with them, of course, and sat on one of the broad stone battlements, looking out at the still night, with his profile defined as sharply as a cameo against the deepening blue of the sky. He was very silent, and his silence had a distracting influence on Isabel, who made vain efforts to understand what Mr. Raymond was saying to her, and gave vague answers every now and then, so vague that Charles Raymond left off talking presently, and seemed to fall into as profound a reverie as that which kept Mr. Lansdell silent. To Isabel's mind there was a pensive sweetness in that silence, which was in some way in harmony with the scene and the atmosphere. She was free to watch Roland's face, now that Mr. Raymond had left off talking to her, and she did watch it. That still profile, whose perfect outline grew more and more distinct against the moonlit sky. If anybody could have painted his portrait as he sat there with one idle hand hanging listless among the ivy leaves, blanched in the moonlight, what a picture it would have made! What was he thinking of? Were his thoughts far away in some foreign city with dark-eyed Clotilde, or the Duchess with the glittering hair, who had loved him and been false to him long ago, when he was an alien, and recorded the history of his woes in heart-breaking verse, in fitful numbers larded with scraps of French and Latin, alternately despairing and sarcastic? Isabel solemnly believed in Clotilde and the glittering Duchess, and was steeped in self-abasement and humiliation when she compared herself with those vague and splendid creatures. Roland spoke at last. If there had been anything commonplace or worldly wise in what he said, there must have been a little revulsion in Isabel's mind, but his talk was happily attuned to the place and the hour, incomprehensible and mysterious, like the deepening night in the heavens. "I think there is a point at which a man's life comes to an end," he said. "I think there is a fitting and legitimate close to every man's existence that is as palpable as the falling of a curtain when a play is done. He goes on living, that is to say, eating and drinking, and inhaling so many cubic feet of fresh air every day, for half a century afterward, perhaps. But that is nothing. Do not the actors live after the play is done and the curtain has fallen? Hamlet goes home and eats his supper, and scolds his wife and snubs his children. But the exultation and the passion that created him Prince of Denmark have died out like the coke ashes of the green-room fire. Surely that afterlife is the penalty, the counterbalance of brief golden hours of hope and pleasure. I am glad the Lansdells are not a long-lived race, Raymond, for I think the play is finished, and the dark curtain has dropped for me." "Humph!" muttered Mr. Raymond. "Wasn't there something to that effect in the Alien? It's very pretty, Roland, that sort of dismal prettiness which is so much in fashion nowadays. But don't you think if you were to get up a little earlier in the morning, and spend a couple of hours amongst the stubble with your clogs and gun, so as to get an appetite for your breakfast, you might get over that sort of thing?" Isabel turned a mutely reproachful gaze upon Mr. Raymond, but Roland burst out laughing. "I dare say I talk like a fool," he said. "I feel like one sometimes." "When are you going abroad again?" "In a month's time. But why should I go abroad?" asked Mr. Lansdell, with a dash of fierceness in the sudden change of his tone. "Why should I go? What is there for me to do there better than here? What good am I there more than I am here?" He asked these questions of the sky, as much of Mr. Raymond, and the philosopher of Conventford did not feel himself called upon to answer them. Mr. Lansdell relapsed into silence that so puzzled Isabel, and nothing more was said until the voice of George Gilbert sounded from below, deeply sonorous amongst the walls and towers, calling to Isabel. "I must go," she said. "I dare say the fly is ready to take us back. Good night, Mr. Raymond. Good night, Mr. Lansdell." She held out her hand, as if doubtful to whom she should first offer it. Roland had never changed his position until this moment, but he started up suddenly now, like a man awakened from a dream. "You are going?" he said. "So soon?" "So soon? It is very late, I think," Mrs. Gilbert answered. "At least, I mean, we have enjoyed ourselves very much, and the time has passed so quickly." She thought it was her duty to say something of this kind to him, as the giver of the feast, and then she blushed and grew confused, thinking she had said too much. "Good night, Mr. Lansdell." "But I am coming down with you to the gate," said Roland. "Do you think we could let you go down those slippery stairs by yourselves, to fall and break your neck, and haunt the tower by moonlight for ever afterwards, a pale ghost in shadowy muslin drapery? Here's Mr. Gilbert," he added, as the top of George's hat made itself visible upon the winding staircase. "But I'm sure I know the turret better than he does, and I shall take you under my care." He took her hand as he spoke, and led her down the dangerous winding way as carefully and tenderly as if she had been a little child. Her hand did not tremble as it rested in his, but something like a mysterious winged creature that had long been imprisoned in her breast seemed to break his bonds all at once, and float away from her towards him. She thought it was her long imprisoned soul, perhaps, that so left her to become a part of his. If that slow downward journey could have lasted for ever, if she could have gone down, down, down with Roland Lansdell into some fathomless pit, until at last they came to a luminous cavern and still moonlit water, where there was a heavenly calm and death. But the descent did not last very long, careful as Roland was of every step, and there was the top of George's hat bobbling about in the moonlight all the time, for the surgeon had lost his way in the turret, and only came down at last very warm and breathless when Isabel called to him from the bottom of the stairs. Sigismund and the orphans appeared at the same moment. Mr. Raymond had followed Roland and Isabel very closely, and they all went together to the fly. "Remember to-morrow," Mr. Lansdell said generally to the Graybridge party as they took their seats. "I shall expect you as soon as the afternoon service is over. I know you are regular church-goers at Graybridge. Couldn't you come to Mordred for the afternoon service, by the by? The church is well worth seeing." There was a little discussion, and it was finally agreed that Mr. and Mrs. George Gilbert and Sigismund Smith should go to Mordred Church on the following afternoon; and then there was a good deal of hand-shaking before the carriage drove away and disappeared behind the sheltering edges that screened the winding road. "I'll see you and the children off, Raymond," Mr. Lansdell said, "before I go myself." "I'm not going away just this minute," Mr. Raymond answered gravely. "I want to have a little talk with you first. There's something I particularly want to say to you. Mrs. Primshaw," he cried to the landlady of the little inn just opposite the castle gates, a good-natured, rosy-faced young woman, who was standing on the threshold of her door watching the movements of the gentlefolks, "will you take care of my little girls, and see whether their wraps are warm enough for the drive home, while I take a moonlight stroll with Mr. Lansdell?" Mrs. Primshaw declared that nothing would give her greater pleasure than to see to the comfort of the young ladies. So the orphans skipped across the moonlit road, nowise sorry to take shelter in the pleasant bar parlour, all rosy and luminous, with a cosy handful of bright fire in the tiniest grate ever seen out of a doll's house. Mr. Lansdell and Mr. Raymond walked along the lonely road under the shadow of the castle wall, and for some minutes neither of them spoke. Roland evinced no curiosity about or interest in that unknown something which Mr. Raymond had to say to him; but there was a kind of dogged sullenness in the carriage of his head, the fixed expression of his face, that seemed to promise badly for the pleasantness of the interview. Perhaps Mr. Raymond saw this, and was rather puzzled how to commence the conversation. At any rate, when he did begin, he began very abruptly, taking what one might venture to call a conversational header. "Roland," he said, "this won't do." "What won't do?" asked Mr. Lansdell coolly. "Of course I don't set up for being your mentor," returned Mr. Raymond, "or for having any right to lecture you, or dictate to you. The tie of kinsmanship between us is a very slight one, though, as far as that goes, God knows that I could scarcely love you better than I do if I were your father. But if I were your father, I don't suppose you'd listen to me, or heed me. Men never do in such matters as these. I've lived my life, Roland, and I know too well how little good advice can do in such a case as this. But I can't see you going wrong without trying to stop you. And for that poor honest-hearted fellow yonder, for his sake, I must speak, Roland. Have you any consciousness of the mischief you're doing? Have you any knowledge of the bottomless pit of sin and misery and shame and horror that you are digging before that foolish woman's feet?" "Why, Raymond," cried Mr. Lansdell, with a laugh, not a very hearty laugh, but something like that hollow mockery of merriment with which a man greets the narration of some old Joe Millerism that has been familiar to him from his childhood. "Why, Raymond, you're as obscure as a modern poet. What do you mean? Who's the honest-hearted fellow, and who's the foolish woman, and what's the nature of the business altogether?" "Roland, let us be frank with each other, at least. Do you remember how you told me once that, when every bright illusion had dropped away from you one by one, honour still remained? A poor pallid star compared to those other lights that had perished in the darkness, but still bright enough to keep you in the straight road. Has that light gone out with the rest, Roland, my poor melancholy boy, my boy whom I have loved as my own child? Will the day ever come when I shall have to be ashamed of Anna Lansdell's only son?" His mother's name had always something of a spell for Roland. His head, so proudly held before, drooped suddenly, and he walked on in silence for some time. Mr. Raymond was also silent. He had drawn some good augury from the altered carriage of the young man's head, and was loath to disturb the current of his thoughts. When Roland did at last raise his head, he turned and looked his friend and kinsman full in the face. "Raymond," he said, "I am not a good man." He was very fond of making this declaration, and I think he fancied that in so doing he made some vague atonement for his shortcomings. "I am not a good man, but I am no hypocrite. I will not lie to you, or prevaricate with you. Perhaps there may be some justification for what you said just now, or there might be if I were a different sort of man. But as it is, I give you my honour, you are mistaken. I have been digging no pit for a woman's innocent footsteps to stray into. I have been plotting no treachery against that honest fellow yonder. Remember, I do not by any means hold myself blameless. I have admired Mrs. Gilbert, just as one admires a pretty child, and I have allowed myself to be amused by her sentimental talk, and have lent her books, and may perhaps have paid her a little more attention than I ought to have done. But I have done nothing deliberately. I have never for one moment had a purpose in my mind, or mixed her image with so much as a dream of any tangible form. I have drifted into a dangerous position, or a position that might be dangerous to another man, but I can drift out of it as easily as I drifted in. I shall leave Midlandshire next month." "And to-morrow the Gilberts dine with you at Mordred, and all through this month there will be the chance of your seeing Mrs. Gilbert, and lending her more books, and paying her more attention, and so on. It is not so much that I doubt you, Roland. I cannot think so meanly of you as to doubt your honour in this business. But you are doing mischief. You are turning this silly girl's head. It is no kindness to lend her books. It is no kindness to invite her to Mordred, and to show her brief glimpses of a life that never can be hers. If you want to do a good deed, and to elevate her life out of its present dead level, make her your almoner, and give her 100 a year to distribute among her husband's poor patients. The weak, unhappy child is perishing for want of some duty to perform upon this earth, some necessary task to keep her busy from day to day, and to make a link between her husband and herself. Roland, I do believe that you are as good and generous-minded a fellow as ever an old bachelor was proud of. My dear boy, let me feel prouder of you than I have ever felt yet. Leave Midlandshire to-morrow morning. It will be easy to invent some excuse for going. Go to-morrow, Roland." "I will," answered Mr. Lansdell, after a brief pause. "I will go, Raymond," he repeated, holding out his hand, and clasping that of his friend. "I suppose I have been going a little astray lately, but I only wanted the voice of a true-hearted fellow like yourself to call me back to the straight road. I shall leave Midlandshire to-morrow, Raymond, and it may be a very long time before you see me back again." "Heaven knows I am sorry enough to lose you, my boy," Mr. Raymond said with some emotion, "but I feel that it's the only thing for you to do. I used sometimes to think, before George Gilbert offered to marry Isabel, that you and she would have been suited to each other somehow, and I have wished that—" And here Mr. Raymond stopped abruptly, feeling that his speech was scarcely the wisest he could have made. But Roland Lansdell took no notice of that unlucky observation. "I shall go to-morrow," he repeated. "I'm very glad you've spoken to me, Raymond. I thank you most heartily for the advice you have given me this night, and I shall go to-morrow." And then his mind wandered away to his boyish studies in mythical Roman history, and he wondered how Marcus Curtius felt just after making up his mind to take the leap that made him famous. And then, with a sudden slip from ancient to modern history, he thought of poor tender-hearted Louise la Vallière, running away and hiding herself in a convent, only to have her pure thoughts and aspirations scattered like a cluster of frail wood anemones in a storm of wind, only to have her holy resolutions trampled upon by the ruthless foot of an impetuous young king. End of chapter 18. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 19 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 19. What Might Have Been. Mrs. Gilbert spoke very little during the homeward drive through the moonlight. In her vision of that drive, or what that drive might be, she had fancied Roland Lansdell riding by the carriage window, and going a few miles out of his way in order to escort his friends back to Graybridge. "If he cared to be with us, he would have come," Isabel thought, with a pensive, reproachful feeling about Mr. Lansdell. It is just possible that Roland might have ridden after the fly from Graybridge, and ridden beside it along the quiet country roads, talking as he only in all the world could talk, according to Mrs. Gilbert's opinion. It is possible that, being so sorely at a loss as to what he should do with himself, Mr. Lansdell might have wasted an hour thus, had he not been detained by his old friend Charles Raymond. As it was, he rode straight home to Mordred Priory, very slowly, thinking deeply as he went along, thinking bitter thoughts about himself and his destiny. "If my cousin Gwendolen had been true to me, I should have been an utterly different man," he thought. "I should have been middle-aged, a steady-going fellow by this time, with a boy at Eton, and a pretty fair-haired daughter to ride her pony by my side. I think I might have been good for something if I had married long ago, when my mother died, and my heart was ready to shelter the woman she had chosen for me. Children! A man who has children has some reason to be good, and to do his duty. But to stand quite alone in a world that one has grown tired of, with every pleasure exhausted, and every faith worn threadbare, with a dreary waste of memory behind, a barren desert of empty years before, to be quite alone in the world, the last of a race that once was brave and generous, the feeble, worn-out remnant of a lineage that once did great deeds, and made a name for itself in this world, that indeed is bitter. Mr. Lansdell's thoughts dwelt upon his loneliness to-night, as they never had dwelt before, since the day when his mother's death and cousin's inconstancy first left him lonely. "Yes, I shall go abroad again," he thought presently, "and go over the whole dreary beat once more, like Marryat's phantom captain turned landsman, like the wandering Jew in a pool-built travelling dress. I shall eat fish at Philippe's again, and buy more bouquets in the Rue Castiglione, and lose more money at Homburg, and shoot more crocodiles on the banks of the Nile, and be laid up with another fever in the Holy Land. It will be all the same over again, except that it will be a great deal more tiresome this time. And then Mr. Lansdell began to think what his life might have been if the woman he loved, or rather the woman for whom he had a foolish sentimental fancy — he did not admit to himself that his predilection for Isabel Gilbert was more than this — had been free to become his wife. He imagined himself returning from those tiresome continental wanderings a 12-month earlier than he had actually returned. Ah me, he thought, only one little year earlier, and all things would have been different. He would have gone to Conventford to see his dear old friend Charles Raymond, and there, in the sunny drawing-room, he would have found a pale-faced, dark-eyed girl bending over a child's lesson-book, or listening while a child strummed on the piano. He could fancy that scene, he could see it all like a beautiful cabinet picture. Ah, how different everything would have been then! It would have been no sin then to be inexplicably happy in that girlish presence. There would have been no vague remorseful pang, no sting of self-reproach mingling with every pleasant emotion, contending with every thrill of mystic joy. And then, some night in the twilit garden, when the stars were hovering dim above the city roofs, still and hushed in the distance, he would have told her that he loved her, that, after a decade of indifference to all the brightest things of earth, he had found a pure, unutterable happiness in the hope and belief that she would be his wife. He fancied her shy blushes, her drooping eyes suddenly tearful in the depth of her joy, and he fancied what his life might have been for ever afterwards, transformed and sublimated by its new purpose, its new delights, transfigured by a pure and exalted affection. He fancied all this as it might have been, and turned and bowed his face before an image that bore his own likeness, and yet was not himself, the image of a good man, happy husband and father, true friend and gentle master, dwelling for ever and ever amidst that peaceful English landscape, beloved, respected, the centre of a happy circle, the keystone of a fair domestic arch, a necessary link in the grand chain of human love and life. And instead of all this, I am a wandering nomad, who never has been and never can be of any use in this world, who fills no place in life, and will leave no blank when he dies. When Louis the well-beloved was disinclined for the chase, the royal huntsmen were wont to announce that to-day his Majesty would do nothing. I have been doing nothing all my life, and cannot even rejoice in a stag hunt. Mr. Lansdell beguiled his homeward way with many bitter reflections of this kind, but inconsistent and vacillating in his thoughts, as he had been ever inconsistent and vacillating in his actions, he thought of himself at one time as being deeply and devotedly in love with Isabel Gilbert, and at another time as being only the victim of a foolish romantic fancy, which would perish by a death as speedy as its birth. "What an idiot I am for my pains," he said to himself presently. "In 6 weeks' time this poor child's face will have no more place in my mind than the snows of last winter have on this earth, or only in far-away nooks and corners of memory, like the Alpine peaks, where the snows linger undisturbed by the hand of change. Poor little girl, how she blushes and falters sometimes when she speaks to me! And how pretty she looks then! If they could get such an ingénue at the Français, all Paris would be mad about her. We are very much in love with each other, I dare say, but I don't think it's a passion to outlast 6 weeks' absence, on either side. Not on her side, certainly, dear romantic child. I have only been the hero of a story-book, and all this folly has been nothing more than a page out of a novel set in action. Raymond is very right. I must go away, and she will go back to her 3-volume novels, and fall in love with a fair-haired hero, and forget me." He sighed as he thought this. It was infinitely better that he should be forgotten, and speedily. And yet it is hard to have no place in the universe, not even one hidden shrine in a foolish woman's heart. Mr. Lansdell was before the Priory gates by this time. The old woman stifled a yawn as she admitted the master of the domain. He went in past the little blinking light in the narrow Gothic window, and along the winding roadway, between cool shrubberies that shed an aromatic perfume on the still night air. Scared fawns flitted ghost-like away into deep recesses amid the Mordred oaks, and in the distance the water-drops of a cascade, changed by the moonbeams into showers of silver, fell with a little tinkling sound amongst great blocks of moss-grown granite and wet fern. Mordred Priory, seen in the moonlight, was not a place upon which a man would willingly turn his back. Long ago Roland Lansdell had grown tired of its familiar beauties, but to-night the scene seemed transformed. He looked at it with a new interest. He thought of it with a sad, tender regret that stung him like a physical pain. As he had thought of what his life might have been under other circumstances, he thought now of what the place might have been. He fancied the grand old rooms resonant with the echoes of children's voices. He pictured one slender white-robed figure on the moonlit terrace. He fancied a tender, earnest face turned steadily toward the path along which he rode. He felt the thrilling contact of a caressing arm twining itself shyly in his. He heard the low murmur of a loving voice, his wife's voice, bidding him welcome home. But it was never to be. The watchdog's honest bark, or rather the bark of several watchdogs, made the night clamorous presently when Mr. Lansdell drew rein before the porch. But there was no eye to mark his coming and be brighter when he came, unless indeed it was the eye of his valet, which had waxed dim over the columns of the Morning Post, and may have glimmered faintly in evidence of that functionary's satisfaction at the prospect of being speedily released from duty. If it was so, the valet was doomed to be disappointed, for Mr. Lansdell, usually the least troublesome of masters, wanted a great deal done for him to-night. "You may set to work at once with my portmanteau, Jadis," he said, when he met his servant in the hall. "I must leave Mordred to-morrow morning in time for the 7 o'clock express from Warncliffe. I want you to pack my things, and arrange for Wilson to be ready to drive me over. Perhaps, by the by, you may as well pack one portmanteau for me to take with me, and you can follow with the rest of the luggage on Monday." "You are going abroad, sir?" "Yes. I am tired of Mordred. I shall not stop for the hunting season. You can go upstairs now and pack the portmanteau. Don't forget to make all arrangements about the carriage, for 6 precisely. You can go to bed when you've finished packing. I've some letters to write, and shall be late." The man bowed and departed, to grumble in an undertone over Mr. Lansdell's shirts and waistcoats, while Roland went into the library to write his letters. The letters which he had to write turned out to be only one letter, or rather a dozen variations upon the same theme, which he tore up one after another almost as soon as they were written. He was not wont to be so fastidious in the wording of his epistles, but to-night he could not be satisfied with what he wrote. He wrote to Mrs. Gilbert. Yes, to her. Why should he not write to her when he was going away to-morrow morning, when he was going to offer up that vague bright dream which had lately beguiled him, a willing sacrifice on the altar of duty and honour? "I am not much good," he said, for ever excusing his shortcomings by his self-deprecation. "I never set up for being a good man. but I have some feeling of honour left in me at the worst." He wrote to Isabel, therefore, rather than to her husband, and he destroyed many letters before he wrote what he fancied suitable to the occasion. Did not the smothered tenderness, the regret, the passion, reveal itself in some of those letters, in spite of his own determination to be strictly conventional and correct? But the letter which he wrote last was stiff and commonplace enough to have satisfied the sternest moralist. "Dear Mrs. Gilbert, I much regret that circumstances, which only came to my knowledge after your party left last night, will oblige me to leave Mordred early to-morrow morning. I am therefore compelled to forego the pleasure which I had anticipated from our friendly little dinner to-morrow evening. But pray assure Smith that the Priory is entirely at his disposal whenever he likes to come here, and that he is welcome to make it the scene of half a dozen fictions, if he pleases. I fear the old place will soon look gloomy and desolate enough to satisfy his ideas of the romantic, for it may be some years before I again see the Midlandshire woods and meadows. The dear old bridge across the waterfall, the old oak under which I have spent such pleasant hours, Mr. Lansdell had written here in one of the letters which he destroyed. I hope you will convey to Mr. Gilbert my warmest thanks, with the accompanying cheque for the kindness and skill which have endeared him to my cottagers. I shall be very glad if he will continue to look after them, and I will arrange for the carrying out of any sanitary improvements he may suggest to Hodgson, my steward. The library will be always prepared for you whenever you feel inclined to read and study there, and the contents of the shelves will be entirely at the service of yourself and Mr. Gilbert. With regards to your husband and all friendly wishes for Smith's prosperity and success, I remain, dear Mrs. Gilbert, yours very truly, Roland Lansdell. Mordred Priory, Saturday night. It may be some years before I again see the Midlandshire woods and meadows. This sentence was the gist of the letter. The stiff, unmeaning letter, which was as dull and laboured as a schoolboy's holiday missive to his honoured parents. My poor, innocent, tender-hearted darling, will she be sorry when she reads it? Thought Mr. Lansdell, as he addressed his letter. Will this parting be a new grief to her? A shadowy romantic sorrow, like her regret for drowned Shelley or fever-stricken Byron? My darling, my darling! If fate had sent me here a 12-month earlier, you and I might have been standing side by side in the moonlight, talking of the happy future before us. Only a year, and there were so many accidents that might have caused my return. Only 1 year, and in that little space I lost my one grand chance of happiness. Mr. Lansdell had done his duty. He had given Charles Raymond a promise which he meant to keep, and having done so, he gave his thoughts and fancies a licence which he had never allowed them before. He no longer struggled to retain the attitude from which he had hitherto endeavoured to regard Mrs. Gilbert. He no longer considered it his duty to think of her as a pretty grown-up child, whose childish follies amused him for the moment. No, he was going away now, and had no longer any need to set any restraint upon his thoughts. He was going away, and was free to acknowledge to himself that this love, which had grown up so suddenly in his breast, was the one grand passion of his life, and, under different circumstances, might have been his happiness and redemption. End of chapter 19. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 20 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 20. Oceans should divide us. Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert went to church arm in arm as usual on the Monday morning after the picnic; but Sigismund stayed at home to sketch the rough outline of that feudal romance which he had planned among the ruins of Waverley. The day was very fine, a real summer day, with a blazing sun and a cloudless blue sky. The sunshine seemed like a good omen, Mrs. Gilbert thought, as she dressed herself in the white muslin robe that she was to wear at Mordred. An omen of what? She did not ask herself that question, but she was pleased to think that the heavens should smile upon her visit to Mordred. She was thinking of the dinner party at the Priory while she sat by her husband's side in church, looking demurely down at the prayer book in her lap. It was a common thing for her now to be thinking of him when she ought to have been attending to the sermon. To-day she did not even try to listen to the rector's discourse. She was fancying herself in the dusky drawing-room at Mordred, after dinner, hearing him talk. She saw his face turned toward her in the twilight, the pale dark face, the dreamy uncertain eyes. When the congregation rose suddenly at the end of the sermon, she sat bewildered for a moment, like a creature awakened from a dream; and when the people knelt, and became absorbed in silent meditation on the injunctions of their pastor, Mrs. Gilbert remained so long in a devotional attitude that her husband was fain to arouse her by a gentle tap upon the shoulder. She had been thinking of him even on her knees. She could not shut his image from her thoughts. She walked about in a perpetual dream, and rarely awakened to the consciousness that there was wickedness in so dreaming. And even when she did reflect upon her sin, it was very easy to excuse it and make light of it. He would never know. In November he would be gone, and the dream would be nothing but a dream. It was only 1:00 by the old-fashioned 8-day clock in the passage when they went home after church. The gig was to be ready at 3:15, and at that hour they were to start for Mordred. George meant to put up his horse at the little inn near the Priory gates, and then they could walk quietly from the church to Mr. Lansdell's after the service. Mr. Gilbert felt that Brown Molly appeared rather at a disadvantage in Roland's grand stables. Sigismund was still sitting in the little parlour, looking very warm and considerably the worse for ink. He had tried all the penny bottles in the course of his labours, and had a little collection of them clustered at his elbow. "I don't think anyone ever imagined so many ink bottles compatible with so little ink," he said plaintively. "I've had my test ideas balked by perpetual hairs in my pen, to say nothing of flies' wings, and even bodies. There's nothing like unlimited ink for imparting fluency to a man's language. You cut short his eloquence the moment you limit his ink. However, I'm down here for pleasure, old fellow," Mr. Smith added cheerfully, "and all the printing machines in the city of London may be waiting for copy for aught I care." An hour and 3/4 must elapse before it would be time even to start for Mordred. Mrs. Gilbert went upstairs and rearranged her hair, and looked at herself in the glass, and wondered if she was pretty. He had never told her so. He had never paid her any compliment. But she fancied somehow that he thought her pretty, though she had no idea whence that fancy was derived. She went downstairs again, and out into the garden, whence Mr. Smith was calling to her, the little garden in front of the house, where there were a few common flowers blooming dustily in oval beds like dishes, and where in a corner there was an erection of shells and broken bits of coloured glass, which Mr. Jeffson fondly imagined to be the exact representation of a grotto. Mr. Smith had a good deal to say for himself, as indeed he had on all occasions; but as his discourse was entirely of a personal character, it may have been rather wanting in general interest. Isabel strolled up and down the narrow pathway by his side, and turned her face politely towards him, and said, "Yes, did you really?" and "Well, how very strange," now and then. She was thinking, as she had thought in church. She was thinking of the wonderful happiness that lay before her, an evening in his companionship, amongst pictures and hothouse flowers and marble busts and trailing silken curtains, and with glimpses of a moonlit expanse of lawn and shrubbery gleaming through every open window. She was thinking of this when a bell rang loud and shrill in her ear, and looking round suddenly she saw a man in livery, a man who looked like a groom, standing outside the garden gate. She was so near the gate that it would have been a mere affectation to keep the man waiting there while Mrs. Jeffson made her way from the remote premises at the back of the house. The doctor's wife turned the key in the lock and opened the gate, but the man only wanted to deliver a letter, which he gave her with one hand, while he touched the brim of his hat with the other. "From Mr. Lansdell, ma'am," he said. In the next moment he was gone, and the open gate and the white dusty lane seemed to reel before Isabel Gilbert's eyes. There had been no need for the man to tell her that the letter was from his master. She knew the bold dashing hand in which she had read pencil annotations upon the margins of those books which Mr. Lansdell had lent her. And even if she had not known the hand, she would have easily guessed whence the letter came. Who else should send her so grand-looking a missive, with that thick cream-coloured envelope, a big official-looking envelope, and the broad coat of arms with tall winged supporters on the seal? But why should he have written to her? It was to put off the dinner, no doubt. Her lips trembled a little, like the lips of a child who is going to cry, as she opened the letter. She read it very hurriedly twice, and then all at once comprehended that Roland was going away for some years, for ever. It was all the same thing, and that she would never, 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 the word seemed to repeat itself in her brain like the dreadful clang of a bell, never see him again. She knew that Sigismund was looking at her and asking her some questions about the contents of the letter. "What did Lansdell say? Was it a put-off, or what?" Mr. Smith demanded, but Isabel did not answer him. She handed him the open letter, and then, suddenly turning from him, ran into the house, upstairs, and into her room. She locked the door, flung herself face downward upon the bed, and wept as a woman weeps in the first great agony of her life. The sound of those passionate sobs was stifled by the pillows amidst which her face was buried, but the anguish of them shook her from head to foot. It was very wicked to have thought of him so much, to have loved him so dearly. The punishment of her sins came to her all at once, and was very bitter. "I suppose it is a put-off," he said to himself, "and she's disappointed because we're not going. Why, what a child she still is! I remember her behaving just like that once at Camberwell, when I'd promised her tickets for the play and couldn't get 'em. The manager of the TRDL said he didn't consider the author of The Brand upon the Shoulder Blade entitled to the usual privilege. Poor little Izzy! I remember her running away and not coming back for ever so long, and when she did make her appearance her eyelids were red and swollen." Mr. Smith stooped to pick up a narrow slip of lavender-tinted paper from the garden walk. It was the cheque which Roland Lansdell had written in payment of the doctor's services. Sigismund read the letter and reflected over it. "I'm almost as much disappointed as Izzy, for the matter of that," he thought to himself. "We should have had a jolly good dinner at the Priory, and any amount of sparkling, and Chateau What's-its-name, and Claude Thingamy to follow, I dare say. I'll take George the letter and the cheque. It's just like Izzy to leave the cheque on the ground, and resign myself to a dullish Sunday." It was a dull Sunday. The unacademical-ish with which Mr. Smith had qualified the adjective was quite unnecessary. It was a very dull Sunday. Ah, reader, if Providence has some desperate sorrow in store for you, pray that it may not befall you on a Sunday in the blazing sunshine, when the church bells are ringing on the still drowsy air. Mr. Gilbert went upstairs by and by, when the bells were at their loudest, and, finding the door of his chamber locked, knocked on the panel, and asked Isabel if she did not mean to go to church. But she told him she had a dreadful headache, and wanted to stay at home. He asked her ever so many questions as to why her head ached, and how long it had ached, and wanted to see her from a professional point of view. "Oh, no, no," she cried from the bed upon which she was lying. "I don't want any medicine. I only want to rest my head. I was asleep when you knocked." Ah, what a miserable falsehood that was! As if she could ever hope to sleep again. "But, Izzie," remonstrated Mr. Gilbert, "you've had no dinner. There's cold lamb in the house, you know, and we're going to have that and a salad after church. You'll come down to dinner, eh?" "No, no, I don't want any dinner. Please leave me alone. I only want to rest," she answered piteously. Poor honest George Gilbert little knew how horrible an effort it had cost his wife to utter even these brief sentences without breaking down in a passion of sobbing and weeping. She buried her face in the pillows again as her husband's footsteps went slowly down the narrow stair. She was very wretched, very foolish. It was only a dream, nothing more than a dream, that was lost to her. Again, had she not known all along that Roland Lansdell would go away, and that all her bright dreams and fancies must go with him? Had she not counted upon his departure? Yes, but not in November, not in September, not on the day that was to have been such a happy day. "Oh, how cruel," she thought. "How cruel of him to go away like that, without even saying good-bye, without even saying he was sorry to go. And I fancied that he liked to talk to me. I fancied that he was pleased to see me sometimes, and would be sorry when the time came for him to go away. But to think that he should go away 2 months before the time he spoke of! To think that he should not even be sorry to go!" Mrs. Gilbert got up by and by, when the western sky was all one lurid glow of light and colour. She got up because there was little peace for a weary spirit in that chamber, to the door of which some considerate creature came every half-hour or so to ask Isabel if her head was any better by this time, if she would have a cup of tea, if she would come downstairs and lie on the sofa, and to torment her with many other thoughtful inquiries of the like nature. She was not to be alone with her great sorrow. Sooner or later she must go out and begin life again, and face the blank world in which he was not. Better, since it must be so, that she should begin her dreary task at once. She bathed her face and head. She plaited her long black hair before the little glass, behind which the lurid sky glared redly at her. Ah, how often in the sunny morning she had stood before that shabby old-fashioned glass thinking of him, and the chance of meeting him beside the mill stream, under the flickering shadows of the oak leaves at Thurston's Crag. And now it was all over, and she would never, 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 never see him again. Her life was finished. Ah, how truly he had spoken on the battlements of the ruined tower, and how bitterly the meaning of his words came home to her to-day. Her life was finished. The curtain had fallen, and the lights were out, and she had nothing more to do but to grope blindly about upon a darkened stage until she sank in the great vampire trap, the grave. A pale ghost, with sombre shadowy hair, looked back at her from the glass. Oh, if she could die! If she could die! She thought of the mill stream. The wheel would be idle, and the water low down in the hollow beyond the miller's cottage would be still to-night, still and placid and glassy, shining rosy red in the sunset, like the pavement of a cathedral stained with the glory of a painted window. Why should she not end her sorrows for ever in the glassy pool, so deep, so tranquil? She thought of Ophelia and the miller's daughter on the banks of the Allen water. Would she be found floating on the stream, with weeds of water-lilies tangled in her long dark hair? Would she look pretty when she was dead? Would he be sorry when he heard of her death? Would he read a paragraph in the newspapers some morning at breakfast, and break a blood vessel into his coffee-cup? Or would he read and not care? Why should he care? If he had cared for her, he could never have gone away. He could never have written that cruel formal letter, with not a word of regret, no, not one. Vague thoughts like these followed one another in her mind. If she could have the courage to go down to the water's brink, and to drop quietly into the stream where Roland Lansdell had once told her it was deepest. She went downstairs by and by, in the dusk, with her face as white as the tumbled muslin that hung about her in limp and flabby folds. She went down into the little parlour, where George and Sigismund were waiting for their tea, and where 2 yellow mould candles were flaring in the faint evening breeze. She told them that her head was better, and then began to make the tea, scooping up vague quantities of congou and gunpowder with the little silver scallop shell which had belonged to Mr. Gilbert's grandmother, and was stamped with a puffy profile of George the Third. "But you've been crying, Izzy," George exclaimed presently, for Mrs. Gilbert's eyelids looked red and swollen in the light of the candles. "Yes, my head was so bad it made me cry. But please don't ask me any more about it," Isabel pleaded piteously. "I suppose it was the picnic." She nearly broke down upon the word, remembering how good he had been to her all through the happy day. "Yesterday that made me ill." "I dare say it was that lobster salad," Mr. Gilbert answered briskly. "I ought to have told you not to eat it. I don't think there's anything more bilious than lobster salad dressed with cream." Sigismund Smith watched his hostess with a grave countenance, while she poured out the tea and handed the cups right and left. Poor Isabel managed it all with tolerable steadiness, and then, when the miserable task was over, she sat by the window alone, staring blankly out at the dusty shrubs distinct in the moonlight, while her husband and his friend smoked their cigars in the lane outside. How was she to bear her life in that dull, dusty lane, her odious life, which would go on for ever, like a slow barge crawling across the dreary flats upon the black tideless waters of a canal? How was she to endure it all? Its monotony, all its misery, its shabby dreariness, its dreary shabbiness, rose up before her with redoubled force, and the terror of that hideous existence smote her like a stroke from a giant's hand. It all came back. Yes, it came back. For the last 2 months it had ceased to be. It had been blotted out, hidden, forgotten. There had been no such thing. An enchanter's wand had been waved above that dreary square-built house in the dusty lane, and a fairy palace had arisen for her habitation. A fairyland of beauty and splendour had spread itself around her, a paradise in which she wandered hand in hand with a demigod. The image of Roland Lansdell had filled her life, to the exclusion of every other shape, animate or inanimate. But the fairyland melted away all at once like a mirage in the desert, like the last scene in a pantomime. The rosy and cerulean lights went out in foul, sulphurous vapours. The mystic domes and minarets melted into thin air, but the barren sands remained real and dreary, stretching away for ever and for ever before the wanderer's weary feet. In all Mrs. Gilbert's thoughts there was no special horror or aversion to her husband. He was only a part of the dulness of her life. He was only one dreary element of that dreary world in which Roland Lansdell was not. He was very good to her, and she was vaguely sensible of his goodness and thankful to him, but his image had no abiding place in her thoughts. At stated times he came home and ate his dinner, or drank his tea, with substantial accompaniment of bread and butter and crisp garden stuff. But during the last 2 months there had been many times when his wife was scarcely conscious of his presence. She was happy in fairyland, with the prince of her perpetual fairy tale, while poor George Gilbert munched bread and butter and crunched overgrown radishes. But the fairy tale was finished now, with an abrupt and cruel climax. The prince had vanished. The dream was over. Sitting by that open window, with her folded arms resting on the dusty sill, Mrs. Gilbert wondered how she was to endure her life. And then her thoughts went back to the still pool below the mill stream. She remembered the happy, drowsy summer afternoon on which Roland Lansdell had stood by her side and told her the depth of the stream. She closed her eyes, and her head sank forward upon the folded arms, and all the picture came back to her. She heard the shivering of the rushes, the bubbling splash of a gudgeon leaping out of the water. She saw the yellow sunlight on the leaves, the beautiful sunlight creeping in through every break in the dense foliage, and she saw his face turned towards her with that luminous look, that bright and tender smile, which had only seemed another kind of sunshine. Would he be sorry if he opened the newspaper and read a little paragraph in a corner to the effect that she had been found floating amongst the long rushes in that very spot? Would he remember the sunny afternoon and the things he had said to her? His talk had been very dreamy and indefinite, but there had been, or had seemed to be, an undercurrent of mournful tenderness in all he said, as vague and fitful, as faint and mysterious as the murmuring of the summer wind across the rushes. The two young men came in presently, smelling of dust and tobacco smoke. They found Isabel lying on the sofa, with her face turned to the wall. Did her head still ache? Yes, as badly as ever. George sat down to read his Sunday paper. He was very fond of a Sunday paper, and he read all the accidents and police reports, and the indignant letters from liberal-minded citizens who signed themselves Aristides and Diogenes and Junius Brutus, and made fiery protests against the iniquities of a bloated aristocracy. While the surgeon folded the crackling newspaper and cut the leaves, he told Isabel about Roland Lansdell's cheque. "He has sent me £25, he said. It's very liberal, but of course I can't think of taking such a sum. I've been a good deal about amongst his farm people, for there's been so much low fever this last month. But I've been looking over the account I'd made out against him, and it doesn't come to a £5 note. I suppose he's been used to deal with physicians who charge a guinea for every visit. I shall send him back his cheque." Isabel shuddered as she listened to her husband's talk. How low and mean all this discussion about money seemed. Had not the enclosure of the cheque in that cruel letter been almost an insult? What was her husband better than a tradesman, when there could be this question of accounts and payments between him and Roland Lansdell? And then she thought of Clotilde and the Duchess with her glittering hair and the cruel azure eyes. She thought of marble pillars gleaming white against the purple of the night, or crimson curtains starred with gold, and high-bred beauty brightly cold. She thought of all that confusion of colour and glitter and perfume and music which was the staple commodity in Mr. Lansdell's poetic wares, and she wondered, in self-abasement and humiliation, how she could have ever for a moment deluded herself with the idea that he could feel one transient sentiment of regard or admiration for such a degraded being as herself. She thought of her scanty dresses that never had the proper number of breadths in the skirt. She thought of her skimpy sleeves made in last year's fashion, her sunburnt straw hat, her green parasol faded like sickly grass at the close of a hot summer. She thought of the gulf between herself and the master of Mordred, and wondered at the madness of her presumption. Poor George Gilbert was quite puzzled by his wife's headache, which was of a peculiarly obstinate nature, lasting for some days. He gave her cooling draughts and lotions for her forehead, which was very hot under his calm professional hand. Her pulse was rapid, her tongue was white, and the surgeon pronounced her to be bilious. He had not the faintest suspicion of any mental ailment lurking at the root of these physical derangements. He was very simple-minded, and being incapable of wrong himself, measured all his decent fellow creatures by a fixed standard. He thought that the good and the wicked formed two separate classes, as widely apart as the angels of heaven and the demons of the fiery depths. He knew that there were, somewhere or other in the universe, wives who wronged their husbands and went into outer darkness, just as he knew that in dismal dens of crime there lurked robbers and murderers, forgers and pickpockets, the newspaper record of whose evil deeds made no unpleasant reading for quiet Sunday afternoons. But of vague sentimental errors, of shadowy dangers and temptations, he had no conception. He had seen his wife pleased and happy in Roland Lansdell's society, and the thought that any wrong to himself, how small soever, could arise out of that companionship had never entered his mind. Mr. Raymond had remarked of the young surgeon that a man with such a moral region was born to be imposed upon. The rest of the week passed in a strange dreary way for Isabel. The weather was very fine, cruelly fine, and to Mrs. Gilbert the universe seemed all dust and sunshine and blankness. Sigismund was very kind to her, and did his best to amuse her, reciting the plots of numerous embryo novels, which were to take Camden Town by storm in the future. But she sat looking at him without seeing him, and his talk sounded a harsh confusion on her ear. Oh, for the sound of that other voice, which had attuned itself to such a tender melody! Oh, for the beautiful cynical talk about the hollowness of life and the wretchedness of things in general! Poor simple-hearted Mr. Smith made himself positively hateful to Isabel during that dismal week, by reason of his efforts to amuse her. "If he would only let me alone," she thought. "If people would only have mercy upon me and let me alone." But that was just what every one seemed determined not to do. Sigismund devoted himself exclusively to the society of his young hostess. William Jeffson let the weeds grow high amongst the potatoes, while he planted standard rose bushes, and nailed up graceful creepers, and dug and improved and transplanted in that portion of the garden which made a faint pretence to prettiness. Was it that he wished to occupy Mrs. Gilbert's mind, and to force her to some slight exertion? He did not prune a shrub or trim a scrap of box without consulting the doctor's wife upon the subject, and Isabel was called out into the garden half a dozen times in an hour. And then during his visit Sigismund insisted upon taking Mrs. Gilbert to Warncliffe to dine with his mother and sisters. Mr. Smith's family made quite a festival for the occasion. There was a goose for dinner, a vulgar and savoury bird, and a big damson pie, and apples and pears in green leaf-shaped dishes for dessert. And of course Isabel's thoughts wandered away from the homely mahogany, with its crimson worsted doilies and dark blue finger-glasses, to the oval table at Mordred, and all its artistic splendour of glass and fruit and flowers. The Smith family thought Mrs. Gilbert very quiet and insipid. But luckily Sigismund had a great deal to say about his own achievements, past, present, and future, so Isabel was free to sit in the twilight, listening dreamily to the slow footsteps in the old-fashioned street outside, the postman's knocking growing fainter and fainter in the distance, and the cawing of the rooks in the grove of elms on the outskirts of town. Mr. Smith senior spent the evening in the bosom of his family, and was put through rather a sharp examination upon abstruse questions in chancery and criminal practice by his aspiring son, who was always getting into morasses of legal difficulty, from which he required to be extricated by professional assistance. The evening seemed a very long one to poor Isabel, but it was over at last, and Sigismund conducted her back to Graybridge in a jolting omnibus, and during that slow homeward drive she was free to sit in a corner and think of him. Mr. Smith left his friends on the following day, and before going he walked with Isabel in the garden and talked to her a little about her life. "I dare say it's a little dull at Graybridge," he said, as if in answer to some remark of Isabel's, and yet she had said nothing. "I dare say you do find it a little dull, though George is one of the best fellows that ever lived, and devoted to you. Yes, is he devoted to you in his quiet way? He isn't one of your demonstrative fellows, you know, can't go into grand romantic raptures or anything of that kind. But we were boys together, Izzy, and I know him thoroughly, and I know that he loves you dearly, and would break his honest heart if anything happened to you, or he was, anyhow, to take it into his head that you didn't love him. But still, I dare say you do find life rather slow work down here, and I can't help thinking that if you were to occupy yourself a little more than you do, you'd be happier. Suppose now," cried Mr. Smith, palpably swelling with the importance of his idea, "suppose you were to write a novel. There! You don't know how happy it would make you. Look at me. I always used to be sighing and lamenting, and wishing for this and that or the other, wishing I had 10,000 a year, or a Grecian nose, or some worldly advantage of that sort. But since I've taken to writing novels, I don't think I've a desire unsatisfied. There's nothing I haven't done, on paper. the beautiful women I've loved and married, the fortunes I've come into, always unexpectedly, and when I was at the very lowest ebb, with the tendency to throw myself into the Serpentine in the moonlight, the awful vengeance I've wreaked upon my enemies, the murders I've committed, would make the life of a Napoleon Bonaparte seem tame and trivial by comparison. I suppose it isn't I that steal up the creaking stair with a long knife tightly grasped and gleaming blue in the moonbeams that creeps through a chink in the shutter, but I'm sure I enjoy myself as much as if it was. And if I were a young lady," continued Mr. Smith, speaking with some slight hesitation and glancing furtively at Isabel's face, "if I were a young lady and had a kind of romantic fancy for a person I ought not to care about, I'll tell you what I'd do with him. I'd put him into a novel, Izzy, and work him out in 3 volumes. And if I wasn't heartily sick of him by the time I got to the last chapter, nothing on earth would cure me." This was the advice which Sigismund gave to Isabel at parting. She understood his meaning, and resented his interference. She was beginning to feel that people guessed her wickedness, and tried to cure her of her madness. Yes, she was very wicked, very mad. She acknowledged her sin, but she could not put it away from her. And now that he was gone, now that he was far away, never to come back, never to look upon her face again, surely there could be no harm in thinking of him. She did think of him, daily and hourly, no longer with any reservation, no longer with any attempt at self-deception. Eugene Aram and Ernest Maltravers, the Giaour and the Corsair, were alike forgotten. The real hero of her life had come, and she bowed down before his image and paid him perpetual worship. What did it matter? He was gone. He was as far away from her now as those fascinating figments of the poetic brain, Messieurs Aram and Maltravers. He was a dream, like all the other dreams of her life, only he could never melt away or change as they had done. End of chapter 20. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 21 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 21. Once more the gate behind me falls. All through the autumnal months, all through the dreary winter, George Gilbert's wife endured her existence, and hated it. The days were all alike, all dark and cold and dreary, and her life was dark and cold and dreary, like the days. She did not write a novel. She did not accomplish any task, or carry out any intention. But she began a great many undertakings, and grew tired of them, and gave them up in despair. She wrote a few chapters of a novel, a wild, weird work of fiction, in which Mr. Roland Lansdell reigned paramount over all the rules of Lindley Murray, and was always nominative when he ought to have been objective, and vice versa, and did altogether small credit to the university at which he was described to have gained an impossible conglomeration of honours. Mrs. Gilbert very soon got tired of the novel, though it was pleasant to imagine it in a complete form, taking the town by storm. He would read it, and would know that she had written it. Was there not a minute description of Lord Thurston's oak in the very first chapter? It was pleasant to think of the romance, neatly bounded in 3 volumes, but Mrs. Gilbert never got beyond a few random chapters, in which the grand crisis of the work, the first meeting of the hero and heroine, the death of the latter by drowning, and of the former by rupture of a blood vessel, and so on, were described. She could not do the everyday work. She could erect a fairy palace, and scatter lavish splendour in its spacious halls, but she could not lay down the stair carpets, or fit the window blinds, or arrange and plan the furniture. She tore up her manuscript, and then for a little time she thought that she would be very good, kind to the poor, affectionate to her husband, and attentive to the morning and afternoon sermons at Graybridge Church. She made a little book out of letter paper, and took notes of the vicar's and the curate's discourses. But both these gentlemen had a fancy for discussing abstruse points of doctrine far beyond Mrs. Gilbert's comprehension, and the doctor's wife found the business of a reporter very difficult work. She made her poor little unaided effort to repent of her sins and to do good. She cut up her shabbiest dresses and made them into frocks for some poor children, and she procured a packet of limp tracts from a Conventford bookseller and distributed them with the frocks, having a vague idea that no charitable benefaction was complete unless accompanied by a tract. Alas for this poor sentimental child! The effort to be good and pious and practical did not sit well upon her. She got on very well with some of the cottagers' daughters, who had been educated at the National School, and were as fond of reading novels as herself. She fraternized with these damsels, and lent them odd volumes out of her little library, and even read aloud to them on occasion; and the vicar of Graybridge, entering one day a cottage where she was sitting, was pleased to hear a humming of noise, as of the human voice, and praised Mrs. Gilbert for her devotion to the good cause. He might not have been quite so well pleased had he heard the subject of her lecture, which had relation to a gentleman of loose principles and buccaneering propensities, a gentleman who left a corsair's name to other times, linked with one virtue and 1,000 crimes. But even these feeble attempts to be good, how short a time it seemed since Isabel Gilbert had been a child, subject to have her ears boxed by the second Mrs. Sleaford; how short a time since to be good meant to be willing to wash the teacups and saucers, or to darn a 3-cornered rent in a hobbledehoy's jacket! Even these feeble efforts ceased by and by, and Mrs. Gilbert abandoned herself to the dull monotony of her life, and solaced herself with the thought of Roland Lansdell, as an opium-eater beguiles his listless days with the splendid visions that glorify his besotted stupor. She resigned herself to her life, and was very obedient to her husband, and read novels as long as she could get one to read, and was for ever thinking of what might have been, if she had been free, and if Roland Lansdell had loved her. Alas, he had only too plainly proved that he did not love her, had never loved her. He had made this manifest by cruelly indisputable evidence at the very time when she was beginning to be unutterably happy in the thought that she was somehow or another nearer and dearer to him than she ought to have been. The dull autumn days and the dark winter days dragged themselves out, and Mr. Gilbert came in and went out, and attended to his duties, and ate his dinner, and rode Brown Molly between the leafless hedgerows beside the frozen streams, as contentedly as he had done in the bright summer time, when his rides had lain through a perpetual garden. His was one of those happy natures which are undisturbed by any wild yearnings after the unattainable. He had an idea of exchanging his Graybridge practice for a better one by and by, and he used to talk to Isabel of this ambitious design; but she took little interest in the subject. She had evinced very little interest in it from the first, and she displayed less now. What would be the use of such a change? It could only bring her a new kind of dreariness, and it was something to stand shivering on the little bridge under Lord Thurston's oak, so bare and leafless now. It was something to see even the chimney pots of Mordred, the wonderful clusters of dark red brick chimneys, warm against the chill December sky. Mrs. Gilbert did not forget that passage in Mr. Roland Lansdell's letter in which he had placed the Mordred library at her disposal, but she was very slow to avail herself of the privilege thus offered to her. She shrank away shyly from the thought of entering his house, even though there was no chance of meeting him in the beautiful rooms, even though he was at the other end of Europe, gay and happy and forgetful of her. It was only by and by, when Mr. Lansdell had been gone some months, and when the dulness of her life had grown day by day more oppressive, that Isabel Gilbert took courage to enter the noble gates of Mordred. Of course she told her husband whither she was going. Was it not her duty to do so? And George good-naturedly approved. "Though I'm sure you've got books enough already," he said, "for you seem to be reading all day." She set out upon a wintry afternoon, and walked alone to the Priory. The old housekeeper received her very cordially. "I've been expecting to see you every day, ma'am, since Mr. Lansdell left us," the worthy woman exclaimed, "for he said as you were rare fond of books, and was to take away any that you fancied, and John's to carry them for you, ma'am, and I was to pay you every attention. But I was beginning to think you didn't mean to come at all, ma'am." There were fires in many of the rooms, for Mr. Lansdell's servants had a wholesome terror of that fatal blue mould which damp engenders upon the surface of a picture. The firelight glimmered upon golden frames, and glowed here and there in the ruby depths of rich Bohemian glass, and flashed in fitful gleams upon rare porcelain vases and groups of stainless marble. But the rooms had a desolate look somehow, in spite of the warmth and light and splendour. Mrs. Warman, the housekeeper, told Isabel of Mr. Lansdell's whereabouts. He was at Milan. Lady Gwendoline Pomfrey had been good enough to tell Mrs. Warman. Somewheres in Italy that was, the housekeeper believed, and he was to spend the rest of the winter in Rome, and then he was going on to Constantinople, and goodness knows where, for there never was such a traveller, or any one so restless like. "Isn't it a pity he don't marry his cousin, Lady Gwendoline, and settle down like his pa?" said Mrs. Warman. "It do seem a shame for such a place as this to be shut up from year's end to year's end, till the very pictures get quite a ghastly way with them, and seem to stare at one reproachful like, as if they was asking over and over again, 'Where is he? Why don't he come home?'" Isabel was standing with her back to the chill wintry sky outside the window, and the housekeeper did not perceive the effect of her discourse. That simple talk was very painful to her. It seemed to her as if Roland Lansdell's image receded farther and farther from her in this grand place, where all the attributes of his wealth and station were a standing evidence of the great gulf between them. "What am I to him?" she thought. "What can such a despicable wretch as I am ever be to him? If he comes home it will be to marry Lady Gwendoline. Perhaps he will tell her how he used to meet me by the mill stream, and they will laugh together about me." Had her conduct been shameless and unwomanly, and would he remember her only to despise her? She hoped that if Roland Lansdell ever returned to Midlandshire, it would be to find her dead. He could not despise her if she was dead. The only pleasant thought she had that afternoon was the fancy that Mr. Lansdell might come back to Mordred and engage himself to his cousin, and the marriage would take place at Graybridge Church, and as he was leading his bride along the quiet avenue, he would start back, anguish-stricken, to the sight of a newly erected headstone, to the memory of Isabel Gilbert, aged 20. 20! That seems quite old, Mrs. Gilbert thought. She had always fancied that the next best thing to marrying a duke would be to fade into an early grave before the age of 18. The first visit to Mordred made the doctor's wife very unhappy. Was it not a reopening of all the old wounds? Did it not bring too vividly back to her the happy summer day when he sat beside her at luncheon, and bent his handsome head and subdued his deep voice as he talked to her? Having broken the ice, however, she went very often to the Priory, and on one or two occasions even condescended to take an early cup of tea with Mrs. Warman, the housekeeper, though she felt that by doing so she in some small measure widened the gulf between Mr. Lansdell and herself. Little by little she grew to feel quite at home in the splendid rooms. It was very pleasant to sit in a low easy chair in the library, his easy chair, with a pile of books on the little reading table by her side, and the glow of the great fire subdued by a noble screen of ground glass and brazen scroll work. Mrs. Gilbert was honestly fond of reading, and in the library at Mordred her life seemed less bitter than elsewhere. She read a great deal of the lighter literature upon Mr. Lansdell's bookshelves, poems and popular histories, biographies and autobiographies, letters and travels in bright romantic lands. To read of the countries through which Mr. Lansdell wandered seemed almost like following him. As Mrs. Gilbert grew more and more familiar with the grand old mansion, and more friendly with Mrs. Warman, the housekeeper, she took to wandering in and out of all the rooms at pleasure, sometimes pausing before one picture, sometimes sitting before another for half an hour at a time, lost in reverie. She knew all the pictures, and had learned their histories from Mrs. Warman, and ascertained which of them were most valued by Mr. Lansdell. She took some of the noble folios from the lower shelves of the library, and read the lives of her favourite painters, and stiff translations of Italian disquisitions on art. Her mind expanded amongst all the beautiful things around her, and the graver thoughts engendered out of grave books pushed away many of her childish fancies, her simple sentimental yearnings. Until now she had lived too entirely amongst poets and romancers, but now grave volumes of biography opened to her a new picture of life. She read the stories of real men and women who had lived and suffered real sorrows, prosaic anguish, hard commonplace trial and misery. Do you remember how, when young Caxton's heart had been wrung by his youth's bitterest sorrows, the little father sends his son to the Life of Robert Hall for comfort? Isabel, very foolish and blind as compared with the son of Austin Caxton, was yet able to take some comfort from the stories of the good men's sorrows. The consciousness of her ignorance increased as she became less ignorant, and there were times when this romantic girl was almost sensible, and became resigned to the fact that Roland Lansdell could have no part in the story of her life. If the drowsy life, the quiet afternoons in the deserted chambers of the Priory, could have gone smoothly on for ever, Isabel Gilbert might have, little by little, developed into a clever and sensible woman. But the current of her existence was not to glide with one dull motion to the end. There were to be storms and peril of shipwreck, and fear and anguish, before the waters flowed into a quiet haven, and the story of her life was ended. One day in March, one bleak day, when the big fires in the rooms at Mordred seemed especially comfortable, Mrs. Gilbert carried her books into an inner apartment, half boudoir, half drawing-room, at the end of a long suite of splendid chambers. She took off her bonnet and shawl, and smoothed her dark hair before the glass. She had altered a little since the autumn, and the face that looked out at her to-day was thinner and older than that passionate tear-blotted face which she had seen in the glass on the night of Roland Lansdell's departure. Her sorrow had not been the less real because it was weak and childish, and had told considerably upon her appearance. But she was getting over it. She was almost sorry to think that it was so. She was almost grieved to find that her grief was less keen than it had been 6 months ago, and that the splendour of Roland Lansdell's image was perhaps a trifle faded. But to-day Mrs. Warman was destined to undo the good work so newly effected by grave books, and to awaken all Isabel's regrets for the missing Squire of Mordred. The worthy housekeeper had received a letter from her master, which she brought in triumph to Mrs. Gilbert. It was a very brief epistle, enclosing cheques for divers payments, and giving a few directions about the gardens and stables. "See that pines and grapes are sent to Lord Ruysdale's whenever he likes to have them, and I shall be glad if you send hothouse fruit and flowers occasionally to Mr. Gilbert, the surgeon of Graybridge. He was very kind to some of my people. Be sure that every attention is shown to Mrs. Gilbert whenever she comes to Mordred." Isabel's eyes grew dim as she read this part of the letter. He thought of her, far away, at the other end of the world almost, as it seemed to her, for this letter was dated from Corfu. He remembered her existence, and was anxious for her happiness. The books were no use to her that day. She sat with a volume open in her lap, staring at the fire, and thinking of him. She went back to the old italics again. His image shone out upon her in all its ancient splendour. Oh, dreary, dreary life, where he was not! How was she to endure her existence? She clasped her hands in a wild rapture. "Oh, my darling, if you could know how I love you!" she whispered, and then started, confused and blushing. Never until that moment had she dared to put her passion into words. The Priory clock struck 3 succeeding hours, but Mrs. Gilbert sat in the same attitude, thinking of Roland Lansdell. The thought of going home and facing her daily life again was unutterably painful to her. That fatal letter, so commonplace to a common reader, had revived all the old exaltation of feeling. Once more Isabel Gilbert floated away upon the wings of sentiment and fancy into that unreal region where the young squire of Mordred reigned supreme, beautiful as a prince in a fairy tale, grand as a demigod in some classic legend. The French clock on the mantelpiece chimed the half hour after 4, and Mrs. Gilbert looked up, aroused for a moment from her reverie. 4:30, she thought. It will be dark at 6, and I have a long walk home. Home! She shuddered at the simple monosyllable, which it is the special glory of our language to possess. The word is very beautiful, no doubt, especially so to a wealthy country magnate, happy owner of a grand old English mansion, with fair lands and coverts, home farm and model farm buildings, shadowy park and sunlit pleasaunce, and wonderful dairies lined with Majorca ware, and musical with the plashing of a fountain. But for Mrs. Gilbert, home meant a square-built house in a dusty lane, and was never likely to mean anything better or brighter. She got up from her low seat, and breathed a long-drawn sigh, as she took her bonnet and shawl from a table near her, and began to put them on before the glass. "The parlour at home always looks ugliest and barest and shabbiest when I have been here," she thought, as she turned away from the glass and moved toward the door. She paused suddenly. The door of the boudoir was ajar. All the other doors in the long range of rooms were open, and she heard a footstep coming rapidly towards her. A man's footstep. Was it one of the servants? No. No servant's footstep ever touched the ground with that firm and stately tread. It was a stranger's footstep, of course. Who should come there that day except a stranger? He was far away, at the other end of the world almost. It was not within the limits of possibility that his footfall should sound on the floors of Mordred Priory. And yet, Isabel stopped, with her heart beating violently, her hands clasped, her lips apart and tremulous, and in the next moment the step was close to the threshold, the door was pushed open, and she was face to face with Roland Lansdell, whom she never thought to see again upon this earth, Roland Lansdell, whose face had looked at her in her dreams by day and night any time within these last 6 months. "Isabel, Mrs. Gilbert," he said, holding out both his hands, and taking hers, which were as cold as death. She tried to speak, but no sound came from her tremulous lips. She could utter no word of welcome to this restless wanderer, but stood before him breathless and trembling. Mr. Lansdell drew a chair toward her and made her sit down. "I startled you," he said. "You did not expect to see me. I had no right to come to you so suddenly, but they told me you were here, and I wanted so much to see you. I wanted so much to speak to you." The words were insignificant enough, but there was a warmth and earnestness in the tones that was new to Isabel. Faint blushes flickered into her cheeks, so deathly pale a few moments before. Her eyelids fell over the dark unfathomable eyes. A look of sudden happiness spread itself upon her face, and made it luminous. "I thought you were at Corfu," she said. "I thought you would never, never, never come back again." "I have been at Corfu, and in Italy, and in innumerable places. I meant to stay away, but I changed my mind, and I came back. I hope you are glad to see me again." What could she say to him? Her terror of saying too much kept her silent. The beating of her heart sounded in her ears, and she was afraid that he too must hear that tell-tale sound. She dared not raise her eyes, and yet she knew that he was looking at her earnestly, scrutinizingly even. "Tell me that you are glad to see me," he said. "Ah, if you knew why I went away, why I tried so hard to stay away, why I have come back, after all, after so many resolutions made and broken, so many deliberations, so much doubt and hesitation. Isabel, tell me you are glad to see me once more." She tried to speak, and faltered out a word or two, and broke down and turned away from him. And then she looked round at him again with a sudden impulse, as innocently and childishly as Zuleika might have looked at Selim, forgetful for a moment of the square-built house in the dusty lane, of George Gilbert, and all the duties of her life. "I have been so unhappy," she exclaimed. "I have been so miserable. And you will go away again by and by, and I shall never, never see you any more." Her voice broke, and she burst into tears, and then, remembering the surgeon all in a moment, she brushed them hastily away with her handkerchief. "You frightened me so, Mr. Lansdell," she said, "and I'm very late, and I was just going home, and my husband will be waiting for me. He comes to meet me sometimes when he can spare time. Good-bye." She held out her hand, looking at Roland nervously as she did so. Did he despise her very much, she wondered? No doubt he had come home to marry Lady Gwendoline Pomfrey, and there would be a fine wedding in that bright May weather. There was just time to go into a consumption between March and May, Mrs. Gilbert thought, and her tombstone might be ready for the occasion, if the gods who bestow upon their special favourites the boon of early death would only be kind to her. "Good-bye, Mr. Lansdell," she repeated. "Let me walk a little way with you. Ah, if you knew how I have travelled night and day, if you knew how I have languished for this hour, and for the sight of—" For the sight of what? Roland Lansdell was looking down at the pale face of the doctor's wife as he uttered that unfinished sentence. But amongst all the wonders that ever made the story of a woman's life wonderful, it could never surely come to pass that a demigod would descend from the ethereal regions which were his common habitation on her account, Mrs. Gilbert thought. She went home in the chill March twilight, but not through the bleak and common atmosphere which other people breathed that afternoon, for Mr. Lansdell walked by her side, and, not encountering the surgeon, went all the way to Graybridge, and only left Mrs. Gilbert at the end of the dusty lane in which the doctor's red lamp already glimmered faintly in the dusk. Would the master of Mordred Priory have been stricken with any sense of shame if he had met George Gilbert? There was an air of decision in Lansdell's manner which seemed like that of a man who acts upon a settled purpose, and has no thought of shame. End of chapter 21. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 22 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 22. My Love's a Noble Madness. Mr. Lansdell did not seem in a hurry to make any demonstration of his return to Mordred. He did not affect any secrecy, it is true, but he shut himself a good deal in his own rooms, and seldom went out except to walk in the direction of Lord Thurston's Oak, whither Mrs. Gilbert also rambled in the chilly spring afternoons, and where Mr. Lansdell and the doctor's wife met each other very frequently. Not quite by accident now, for at parting Roland would say with supreme carelessness, "I suppose you will be walking this way to-morrow. It is the only walk worth taking hereabouts, and I'll bring you the other volume." Lord Ruysdale and his daughter were still at Lowlands, but Mr. Lansdell did not betake himself thither to pay his respects to his uncle and cousin, as he most certainly should have done in common courtesy. He did not go near the grey old mansion where the Earl and his daughter vegetated in gloomy and economical state. But Lady Gwendoline heard from her maid that Mr. Lansdell had come home, and bitterly resented his neglect. She resented it still more bitterly by and by, when the maid, who was a little faded like her mistress, and perhaps a little spiteful into the bargain, let drop a scrap of news she had gleaned in the servants' hall. Mr. Lansdell had been seen walking on the Graybridge road with Mrs. Gilbert, the doctor's wife. And it wasn't the first time either, and people do say it looks odd when a gentleman like Mr. Lansdell is seen walking and talking oftentimes with such as her. The maid saw her mistress's face turn pale in the glass. No matter what the rank or station or sex of poor Othello, he or she is never suffered to be at peace, or to be happy, knowing nothing. There is always a mine ancient, male or female, as the case may be, to bring home the freshest information about the delinquent. "I have no wish to hear the servants gossip about my cousin's movements," Lady Gwendoline said with supreme hauteur. "He is the master of his own actions, and free to go where he pleases and with whom he pleases." "I'm sure I beg pardon, my lady, and meant no offence," the maid answered meekly. But she don't like it for all that, the damsel thought with an inward chuckle. Roland Lansdell kept himself aloof from his kindred, but he was not suffered to go his own way unmolested. The road to perdition is not quite so smooth and flower-bestrewn a path as we are sometimes taught to believe. A merciful hand often flings stumbling blocks and hindering brambles in our way. It is our own fault if we insist upon clambering over the rocky barriers and scrambling through the briary hedges in a mad eagerness to reach the goal. Roland had started up the fatal descent, and was of course going at that rapid rate at which we always travel downhill. But the road was not all clear for him. Charles Raymond of Conventford was amongst the people who heard accidentally of the young man's return, and about a week after Roland's arrival the kindly philosopher presented himself at the Priory, and was fortunate enough to find his kinsman at home. In spite of Mr. Lansdell's desire to be at his ease, there was some restraint in his manner as he greeted his old friend. "I am very glad to see you, Raymond," he said. "I should have ridden over to Conventford in a day or two. I've come home, you see." "Yes, and I'm very sorry to see it. This is a breach of good faith, Roland." "Of what faith? With whom?" "With me," answered Mr. Raymond gravely. "You promised me that you would go away." "I did, and I went away." "And now you have come back again." "Yes," replied Mr. Lansdell, folding his arms and looking full at his kinsman with an ominous smile upon his face. "Yes, the fact is a little too evident for the basis of an argument. I have come back." Mr. Raymond was silent for a minute or so. The younger man stood with his back against the angle of the embayed window, and he never took his eyes from his friend's face. There was something like defiance in the expression of his face, and even in his attitude, as he stood with folded arms leaning against the wainscot. "I hope, Roland, that since you have come home it is because the reason which took you away from this place has ceased to exist. You come back because you are cured. I cannot imagine it to be otherwise, Roland. I cannot believe that you have broken faith with me." "What if I have come home because I find my disease is past all cure? What if I have kept faith with you and have tried to forget, and come back at last because I cannot?" "Roland!" "Ah, it is a foolish fever, is it not? Very foolish, very contemptible to the solemn-faced doctor who looks on and watches a wretched patient tossing and writhing, and listens to his delirious ravings. Have you ever seen a man in the agonies of delirium tremens, catching imaginary flies, and shrieking about imps and demons capering on his counterpane? What a pitiful disease it is! Only the effect of a few extra bottles of brandy, but you can't cure it. You may despise the sufferer, but you shrink back terror-stricken before the might of the disease. You've done your duty, doctor. You tried honestly to cure my fever, and I submitted honestly to your remedies. But you're only a quack after all, and you pretended, what all charlatans pretend, to be able to cure the incurable." "You have come back with the intention of remaining, then, Roland?" "C'est selon. I have no present idea of remaining here very long." "And in the meantime you allow people to see you walking the Graybridge road, and loitering about Thurston's Crag with Mrs. Gilbert. Do you know that already that unhappy girl's name is compromised? The Graybridge people are beginning to couple her name with yours." Mr. Lansdell laughed aloud, but not with the pleasant laugh which was common with him. "Did you ever look in a British atlas for Graybridge on the Wayverne?" he asked. "There are some atlases which do not give the name of the place at all. In others you'll find a little black dot with the word Graybridge printed in very small letters. The British Gazetteer will tell you that Graybridge is interesting on account of its church, which, etc., etc., that an omnibus plies to and fro between the village and Warncliffe station, and that the nearest market town is Wareham. In all the literature of the world, that's about all the student can learn of Graybridge. What an affliction it must be to a traveller in the Upper Pyrenees, or on the banks of the Amazon, to know that people at Graybridge mix his name sometimes with their tea-table gossip. What an enduring torture for a loiterer in fair Grecian isles, an idle dreamer beside that blue depths of southern sea, to know that Graybridge disapproves of him." "I had better go away, Roland," Mr. Raymond said, looking at his kinsman with a sad reproachful gaze, and stretching out his hand to take up the hat and gloves he had thrown upon a chair near him. "I can do no good here." "You cannot separate me from the woman I love," answered Roland boldly. "I am a scoundrel, I suppose, but I am not a hypocrite. I might tell you a lie and send you away hoodwinked and happy. No, Raymond, I will not do that. If I am foolish and wicked, I have not sinned deliberately. I have striven against my folly and my wickedness. When you talked to me that night at Waverley, you only echoed the reproaches of my own conscience. I accepted your counsel and ran away. My love for Isabel Gilbert was only a brief infatuation, I thought, which would wear itself out like other infatuations with time and absence. I went away, fully resolved never to look upon her face again. And then only, I knew how truly and how dearly I loved her. I went from place to place, but I could no more fly from her image than from my own soul. In vain I argued with myself, as better men have done before my time, that this woman was in no way superior to other women. Day by day I took my lesson deeper to heart. I cannot talk of these things to you. There is a kind of profanation in such a discussion. I can only tell you that I came back to England with a rooted purpose in my mind. Do not thrust yourself upon me. You have done your duty, and may wash your hands of me with Christian-like self-satisfaction. You have nothing further to do in this galère." "Oh, Roland, that you should ever come to talk to me like this! Have you no sense of truth or honour? Not even the common instinct of a gentleman? Have you no feeling for that poor honest-hearted fellow who has judged you by his own simple standard, and has trusted you implicitly? Have you no feeling for him, Roland?" "Yes, I am very sorry for him. I am sorry for the grand mistake of his life. But do you think he could ever be happy with that woman? I have seen them together, and know the meaning of the grand word union as applied to them. All the width of the universe cannot divide them more entirely than they are divided now. They have not one single sentiment in common. Charles Raymond, I tell you I am not entirely a villain. I do still possess some lingering remnant of that common instinct of which you spoke just now. If I had seen Isabel Gilbert happy with a husband who loved her and understood her, and who was loved by her, I would have held myself aloof from her pure presence. I would have stifled every thought that was a wrong to that holy union. I am not base enough to steal the lamp which lights a good man's home. But if I find a man who has taken possession of a peerless jewel, as ignorant of its value and as powerless to appreciate its beauty as a soldier who drags a Raphael from the innermost shrine of some ransacked cathedral, and makes a knapsack for himself out of the painted canvas, if I find a pig trampling pearls under his ruthless feet, am I to leave the gems for ever in his sty, in my punctilious dread that I may hurt the feelings of the animal by taking his unvalued treasure away from him? Other men have argued as you argue to-day, Roland, answered Mr. Raymond. Other men have reasoned as you reason, Roland, but they have not the less brought anguish and remorse upon themselves, and upon the victims of their sin. Did not Rousseau declare that the first man who enclosed a lot of ground and called it mine was the enemy of the human race? You young philosophers of our modern day twist the argument another way, and are ready to avow that the man who marries a pretty woman is the foe to all unmarried mankind. He should have held himself aloof, and waited till the man arrived upon the scene, the man with the poetic sympathies and sublime appreciation of womanly grace and beauty, and all manner of hazy attributes which are supposed to be acceptable to the sentimental womanhood. Bah, Roland! All this is very well on toned paper, in a pretty little hot-pressed volume published by Messrs. Moxon, but the universe was never organized for the special happiness of poets. There must be jog-trot existences, and commonplace contentment, and simple everyday households, in which husbands and wives love each other, and do their duty to each other in a plain prosaic manner. Life can't be all rapture and poetry. Ah, Roland, it has pleased you of late years to play the cynic. Let your cynicism save you now. Is it worth while to do a great wrong, to commit a horrible sin, for the sake of a pretty face and a pair of black eyes, for the gratification of a passing folly? It is not a passing folly, returned Mr. Lansdell fiercely. I was willing to think that it was so last autumn, when I took your advice and went away from this place. I know better now. If there is depth and truth anywhere in the universe, there is depth and truth in my love for Isabel Gilbert. Do not talk to me, Raymond. The arguments which would have weighed with other men will have no power with me. It is my fault or my misfortune that I cannot believe in the things in which other men believe. Above all, I cannot believe in formulas. I cannot believe that a few words shuffled over by a parson at Conventford last January 12th can be strong enough to separate me for ever from the woman I love, and who loves me. Yes, she loves me, Raymond, cried the young man, his face lighting up suddenly with a smile which imparted a warmth to his dark complexion, like the rich glow of a Murillo. She loves me, my beautiful unvalued blossom that I found blooming all alone and unnoticed in a desert. She loves me. If I had discovered coldness or indifference, coquetry or pretence of any kind in her manner the other day when I came home, I would have gone back even then. I would have acknowledged my mistake, and would have gone away to suffer alone. My dear old Raymond, it is your duty, I know, to lecture me and argue with me; but I tell you again, it is only wasted labour. I am past all that. Try to pity me and sympathize with me, if you can. Solitude is not such a pleasant thing, and people do not go through the world alone without some sufficient reason for their loneliness. There must have been some sorrow in your life, dear old friend, some mistake, some disappointment. Remember that, and have pity upon me." Mr. Raymond was silent for some minutes. He sat with his face shaded in his hand, and his hand was slightly tremulous. "There was a sorrow in my life, Roland," he said by and by, "a deep and lasting one, and it is the memory of that sorrow which makes you so dear to me. But it was a sorrow in which shame had no part. I am proud to think that I suffered, and suffered silently. I think you can guess, Roland, why you have always been, and always must be, as dear to me as my own son." "I can," answered the young man, holding out his hand. "You loved my mother." "I did, Roland, and stood aloof, and saw her married to the man she loved. I held her in my arms and blessed her on her wedding day, in the church yonder; but never from that hour to this have I ceased to love and honour her. I have worshipped a shadow all my life, but her image was nearer and dearer to me than the living beauty of other women. I can sympathize with a wasted love, Roland, but I cannot sympathize with a love that seeks to degrade its object." "Degrade her!" cried Roland. "Degrade Isabel! There can be no degradation in such a love as mine. But you see, we think differently. We see things from a different point of view. You look through the spectacles of Graybridge, and see an elopement, a scandal, a paragraph in the country papers. I recognise only the immortal right of two free souls, who know that they have been created for each other." "Do you ever think of your mother, Roland? I remember how dearly she loved you, and how proud she was of the qualities that made you worthy to be her son. Do you ever think of her as a living presence, conscious of your sorrows, compassionate of your sins? I think if you considered her thus, Roland, as I do, she has never been dead to me. She is the ideal in my life, and lifts my life above its common level. If you thought of her as I do, I don't think you could hold to the bad purpose that has brought you back to this place." "If I believed what you believe," cried Mr. Lansdell, with sudden animation, "I should be a different man from what I am; a better man than you are, perhaps. I sometimes wonder at such as you, who believe in all the glories of unseen worlds, and yet are so eager and so worldly in all your doings upon this shabby commonplace earth. If I believed, I think I should be blinded and intoxicated by the splendour of my heritage. I would turn Trappist, and live in a dumb rapture from year's end to year's end. I would go and hide myself amid the mountain tops, high among the eagles and the stars, and ponder upon my glory. But you see, it is my misfortune not to believe in that beautiful fable. I must take my life as it is; and if, after 10 foolish unprofitable years, fate brings one little chance of supreme happiness in my way, who shall tell me to withhold my hand? Who shall forbid me to grasp my treasure?" Mr. Raymond was not a man to be easily put off. He stayed at Mordred for the remainder of the day, and dined with his young cousin, and sat talking with him until late at night. But he went away at last with a sad countenance and a heavy heart. Roland's disease was past the cure of philosophy. What chance have Friar Lawrence and philosophy ever had against Miss Capulet's Grecian nose and dark Italian eyes, the balmy air of a warm southern night, the low harmonious murmur of a girlish voice, the gleaming of a white arm on a moonlit balcony? End of Chapter 22. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 23 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 23. A Little Cloud. Isabel was happy. He had returned. He had returned to her, never again to leave her. Had he not said something to that effect? He had returned because he had found existence unendurable away from her presence. Mr. Lansdell had told the doctor's wife all this, not once but 20 times, and she had listened, knowing that it was wicked to listen, and yet powerless to shut her ears against the sweet insidious words. She was beloved, for the first time in her life, really, truly, sentimentally beloved, like the heroine of a novel. She was beloved, despite of her shabby dresses, her dowdy bonnets, her clumsy country-made boots. All at once, in a moment, she was elevated into a queen, crowned with woman's noblest diadem, the love of a poet. She was Beatrice, and Roland Lansdell was Dante, or she was Leonora, and he was Tasso. She did not particularly care which. Her ideas of the two poets and their loves were almost as vague as the showman's notion of the rival warriors of Waterloo. She was the shadowy love of the poet, the pensive, impossible love who never could be more to him than a perpetual dream. This was how Isabel Gilbert thought of the master of Mordred, who met her so often now in the chill spring sunshine. There was a kind of wickedness in these stolen meetings, no doubt, she thought; but her wickedness was no greater than that of the beautiful princess who smiled upon the Italian poet. In that serene region of romance, that mystic fairyland in which Isabel's fancies dwelt, sin, as the world comprehends it, had no place. There was no such loathsome image in that fair kingdom of fountains and flowers. It was very wrong to meet Mr. Lansdell, but I doubt if the happiness of those meetings would have had quite such an exquisite flavour to Isabel had that faint soupçon of wickedness been wanting. Did Mrs. Gilbert ever think that the road which seemed so pleasant, the blossoming pathway along which she wandered hand in hand with Roland Lansdell, was all downhill, and that there was a black and hideous goal hidden below in the farthermost valley? No, she was enraptured and intoxicated by her present happiness, blinded by the glory of her lover's face. It had been very difficult for her to realize the splendid fact of his love and devotion, but once believing, she was ready to believe for ever. She remembered a sweet sentimental legend of the Rhineland, the story of a knight who, going away to the wars, was reported as dead, whereon his lady-love, despairing, entered a convent, and consecrated the sad remainder of her days to heaven. But by and by the knight, who had not been killed, returned, and finding that his promised bride was lost to him, devoted the remainder of his days to constancy and solitude, building for himself a hermitage upon a rock high above the convent, where his fair and faithful Hildegonde spent her pure and pious days. And every morning, with the earliest flush of light in the low eastern sky, and all day long, and when the evening star rose pale and silvery beneath the purpling heavens, the hermit of love sat at the door of his cell, gazing upon the humble casement behind which it pleased him to fancy his pure mistress kneeling before her crucifix, sometimes mingling his name with her prayers. And was not the name of the knight Roland his name? It was such a love as this which Isabel imagined she had won for herself. It is such a love as this which is the dearest desire of womankind, a beautiful, useless, romantic devotion, a wasted life of fond, regretful worship. Poor, weak, sentimental Mary of Scotland accepts Chastelar's poetic homage, and is pleased to think that the poet's heart is breaking because of her grace and loveliness, and would like it to go on breaking for ever. But the love-sick poet grows weary of that distant worship, and would scale the royal heavens to look nearer at the brightness of his star, whence come confusions and troubles, and the amputation of that foolish, half-demented head. So there was no thought of peril to herself or to others in Mrs. Gilbert's mind when she stood on the bridge above the mill-stream, talking with Roland Lansdell. She had a vague idea that she was not exactly doing her duty to her husband, but poor George's image only receded farther and farther from her. Did she not still obey his behests, and sit opposite to him at the little dinner-table, and pour out his tea at breakfast, and assist him to put on his overcoat in the passage before he went out? Could she do more for him than that? No. He had himself rejected all further attention. She had tried to brush his hat once in a sudden gush of dutiful feeling, but she had brushed the nap the wrong way, and had incurred her husband's displeasure. She had tried to read poetry to him, and he had yawned during her lecture. She had put flowers on his dressing-table, white, fragile-looking flowers, in a tall slender vase, with a tendril of convolvulus twined artfully round the stem, like a garland about a classic column; and Mr. Gilbert had objected to the perfumed blossoms as liable to generate carbonic acid gas. What could any one do for such a husband as this? The tender sentimental raptures, the poetic emotions, the dim aspirations which Isabel revealed to Roland would have been as unintelligible as the Semitic languages to George. Why should she not bestow this other half of her nature upon whom she chose? If she gave her duty and obedience to Othello, surely Cassio might have all the poetry of her soul, which the matter-of-fact Moor despised and rejected. It was something after this wise that Isabel reasoned, when she did reason at all about her platonic attachment for Roland Lansdell. She was very happy, lulled to rest by her own ignorance of all danger, rather than by any deeply studied design on the part of her lover. His manner to her was more tender than a father's manner to his favourite child, more reverential than Raleigh's to Elizabeth of England. But in all this he had no thought of deception. The settled purpose in his mind took a firmer root every day, and he fancied that Isabel understood him, and knew that the great crisis of her life was fast approaching, and had prepared herself to meet it. One afternoon, late in the month, when the March winds were bleaker and more pitiless than usual, Isabel went across the meadows, where the hedgerows were putting forth timid little buds to be nipped by the chill breezes, and where here and there a violet made a tiny speck of purple on the grassy bank. Mr. Lansdell was standing on the bridge when Isabel approached the familiar trysting-place, and turned with a smile to greet her. But although he smiled as he pressed the slender little hand that almost always trembled in his own, the master of Mordred was not very cheerful this afternoon. It was the day succeeding that on which Charles Raymond had dined with him, and the influence of his kinsman's talk still hung about him and oppressed him. He could not deny that there had been truth and wisdom in his friend's earnest pleading, but he could not abandon his purpose now. Long vacillating and irresolute, long doubtful of himself and all the world, he was resolved at last, and obstinately bent upon carrying out his resolution. "I am going to London, Isabel," he said, after standing by Mrs. Gilbert for some minutes, staring silently at the water. "I am going to London to-morrow morning, Isabel." He always called her Isabel now, and lingered with a kind of tenderness upon the name. Edith Dombey would have brought confusion upon him for this presumption, no doubt, by one bright glance of haughty reproof; but poor Isabel had found out long ago that she in no way resembled Edith Dombey. "Going to London!" cried the doctor's wife, piteously. "Ah, I knew that you would go away again, and I shall never see you any more." She clasped her hands in her sudden terror, and looked at him with a world of sorrow and reproach in her pale face. "I knew that it would be so," she repeated. "I dreamt the other night that you had gone away, and I came here, and oh, it seemed such a dreadful way to come, and I kept taking the wrong turnings, and going through the wrong meadows, and when I came there was only some stranger, who told me that you were gone and would never come back." "But Isabel, my love, my darling!" The tender epithets did not startle her, she was so absorbed by the fear of losing the god of her idolatry. "I am only going to town for a day or two, to see my lawyer, to make arrangements of vital importance. I should be a scoundrel if I neglected them, or incurred the smallest hazard by delaying them an hour. You don't understand these sort of things, Isabel, but trust me, and believe that your welfare is dearer to me than my own. I must go to town, but I shall only be gone a day or two, 2 days at the most, perhaps only 1. And when I come back, Izzy, I shall have something to say to you, something very serious, something that had better be said at once, something that involves all the happiness of my future life. Will you meet me here 2 days hence, on Wednesday, at 3 o'clock? You will, won't you, Isabel? I know I do wrong in exposing you to the degradation of these stolen meetings. If I feel the shame so keenly, how much worse it must be for you, my own dear girl, my sweet innocent darling. But this shall be the last time, Isabel, the last time I will ask you to incur any humiliation for me. Henceforward we will hold our heads high, my love, for at least there shall be no trickery or falsehood in our lives." Mrs. Gilbert stared at Roland Lansdell in utter bewilderment. He had spoken of shame and degradation, and had spoken in the tone of a man who had suffered, and still suffered, very bitterly. This was all Isabel could gather from her lover's speech, and she opened her eyes in blank amazement as she attended to him. Why should he be ashamed, or humiliated, or degraded? Was Dante degraded by his love for Beatrice? Was Waller degraded by his devotion for Saccharissa, for ever evidenced by so many charming versicles, and never dropping down from the rosy cloudland of poetry into the matter-of-fact regions of prose? Degraded? Ashamed? Her face grew crimson all in a moment as these cruel words stung her poor sentimental heart. She wanted to run away all at once, and never see Mr. Lansdell again. Her heart would break, as a matter of course, but how infinitely preferable to shame would be a broken heart, and early death with an appropriate tombstone. The tears rolled down her flushed cheek as she turned away her face from Roland. She was almost stifled by mingled grief and indignation. I did not think you were ashamed to meet me here sometimes," she sobbed out. "You asked me to come. I did not think that you were humiliated by talking to me. "Why, Isabel, darling," cried Roland, "can you misunderstand me so utterly? Ashamed to meet you, ashamed of your society? Can you doubt what would have happened had I come home a year earlier than it was my ill fortune to come? Can you doubt for a moment that I would have chosen you for my wife out of all the women in the universe, and that my highest pride would have been the right to call you that dear name? I was too late, Izzy, too late to win that pure and perfect happiness which would have made a new man of me, which would have transformed me into a good and useful man, as I think. I suppose it is always so. I suppose there is always one drop wanting in the cup of joy, that one mystic drop which would change the commonplace potion into an elixir. I came too late. Why should I have everything in this world? Why should I have 15,000 a year, and Mordred Priory, and the right to acknowledge the woman I love in the face of all creation, while there are crippled wretches sweeping crossings for the sake of a daily crust, and men and women wasting away in great prison-houses called unions, whose first law is the severance of every earthly tie? I came too late, and I suppose it was natural that I should so come. Millions of destinies have been blighted by as small a chance as that which has blighted mine, I dare say. We must take our fate as we find it, Isabel, and if we are true to each other, I hope and believe that it may be a bright one even yet. A woman of the world would have very quickly perceived that Mr. Lansdell's discourse must have relation to more serious projects than future meetings under Lord Thurston's oak, with interchanges of diverse volumes of light literature. But Isabel Gilbert was not a woman of the world. She had read novels while other people perused the Sunday papers, and of the world out of a 3-volume romance she had no more idea than a baby. She believed in a phantasmal universe created out of the pages of poets and romancers. She knew that there were good people and bad people, Ernest Maltraverses and Lumley Ferrerses, Walter Gays and Carkers. But beyond this she had very little notion of mankind, and having once placed Mr. Lansdell amongst the heroes, could not imagine him to possess one attribute in common with the villains. If he seemed intensely in earnest about these meetings under the oak, she was in earnest too, and so had been the German knight who devoted the greater part of his life to watching the casement of his lady-love. "I shall see you sometimes," she said with timid hesitation. "I shall see you sometimes, shan't I, when you come home from town? Not often, of course. I dare say it isn't right to come here often, away from George, and the last time I kept him waiting for his dinner. But I told him where I had been, and that I'd seen you, and he didn't mind a bit." Roland Lansdell sighed. "Ah, don't you understand, Isabel?" he said. "That doubles our degradation. It is for the very reason that he doesn't mind. It is precisely because he is so simple-hearted and trusting that we ought not to deceive the poor fellow any longer. That's the degradation, Izzy. The deception, not the deed itself. A man meets his enemy in fair fight and kills him, and nobody complains. The best man must always win, I suppose, and if he wins by fair means no one need grudge him his victory. I mystify you, don't I, my darling, by all this rambling talk? I shall speak plainer on Wednesday. And now let me take you homewards," added Mr. Lansdell, looking at his watch, "if you are to be home at 5. He knew the habits of the doctor's little household, and knew that 5 o'clock was Mr. Gilbert's dinner hour. There was no conversation of any serious nature during the homeward walk, only dreamy talk about books and poets and foreign lands. Mr. Lansdell told Isabel of bright spots in Italy and Greece, wonderful villages upon the borders of blue lakes deeply hidden among alpine slopes, and snow-clad peaks like stationary clouds, beautiful and picturesque regions which she must see by and by, Roland added gaily. But Mrs. Gilbert opened her eyes very wide and laughed aloud. How should she ever see such places, she asked, smiling. George would never go there. He would never be rich enough to go, nor would he care to go, were he ever so rich. And while she was speaking, Isabel thought that, after all, she cared very little for those lovely lands, much as she had dreamed about them and pined to see them long ago in the Camberwell garden on the still moonlit nights, when she used to stand on the little stone step leading from the kitchen, with her arms resting on the water-butt, like Juliet's on the balcony, and fancy it was Italy. Now she was quite resigned to the idea of never leaving Graybridge on the Wayverne. She was content to live there all her life, as long as she could see Mr. Lansdell now and then, so long as she could know that he was near her, thinking of her and loving her, and that at any moment his dark face might shine out of the dulness of her life. A perfect happiness had come to her, the happiness of being beloved by the bright object of her idolatry. Nothing could add to that perfection. The cup was full to the very brim, filled with an inexhaustible draught of joy and delight. Mr. Lansdell stopped to shake hands with Isabel when they came to the gate leading into the Graybridge road. "Good-bye," he said softly. "Good-bye until Wednesday, Isabel. Isabel, what a pretty name it is! You have no other Christian name?" "Oh, no." "Only Isabel. Isabel Gilbert. Good-bye." He opened the gate and stood watching the doctor's wife as she passed out of the meadow and walked at a rapid pace towards the town. A man passed along the road as Mr. Lansdell stood there, and looked at him as he went by, and then turned and looked after Isabel. "Raymond is right, then," thought Roland. "They have begun to stare and chatter already. Let them talk about me at their tea-tables, and paragraph me in their newspapers to their heart's content. My soul is as much above them as the eagle soaring sunward is above the sheep that stare up at him from the valleys. I have set my foot upon the fiery ploughshare, but my darling shall be carried across it scatheless in the strong arms of her lover." Mrs. Gilbert went home to her husband, and sat opposite to him at dinner as usual; but Roland's words, dimly as she had comprehended their meaning, had in some manner influenced her, for she blushed when George asked her where she had been that cold afternoon. Mr. Gilbert did not see the blush, for he was carving the joint as he asked the question, and indeed had asked it rather as a matter of form than otherwise. This time Mrs. Gilbert did not tell her husband that she had met Roland Lansdell. The words shame and degradation were ringing in her ears all dinner time. She had tasted, if ever so little, the fruit of the famous tree, and she found the flavour thereof very bitter. It must be wrong to meet Roland under Lord Thurston's oak, since he said it was so, and the meeting on Wednesday was to be the last, and yet their fate was to be a happy one. Had he not said so in eloquent, mysterious words, whose full meaning poor Isabel was quite unable to fathom? She brooded over what Mr. Lansdell said all that evening, and a dim sense of impending trouble crept into her mind. He was going away for ever, perhaps, and had only told her otherwise in order to lull her to rest with vain hopes, and thus spare himself the trouble of her lamentations. Or he was going to London to arrange for a speedy marriage with Lady Gwendoline. Poor Isabel could not shake off her jealous fears of that brilliant high-bred rival whom Mr. Lansdell had once loved. Yes, he had once loved Lady Gwendoline. Mr. Raymond had taken an opportunity of telling Isabel all about the young man's early engagement to his cousin, and he had added a hope that, after all, a marriage between the two might yet be brought about. And had not the housekeeper at Mordred said very much the same thing? He will marry Lady Gwendoline, Isabel thought, in a sudden access of despair, and that is what he is going to tell me on Wednesday. He was different to-day from what he has been since he came back to Mordred. And yet what? Isabel tried in vain to fathom the meaning of all Roland Lansdell's wild talk, now earnestly grave, now suddenly reckless, one moment full of hope, and in the next tinctured with despair. What was this simple young novel reader to make of a man of the world, who was eager to defy the world, and knew exactly what a terrible world it was that he was about to outrage and defy? Mrs. Gilbert lay awake all that night, thinking of the meeting by the waterfall. Roland's talk had mystified and alarmed her. The ignorant happiness, the unreflecting delight in her lover's presence, the daily joy that in its fulness had no room for a thought of the morrow, had vanished all at once like a burst of sunlight eclipsed by the darkening clouds that presage a storm. Eve had listened to the first whispers of the serpent, and paradise was no longer entirely beautiful. End of chapter 23. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 24 of The Doctor's Wife by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 24. Lady Gwendoline does her duty. Mrs. Gilbert stayed at home all through the day which succeeded her parting from Roland Lansdell. She stayed in the dingy parlour, and read a little, and played upon the piano a little, and sketched a few profile portraits of Mr. Lansdell, desperately inky and sentimental, with impossibly enormous eyes. She worked a little, wounding her fingers, and hopelessly entangling her thread, and she let the fire out 2 or 3 times, as she was accustomed to do very often, to the aggravation of Mrs. Jeffson. That hard-working and faithful retainer came into the parlour at 2 o'clock, carrying a little plate of seed cake and a glass of water for her mistress's frugal luncheon, and finding the grate black and dismal for the second time that day, fetched a bundle of wood and a box of matches, and knelt down to rekindle the cavernous cinders in no very pleasant humour. "I'm sorry I've left the fire out again, Mrs. Jeffson," Isabel said meekly. "I think there must be something wrong in the grate somehow, for the fire always will go out." "It usen't to go out in Master George's mother's time," Mrs. Jeffson answered, rather sharply, "and it was the same grate then. But my dear young mistress used to sit in yon chair, stitch, 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 at the doctor's cambric shirt-fronts, and the fire was always burning bright and pleasant when he came home. She was a regular stay-at-home, she was," added the housekeeper, in a musing tone, "and it was very rare as she went out beyond the garden, except on a summer's eve, when the doctor took her for a walk. She didn't like going out alone, poor dear, for there was plenty of young squires about Graybridge as would have been glad enough to follow her and talk to her, and set people's malicious tongues chattering about her if she'd have let 'em. But she never did. She was as happy as the day was long, sitting at home working for her husband, always ready to jump up and run to the door when she heard his step outside. God bless her innocent heart." Mrs. Gilbert's face grew crimson as she bent over a sheet of paper on which the words despair and prayer, breath and death, were twisted into a heart-rending rhyme. Ah, this was part of the shame and degradation Roland had spoken of. Everybody had a right to lecture her, and at every turn the perfections of the dead were cast reproachfully in her face, as if she did not wish to be dead and at rest, regretted and not lectured, deplored rather than slandered and upbraided. These vulgar people laid their rude hands upon her cup of joy, and changed its contents into the bitter waters of shame. These commonplace creatures set themselves up as the judges of her life, and turned all its purest and brightest poetry into a prosaic record of disgrace. The glory of the Koh-i-Noor would have been tarnished by the print of such base hands as these. How could these people read her heart, or understand her love for Roland Lansdell? Very likely the serene lady of the Rhineland, praying in her convent cell, was slandered and misrepresented by vulgar boors, who, passing along the roadway beneath, saw the hermit knight sitting at the door of his cell, and gazing fondly at his lost love's casement. Such thoughts as these arose in Isabel's mind, and she was angry and indignant at the good woman who presumed to lecture her. She pushed away the plate of stale cake, and went to the window flushed and resentful. But the flush faded all in a moment from her face when she saw a lady in a carriage driving slowly towards the gate. A lady who wore a great deal of soft brown fur, and a violet velvet bonnet with drooping features, and who looked up at the house as if uncertain as to its identity. The lady was Lord Ruysdale's daughter, and the carriage was only a low basket phaeton, drawn by a stout bay cob, and attended by a groom in a neat livery of dark blue. But if the simple equipage had been the fairy chariot of Queen Mab herself, Mrs. Gilbert could scarcely have seemed more abashed and astounded by its apparition before her door. The groom descended from his seat at an order from his mistress, and rang the bell at the surgeon's gate. And then Lady Gwendolen, having recognised Isabel at the window, and saluted her with a very haughty inclination of the head, abandoned the reins to her attendant, and alighted. Mrs. Jeffson had opened the gate by this time, and the visitor swept by into the little passage, and thence into the parlour, where she found the doctor's wife standing by the table, trifling nervously with that scrap of fancy work whose only progress was to get grimier and grimier day by day under Isabel's idle fingers. Oh, what a dingy, shabby place that Graybridge parlour was always! How doubly and trebly dingy it seemed to-day by contrast with that gorgeous Millet-like figure of Gwendolen Pomfrey, rich and glorious in violet velvet and Russian sable, with the yellow tints of her hair contrasted by the deep purple shadows under her bonnet. Mrs. Gilbert almost sank under the weight of all that aristocratic splendour. She brought a chair for her visitor, and asked in a tremulous voice if Lady Gwendolen would be pleased to sit. There was a taint of snobbishness in her reverential awe of the Earl's handsome daughter. Was not Lady Gwendolen the very incarnation of all her own foolish dreams of the beautiful? Long ago, in the Camberwell garden, she had imagined such a creature, and now she bowed herself before the splendour, and was stricken with fear and trembling in the dazzling presence. And then there were other reasons that she should tremble and turn pale. Might not Lady Gwendolen have come to announce her intended marriage with Mr. Lansdell, and to smite the poor wretch before her with sudden madness and despair? Isabel felt that some calamity was coming down upon her, and she stood pale and silent, meekly waiting to receive her sentence. "Pray sit down, Mrs. Gilbert," said Lady Gwendolen. "I wish to have a little conversation with you. I am very glad to have found you at home, and alone." The lady spoke very kindly, but her kindness had a stately coldness that crept like melted ice through Isabel's veins, and chilled her to the bone. "I am older than you, Mrs. Gilbert," said Lady Gwendolen, after a little pause, and she slightly winced as she made the confession. "I am older than you, and if I speak to you in a manner that you may have some right to resent, as an impertinent interference with your affairs, I trust that you will believe I am influenced only by a sincere desire for your welfare." Isabel's heart sank to a profounder depth of terror than before when she had heard this. She had never in her life known anything but unpleasantness to come from people's desire for her welfare, from the early days in which her stepmother had administered salutary boxes on the ear, and salts and senna, with an equal regard to her moral and physical improvement. She looked up fearfully at Lady Gwendolen, and saw that the fair Saxon face of her visitor was almost as pale as her own. "I am older than you, Mrs. Gilbert," repeated Gwendolen, "and I know my cousin Roland Lansdell much better than you can possibly know him." The sound of the dear name, the sacred name, which to Isabel's mind should only have been spoken in a hushed whisper, like a tender pianissimo passage in music, shot home to the foolish girl's heart. Her face flushed crimson, and she clasped her hands together, while the tears welled slowly up in her eyes. "I know my cousin better than you can know him. I know the world better than you can know it. There are some women, Mrs. Gilbert, who would condemn you unheard, and who would consider their lips sullied by any mention of your name. There are many women in my position who would hold themselves aloof from you, content to let you go your own way. But I take leave to think for myself in all matters. I have heard Mr. Raymond speak very kindly of you. I cannot judge you as harshly as other people judge you. I cannot believe you to be what your neighbours think you." "Oh, what can they think of me?" cried Isabel, trembling with a vague fear, an ignorant fear of some deadly peril utterly unknown to her, and yet close upon her. "What harm have I done that they should think ill of me? What can they say of me? What can they say?" Her eyes were blinded by tears that blotted Lady Gwendolen's stern face from her sight. She was still so much of a child that she made no effort to conceal her terror and confusion. She bared all the foolish secrets of her heart before those cruel eyes. "People say that you are a false wife to a simple-hearted and trusting husband," Lord Ruysdale's daughter answered, with pitiless calmness. "A false wife in thought and intention, if not in deed, since you have lured my cousin back to this place, and are ready to leave it with him as his mistress whenever he chooses to say 'come.' That is what people think of you, and you have given them only too much cause for their suspicion. Do you imagine that you could keep any secret from Graybridge? Do you think your actions, or even your thoughts, could escape the dull eyes of these country people, who have nothing better to do than watch the doings of their neighbours?" demanded Lady Gwendolen bitterly. Alas, she knew that her name had been bandied about from gossip to gossip, and that her grand disappointment in the matter of Lord Heatherland, her increasing years, and declining chances of a prize in the matrimonial lottery, had been freely discussed at all tea-tables in the little country town. "Country people find out everything, Mrs. Gilbert," she said presently. "You have been watched in your sentimental meetings and rambles with Mr. Lansdell, and you may consider yourself very fortunate if no officious person has taken the trouble to convey the information to your husband." Isabel had been crying all this time, crying bitterly, with her head bent upon her clasped hands. But to Lady Gwendolen's surprise she lifted it now, and looked at her accuser with some show of indignation, if not defiance. "I told George almost every time I met Mr. Lansdell," she exclaimed, "and George knows that he lends me books, and he likes me to have books, nice instructive books," said Mrs. Gilbert, stifling her sobs as best she might. "And I never thought that anybody could be so wicked as to fancy there was any harm in my meeting him. I don't suppose anyone ever said anything to Beatrice Portinari, though she was married, and Dante loved her very dearly. And I only want to see him now and then, and to hear him talk, And he has been very, very kind to me." "Kind to you!" cried Lady Gwendolen scornfully. "Do you know the value of such kindness as his? Did you ever hear of any good coming of it? Did such kindness ever bear any fruit but anguish and misery and mortification? You talk like a baby, Mrs. Gilbert, or else like a hypocrite. Do you know what my cousin's life has been? Do you know that he is an infidel, and outrages his friends by opinions which he does not even care to conceal? Do you know that his name has been involved with the names of married women before to-day? Are you besotted enough to think that his new fancy for you is anything more than the caprice of an idle and dissipated man of the world, who is ready to bring ruin upon the happiest home in England for the sake of a new sensation, a little extra aliment for the vanity which a host of foolish women have pampered into his ruling vice?" "Vanity!" exclaimed Mrs. Gilbert. "Oh, Lady Gwendolen, how can you say that he is vain? It is you who do not know him. Ah, if you could only know how good he is, how noble, how generous! I know that he would never try to injure me by so much as a word or a thought. Why should I not love him as we love the stars that are so beautiful and so distant from us? Why should I not worship him as Helena worshipped Bertram, as Viola loved Zanoni? The wicked Graybridge people may say what they like, and if they tell George anything about me, I will tell him the truth. And then, if I was only a Catholic, I would go into a convent like Hildegonde. Ah, Lady Gwendolen, you do not understand such love as mine," added Isabel, looking at the Earl's daughter with an air of superiority that was superb in its simplicity. She was proud of her love, which was so high above the comprehension of ordinary people. It is just possible that she was even a little proud of the slander which attached to her. She had all her life been pining for the glory of martyrdom, and lo, it had come upon her. The fiery circlet had descended upon her brow, and she assumed a dignified pose in order to support it properly. "I only understand that you are a very foolish person," Lady Gwendolen answered coldly, "and I have been extremely foolish to trouble myself about you. I considered it my duty to do what I have done, and I wash my hands henceforward of you and your affairs. Pray go your own way, and do not fear any further interference from me. It is quite impossible that I can have the smallest association with my cousin's mistress." She hurled the cruel word at the doctor's wife, and departed with a sound of silken rustling in the narrow passage. Isabel heard the carriage drive away, and then flung herself down upon her knees to sob and lament her cruel destiny. That last word had stung her to the very heart. It took all the poetry out of her life. It brought before her in its full significance the sense of her position. If she met Roland under Lord Thurston's oak, if she walked with him in the meadows that his footsteps beautified into the smooth lawns of paradise, people, vulgar, ignorant people, utterly unable to comprehend her or her love, would say that she was his mistress. His mistress! To what people she had heard that word applied! And Beatrice Portinari, and Viola, and Leila, and Gulnare, and Zelika, what of them? The visions of all those lovely and shining creatures arose before her, and beside them, in letters of fire, blazed the odious word that transformed her fond platonic worship, her sentimental girlish idolatry, into a shame and disgrace. "I will see him to-morrow and say farewell to him," she thought. "I will bid him good-bye for ever and ever, though my heart should break. Ah, how I hope it may, as I say the bitter word. And never, never will I see him again. I know now what he meant by shame and humiliation. I can understand all he said now." Mrs. Gilbert had another of her headaches that evening, and poor George was obliged to dine alone. He went upstairs once or twice in the course of the evening to see his wife, and found her lying very quietly in the dimly lighted room with her face turned to the wall. She held out her hand to him as he bent over her, and pressed his broad palm with fevered fingers. "I'm afraid I've been neglectful of you sometimes, George," she said, But I won't be so again. I won't go out for those long walks and keep you waiting for dinner. And if you would like a set of new shirts made, you said the other day that yours were nearly worn out, I should like to make them for you myself. I used to help to make the shirts for my brothers, and I don't think I should pucker so much now. And, oh, George, Mrs. Jeffson was talking of your poor mother to-day, and I want you to tell me what it was she died of." Mr. Gilbert patted his wife's hand approvingly, and laid it gently down on the coverlet. "That's a melancholy subject, my love," he said, "and I don't think it would do either of us any good to talk about it. As for the shirts, my dear, it's very good of you to offer to make them, but I doubt if you'd manage them as well as the workwoman at Wareham, who made the last. She's very reasonable, and she's lame, poor soul, so it's a kind of charity to employ her. Good-bye for the present, Izzy. Try to get a nap, and don't worry your poor head about anything." He went away, and Isabel listened to his substantial boots creaking down the stairs, and away towards the surgery. He had come thence to his wife's room, and he left a faint odour of drugs behind him. Ah, how that odious flavour of senna and chamomile flowers brought back a magical exotic perfume that had floated toward her one day from his hair, as he bent his head to listen to her foolish talk. And now the senna and chamomile were to flavour all her life. She was no longer to enjoy that mystical double existence, those delicious glimpses of dreamland which made up for all the dullness of the common world that surrounded her. If she could have died and made an end of it all! There are moments in life when death seems the only issue from a dreadful labyrinth of grief and horror. I suppose it is only very weak-minded people, doubtful, vacillating creatures, like Prince Hamlet of Denmark, who wish to die and make an easy end of their difficulties. But Isabel was not by any means strong-minded, and she thought with a bitter pang of envy of the commonplace young women whom she had known to languish and fade in the most interesting pulmonary diseases, while she so vainly yearned for the healing touch which makes a sure end of all mortal fevers. But there was something, one thing in the world yet worth the weariness of existence, that meeting with him, that meeting which was to be also an eternal parting. She would see him once more. He would look down at her with his mysterious eyes. The eyes of Zanoni himself could scarcely have been more mystically dark and deep. She would see him, and perhaps that strangely intermingled joy and anguish would be more fatal than earthly disease, and she would drop dead at his feet, looking to the last at the dark splendour of his face, dying under the spell of his low tender voice. And then with a shudder she remembered what Lady Gwendolen had said of her demigod: dissipated and an infidel, vain, selfish. Oh, cruel, cruel slander! The slander of a jealous woman, perhaps, who had loved him and been slighted by him. The doctor's wife would not believe any treasonous whisper against her idol. Only from his own lips could come the words that would be strong enough to destroy her illusions. She lay awake all that night, thinking of her interview with Lady Gwendolen, acting the scene over and over again, hearing the cruel words repeated in her ears with dismal iteration throughout the long, dark, slow hours. The pale, cheerless spring daylight came at last, and Mrs. Gilbert fell asleep just when it was nearly time for her to think of getting up. The doctor breakfasted alone that morning, as he had dined the day before. He begged that Isabel might not be disturbed. A good long spell of rest was the best thing for his wife's head, he told Mrs. Jeffson, to which remark that lady only replied by a kind of suspicious sniff, accompanied by a jerk of the head, and followed by a plaintive sigh, all of which were entirely lost upon the parish surgeon. "Females whose heads keep 'em abed when they ought to be seeing after their husbands' meals hadn't ought to marry," Mrs. Jeffson remarked, with better sense than grammar, when she took George's breakfast paraphernalia back to the kitchen. "I heard down the street just now as he come back to the Priory late last night, and I lay she'll be going out to meet him this afternoon, William." Mr. Jeffson, who was smoking his matutinal pipe by the kitchen fire, shook his head with a slow, melancholy gesture as his wife made this remark. "It's a bad business, Tilly," he said. "A bad business first and last. If he was anything of a man, he'd keep away from these parts, and 'ud be above leading a poor simple little thing like that astray. Them poetry hooks and such like, as she's allus a reading, has half turned her head long ago, and it only needs a fine chap like him to turn it altogether. I mind what I say to Muster Jarge the night as I fust see her, and I can see her face now, Tilly, as I see it then, with the eyes fixed and looking far away like. And I knew then what I know better still now, my lass. Them two'll never get on together. They warn't made for one another. I wonder sometimes to see the trouble a man'll take before he gets a pair of boots, to find out as they're a good fit and won't gall his foot when he comes to wear 'em. But the same man'll go and get married as careless and off-hand like, as if there weren't the smallest chance of his wife's not suiting him. I was took by thy good looks, lass, I won't deny, when I first saw thee," Mr. Jeffson added, with diplomatic gallantry. "But it wasn't because of thy looks as I asked thee to be my true wife and friend and companion throughout this mortal life and all its various troubles." End of chapter 24. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 25 of The Doctor's Wife by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 25. For Love himself took part against himself. It was 11 o'clock when Isabel woke, and it was 12 when she sat down to make some pretence of eating the egg and toast which Mrs. Jeffson set before her. The good woman regarded her young mistress with a grave countenance, and Mrs. Gilbert shrank nervously from that honest gaze. Shame and disgrace. She had denied the application of those hideous words to herself, but the cup which she had repudiated met her lips at every turn, and the flavour of its bitter waters was intermingled with everything she tasted. She turned away from Mrs. Jeffson, and felt angry with her. Presently, when the faithful housekeeper was busy in the kitchen, Mrs. Gilbert went softly upstairs to her room and put on her bonnet and shawl. She was not to meet him till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was now only a little after 12. But she could not stay in the house. A terrible fever and restlessness had taken possession of her lately. Had not her life been altogether one long fever since Roland Lansdell's advent in Midlandshire? She looked back and remembered that she had lived once, and had been decently content, in utter ignorance of this splendid being's existence. She had lived and had believed in the shadowy heroes of books, and in great clumsy grey-coated officers stationed at Conventford, and in a sickly curate at Camberwell, and long, long ago, oh, unutterable horror, in a sentimental-looking young chemist's apprentice in the Walworth Road, who had big watery-looking blue eyes, and was not so very unlike Ernest Maltravers, and who gave more liberal threepennyworths of lavender water or hair oil than any other chemist on the Surrey side of the water, to Isabel, not to other people. Miss Sleaford sent one of the boys for the usual threepennyworth on one occasion, and the chemist's measure was very different, and the young lady was not a little touched by this proof of her admirer's devotion. And looking back now, she remembered these things, and wondered at them, and hated herself because of them. There was no low image of a chemist's assistant lurking dimly in the background of Viola's life when she met her fate in the person of Zanoni. All Isabel's favourite heroines seemed to look out at her reproachfully from their cloudland habitations as she remembered this portion of her existence. She had lived, and there had been no prophetic vision of his face among all her dreams. And now there was nothing for her but to try to go back to the same dull life again, since to-day she was to part from him for ever. The day was a thorough March day, changeable in mood, now brightened by a sudden glimpse of the sun, now grey and threatening, dull and colourless as the life which lay before Isabel Gilbert when he should be gone, and the sweet romance of her existence closed abruptly, like a story that is never to be finished. The doctor's wife shuddered as she went out into the lane, where the dust was blowing into eddying circles every now and then by a frolicsome northeaster. She closed the gate safely behind her and went away, and to-day for the first time she felt that her errand was a guilty one. She went into the familiar meadow pathway. She tried to walk slowly, but her feet seemed to carry her towards Thurston's Crag in spite of herself. And when she was far from Graybridge, and looked at her watch, it was only 1 o'clock, and there were 2 long hours that must elapse before Roland Lansdell's coming. It was only 1:15 when she came in sight of the miller's cottage, the pretty little white-walled habitation, nestling low down under big trees, which made a shelter even in winter-time. A girl was standing at a door feeding chickens, and calling to them in a loud cheerful voice. There was no sorrowful love story in her life, Mrs. Gilbert thought, as she looked at the bouncing, red-elbowed young woman. She would marry some flowery-visaged miller's man, most likely, and be happy ever after. But it was only a momentary thrill of envy that shot through Isabel's breast. Better to die for Roland Lansdell than to live for a miller's man in thick clumpy boots and an elaborately stitched smock-frock. Better to have lived for the briefest summer-time of joy and triumph, and then to stand aloof upon a rock for ever afterwards, staring at the wide expanse of waters, and thinking of the past, like Napoleon at St. Helena. "He has loved me," thought Isabel. "I ought never to be unhappy when I remember that." She had brought Shelley with her, and she seated herself upon the bench under the oak, but she only turned the leaves over and over, and listened to the brawling waters at her feet, and thought of Roland Lansdell. Sometimes she tried to think of what her life would be after she had parted from him, but all the future after 4 o'clock that afternoon seemed to recede far away from her, beyond the limits of her understanding. She had a vague idea that after this farewell meeting she would be like Louise de Vallière in the days of her seclusion and penitence. If Father Newman or any other enthusiastic Romanist could have found her sitting by the brawling water that afternoon, he would have secured a willing convert to his tender sentimental creed. The poor bewildered spirit pined for the shadowy aisles of some conventional sanctuary, the low and solemn music, the glimmering shrines, the dreamy exultation and rapture, the separation from a hard commonplace world. But no sympathetic stranger happened to pass that way while Isabel sat there, watching the path by which Roland Lansdell must come. She took out her watch every now and then, always to be disappointed at the slow progress of the time. But at last, just as a sudden gleam of sunshine lighted the waterfall and flickered upon the winding pathway, a distant church clock struck 3, and the master of Mordred Priory pushed open a little gate, and came in and out among the moss-grown trunks of the bare elms. In the next minute he was on the bridge. In the next moment, as it seemed, he was seated by Isabel's side, and had taken her passive hand in his. For the last time, she thought. Involuntarily her fingers closed on his. How closely they seemed linked together now, they who soon were to be parted forever, they between whom all the expanse of the Atlantic would have been only too narrow a barrier. Mrs. Gilbert looked up sadly and shrinkingly at Roland's face, and saw that it was all flushed and radiant. There was just the faintest expression of nervous hesitation about his mouth, but his dark eyes shone with a resolute glance, and seemed more definite in colour than Isabel had ever yet seen them. "My darling," he said, "I am very punctual, am I not? I did not think you would be here before me. You can never guess how much I have thought of our meeting to-day, Isabel. Seriously, solemnly even. Do you remember the garden scene in Romeo and Juliet, Izzy? What pretty sportive boy and girl gallantry the love-making seems! And yet what a tragedy comes of it directly after. When I look at you to-day, Isabel, and think of my sleepless nights, my restless, weary days, my useless wanderings, my broken vows and wasted resolutions, I look back and remember our first meeting at Warncliffe Castle, our chance meeting. If I had gone away 10 minutes sooner, I might not have seen you. I might never have seen you. I look back and see it all. I looked up so indifferently when poor Raymond introduced you to us. It was almost a bore to get up and bow to you. I thought you were very pretty, a beautiful, pale-faced automaton, with wonderful eyes that belonged of right to some Italian picture, and not to a commonplace little person like you. And then, having so little to do, being altogether such an idle, purposeless wretch, and being glad of any excuse for getting away from my stately cousin and my dear prosy old uncle, I must needs stroll to Hurstonleigh Grove, and meet you again under the changing shadows of the grand old trees. Oh, what was it, Isabel? Why was it? Was it only idle curiosity, as I believed, that took me there? Or had the cruel arrow shot home already? Was my destiny sealed even then? I don't know. I am not a good man, Izzy, but I am not utterly bad either. I went away from you, my dear. I did try to avoid the great peril of my life. But you remember the monk in Hugo's Notre Dame? It seems a grand story in that book, Izzy, but it's the commonest story in all the world. Some day, some careless day, we look out of the window and see the creature dancing in the sunshine, and from that moment every other purpose of our life is done with and forgotten. We can do nothing but go out and follow her wherever she beckons us. If she is a wicked siren, she may lure us into the dark recesses of her cave and pick our bones at her leisure. If she is Undine and plunges deep down into the blue water, we can only take a header and go to the bottom after her. But if she is a dear little innocent creature, worthy of our best love and worship, why should we not be happy with her ever afterwards, like the good people in the story-books? Why should we not plan a bright life of happiness and fidelity? Isabel, my darling, I want to talk very seriously to you to-day. The crisis has come in our lives, and I am to find out to-day whether you are the true woman I believe you to be, or only a pretty little village coquette who has fooled me to the top of my bent, and who can whistle me off and let me down the wind to prey at fortune directly I become a serious nuisance. Izzy, I want you to answer a serious question to-day, and all the happiness of my future life depends upon your answer." "Mr. Lansdell!" She looked up at him, very much frightened by his manner, but with her hand still clasping his. The link must so soon be broken for ever. Only for a little while longer might she retain that dear hand in hers. Half an hour more, and they would be parted for ever and ever. The pain of that thought was strangely mingled with the delicious joy of being with him, of hearing from his lips that she was beloved. What did she care for Lady Gwendolen now? Cruel, jealous Lady Gwendolen, who had outraged and insulted the purity of her love. "Isabel," Roland said very gravely, bending his head to a level with hers as he spoke, but looking at the ground rather than at her, "it is time that we ended this farce of duty and submission to the world. We have tried to submit and to rule our lives by the laws which other people have made for us. But we cannot, my dear. We are only hypocrites who try to mask our revolt under the pretence of submission. You come here and meet me, and we are happy together, unutterably and innocently happy. But you leave me and go home to your husband, and smile at him, and tell him that, while you were out walking, you met Mr. Lansdell, and so on. And you hoodwink and fool him, and act a perpetual lie for his delusion. All that must cease, Isabel. That preacher, whom I think the noblest reformer, the purest philosopher whose voice was ever heard upon this earth, said that we cannot serve two masters. You cannot go on living the life you have lived for the last 3 weeks, Isabel. That is impossible. You have made a mistake. The world will tell you that, having made it, you must abide by it, and atone for your folly by a life of dissimulation. There are women brave enough, good enough, if you like, to do this, and to bear their burden patiently. But you are not one of them. You cannot dissimulate. Your soul has flown to me like a bird out of a cage. It is mine, henceforth and for ever, as surely as that I love you, fatally, unaccountably, mysteriously, but eternally. I know the strength of my chain, for I have tried to break it. I have held aloof and tested the endurance of my love. If I ask you now to accept that love, it is because I know that it is true and pure, the true metal, Izzy, the real virgin gold. I suppose a narrow vein of it runs through every man's nature, but it is only one woman's hand that has power to strike upon the precious ore. I love you, Isabel, and I want you to make an end of your present life, and leave this place for ever. I have written to an agent to get me a little villa on the outskirts of Naples. I went there alone, Izzy, 2 months ago, and set up your image in the empty rooms, and fancied you hovering here and there in your white dress, upon the broad marble terrace, with the blue sea below you and the mountains above. I have made 100 plans for our life, Izzy. There is not a whim or fancy of yours that I have not remembered. Ah, what happiness to show you wonderful things and beautiful scenes! What delicious joy to see your eyes open their widest before all the fairest pictures of the earth! I fancy you with me, Isabel, and behold, my life is transformed. I have been so tired of everything in the world, and yet with you by my side all the world will be as fresh as Eden was to Adam on the first day of his life. Isabel, you need have no doubt of me. I have doubted myself and tested myself. Mine is no light love that time or custom can change or lessen. If it were, I would have done my duty and stayed away from you for ever. I have thought of your happiness as well as my own, darling, and I ask you now to trust me and leave this place for ever." Something like a cry of despair broke from Isabel's lips. "You ask me to go away with you?" she exclaimed, looking at Roland as if she could scarcely believe the testimony of her own ears. "You ask me to leave George, and be your mistress? Oh, Lady Gwendolen only spoke the truth then. You don't understand. No one understands how I love you." She had risen as she spoke, and flung herself passionately against the balustrade of the bridge, sobbing bitterly, with her face hidden by her clasped hands. "Isabel, for heaven's sake, listen to me. Can you doubt the purity of my love, the truth, the honesty of my intentions? I ask you to sign no unequal compact. Give me your life, and I'll give you mine in exchange, every day, every hour. Whatever the most exacting wife can claim of her husband, you shall receive from me. Whatever the truest husband can be to his wife, I swear to be to you. It is only a question of whether you love me, Isabel. You have only to choose between me and that other man yonder." "Oh, Roland, Roland, I have loved you so, and you could think that oh, you must despise me. You must despise me very much, and think me very wicked, or you would never—" She couldn't say any more, but she still leant against the bridge, sobbing for her lost delusion. Lady Gwendolen had been right after all. This is what Isabel thought. And there had been no Platonism, no poet worship on Roland Lansdell's side, only the vulgar everyday wish to run away with another man's wife. From first to last she had been misunderstood. She had been the dupe of her own fancies, her own dreams. Lady Gwendolen's cruel words were only cruel truths. It was no Dante, no Tasso, who had wandered by her side, only a dissipated young country squire in the habit of running away with other people's wives, and glorying in his iniquity. There was no middle standing place which Roland Lansdell could occupy in this foolish girl's mind. If he was not a demigod, he must be a villain. If he was not an exalted creature, full of poetic aspirations and noble fancies, he must be a profligate young idler, ready to whisper any falsehood into the ears of a foolish rustic womanhood. All the stories of aristocratic villainy that she had ever read flashed suddenly back upon Mrs. Gilbert's mind, and made a crowd of evidence against Lady Anna Lansdell's son. If he was not the one grand thing which she had believed him to be, a poetic and honourable adorer, he was in nothing the hero of her dreams. She loved him still, and must continue to love him, in spite of all his delinquencies; but she must love him henceforward with fear and trembling, as a splendid iniquitous creature, who had not even one virtue to set against 1,000 crimes. Such thoughts as these crowded upon her as she leaned sobbing on the narrow wooden rail of the bridge, while Roland Lansdell stood by, watching her with a grave and angry countenance. "Is this acting, Mrs. Gilbert? Is this show of surprise and indignation a little comedy which you play when you want to get rid of your lovers? Am I to accept my dismissal, and bid you good afternoon, and put up patiently with having been made the veriest fool that ever crossed this bridge?" "Oh, Roland!" cried Isabel, lifting her head and looking piteously round at him. "I loved you so!" "You love me so, and prove your love by fooling me with tender looks and blushes, till I believe that I have met the one woman in all the world who is to make my life happy. Oh, Isabel, I have loved you because I thought you unlike any other woman. Am I to find that it is only the old story after all? Falsehood and trick and delusion? It was a feather in your cap to have Mr. Lansdell of the Priory madly in love with you, and now that he grows troublesome you send him about his business. I am to think this, I suppose. It has all been coquetry and falsehood from first to last." "Falsehood! Oh, Roland, when I love you so dearly and truly! Not as you love me, with a cruel love that would bring shame and disgrace upon me. You never can be more to me than you are now. We may part, but there is no power on earth that can part my soul from yours, or lessen my love. I came to you this afternoon to say good-bye for ever, because I have heard that cruel things have been said of me by people who do not understand my love. Ah, how should those common people understand, when even you do not, Roland? I came to say good-bye, and then, after to-day, my life will be finished. You know what you said that night. The curtain goes down, and all is over. I shall think of you for ever and ever, till I die. Ah, is there any kind of death that can ever make me forget you? But I will never come here again to see you. I will always try to do my duty to my husband." "Your husband!" cried Mr. Lansdell, with a strident laugh. "Had we not better leave his name out of the question? Oh, Isabel!" he exclaimed, suddenly changing his tone, "so help me heaven, I cannot understand you. Are you only an innocent child after all, or the wiliest coquette that ever lived? You must be one or the other. You speak of your poor husband. My poor dear, is it too late in the day now to talk of him? You should have thought of him first, when we met, when your eyelids first drooped beneath my gaze, when your voice first grew tremulous as you spoke my name. From the very first you have lured me on. I am no trickster or thief, to steal another man's property. If your heart had been your husband's when first I met you, the beauty of an angel in a cathedral fresco would not have been farther away from me than yours. Depend upon it, Eve was growing tired of Eden when the serpent began to talk to her. If you had loved your husband, Isabel, I should have bowed my head before the threshold of your home, as I would at the entrance to a chapel. But I saw that you did not love him. I very soon saw that you did love, or seemed to love me. Heaven knows how I struggled against the temptation, and only yielded at last when my heart told me that my love was true and honest, and worthy of the sacrifice I asked from you. I do ask that sacrifice, boldly, as a man who is prepared to give measure for measure. The little world to which you will say good-bye, Isabel, is a world whose gates will close on me in the same hour. Henceforth your life will be mine, with all its forfeitures. I am not an ambitious man, and have long ceased to care about making any figure in a world which has always seemed to me more or less like a show at a fair, with clanging cymbals and brazen trumpets, and promise and protestation and boasting outside, and only delay and disappointment and vexation within. I do not give up very much, therefore, but what I have I will freely resign. Come with me, Isabel, and I will take you away to the beautiful places you have been pleased to hear me talk about. All the world is ours, my darling, except this little corner of Midlandshire. Great ships are waiting to waft us away to the far southern shores, and tropical paradises, and deep unfathomable forests. All the earth is organized for our happiness. The money that has been so useless to me until now shall have a new use henceforward, for it shall be dedicated to your pleasure. Do you remember opening your eyes very wide the other day, Isabel, and crying out that you would like to see Rome, and poor Keats's grave, and the Colosseum, Byron's Colosseum, where the poetic gladiator thought of his wife and children, Izzy? I made such a dream out of that little childish exclamation. I know the balcony in which we will sit, darling, after dark nights, in carnival time, to watch the crowd in the streets below, and on one grandest night of all, the big dome of St. Peter's shining like a canopy of light, and all the old classic pediments and pillars blazing out of the darkness, as in a city living of fire. Isabel, you cannot have been ignorant of the end to which our fate was chafing us. You must have known that I should sooner or later say what I have said to-day." "Oh, no, no, no!" cried Mrs. Gilbert despairingly. "I never thought that you would ask me to be more to you than I am now. I never thought that it was wicked to come here and meet you. I have read of people who by some fatality could never marry, loving each other and being true to each other for years and years, till death sometimes, and I fancied that you loved me like that, and the thought of your love made me so happy. It was such a happiness to see you sometimes, and to think of you afterwards, remembering every word you had said, and seeing your face as plainly as I see it now. I thought till yesterday that this might go on for ever, and never, never believed that you would think me like those wicked women who run away from their husbands." "And yet you love me?" "With all my heart." She looked at him with her eyes still drowned in tears, but radiant with the truth of her sentimental soul, which had never before revealed itself so artlessly as now. Fondly as she worshipped her idol, his words had little power to move her, now that he was false to his attributes, and came down upon common ground, and wooed her as an everyday creature. If Mr. Lansdell had declared his intention of erecting a marble mausoleum in the grounds of Mordred, and had requested Isabel to commit suicide in order to render herself competent to occupy it with him immediately, she would have thought his request both appropriate and delightful, and would have assented on the spot. But his wild talk of foreign travel had no temptation for her. True, she saw, as in a bright and changing vision, a picture of what her life might be, far away amidst wild romantic regions, in that dear companionship. But between herself and those far-away visions there was a darkly brooding cloud of shame and disgrace. The Graybridge people might say what they chose of her. She could afford to hold her head high, and despise their slanderous whispers. But she could not afford to tarnish her love which had no existence out of bright ideal regions wherein shame could never enter. Roland Lansdell watched her face in silence for some moments, and faintly comprehended the exaltation of spirit which lifted this foolish girl above him to-day. But he was a weak and vacillating young man, who was unfortunate enough not to believe in anything, and he was, in his own fashion, truly and honestly in love, too much in love to be just or reasonable, and he was very angry with Isabel. The tide of his feelings had gathered strength day by day, and had relentlessly swept away every impediment, to be breasted at last by a rocky wall. Here, where he thought to meet only the free boundless ocean, ready to receive and welcome him. "Isabel," he said at last, "have you ever thought what your life is to be, always, after this parting day? You are likely to live 40 years, and even when you have got through them you will not be an old woman. Have you ever contemplated those 40 years, with 365 days in every one of them? Every day to be spent with a man you don't love, a man with whom you have not one common thought? Think of that, Isabel; and then, if you do love me, think of the life I offer you, and choose between them." "I can make only one choice," Mrs. Gilbert answered, in a low sad voice.
I shall be very unhappy, I dare say, but I will do my duty to my husband, and think of you."
"So be it," exclaimed Mr. Lansdell, with a long drawn sigh. "In that case, good-bye." He held out his hand, and Isabel was startled by the coldness of its touch.
"You are not angry with me?" she asked, piteously.
"I have no right to be angry with any one but myself. I do not suppose you meant any harm, but you have done me the deepest wrong a woman can do a man. I have nothing to say to you except good-bye. For mercy's sake, go away, and leave me to myself." She had no pretence for remaining with him after this, so she went away very slowly, frightened and sorrowful. But when she had gone a few yards along the pathway under the trees, she felt all at once that she could not leave him thus. She must see his face once more. She must know for certain whether he was angry with her or not. She crept slowly back to the spot where she had left him, and found him lying at full length upon the grass, with his face hidden on his folded arms. With a sudden instinct of grief and terror, she knew that he was crying, and, falling down on her knees by his side, murmured amidst her sobs, "Oh, pray forgive me! Pray do not be angry with me! I love you so dearly and so truly. Only say that you forgive me." Roland Lansdell lifted his face and looked at her. Ah, what a reproachful look it was, and how long it lived in her memory and disturbed her peace. "I will forgive you," he answered sternly, "when I have learnt to endure my life without you." He dropped his head again upon his folded arms, and Isabel knelt by his side for some minutes, watching him silently. But he never stirred, and she was too much frightened and surprised by his anger, and remorsefully impressed with a vague sense of her own wrong-doing, to dare address him further. So at last she got up and went away. She began to feel that she had been, somehow or other, very wicked, and that her sin had brought misery upon this man whom she loved. End of chapter 25. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 26 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 26. A Popular Preacher. What could Isabel Gilbert do? The fabric of all her dreams was shivered like a cobweb in a sudden wind, and floated away from her for ever. Everybody had mistrusted her. Even he, who should have been a demigod in power of penetration, as in every other attribute, even he had wronged and outraged her, and never again could she look trustfully upward to the dark beauty of his face. Never again could her hand rest, oh so lightly, for one brief instant on his arm. Never again could she tell him in childish confidence all the vague yearnings, the innocently sentimental aspirations of her childish soul. Never any more. The bright ideal of her life had melted away from her like a spectral cloud of silvery spray hovering above an alpine waterfall, and had left behind only a cynical man of the world, who boldly asked her to run away from her husband, and was angry with her because she refused to comply with his cruel demand. Not for one moment did the doctor's wife contemplate the possibility of taking the step which Roland Lansdell had proposed to her. Far off, as far away from her as some dim half-forgotten picture of fairyland, there floated a vision of what her life might have been with him, if she had been Clotilde, or the glittering Duchess, or Lady Gwendolen, or some one or other utterly different from herself. But the possibility of deliberately leaving her husband to follow the footsteps of this other man was as far beyond her power of comprehension as the possibility that she might steal a handful of arsenic out of one of the earthenware jars in the surgery, and mix it with the sugar that sweetened George Gilbert's matutinal coffee. She wandered away from Thurston's Crag, not following the meadow pathway that would have taken her homeward, but going anywhere, half unconscious, wholly indifferent where she went, and thinking with unutterable sadness of her broken dreams. She had been so childish, so entirely childish. She had given herself up so completely to that one dear daydream. I think her childhood floated away from her for ever in company with that broken dream, and that the grey dawn of her womanhood broke upon her, cold and chill, as she walked slowly away from the spot where Roland Lansdell lay face downwards on the grass, weeping over the ruin of his dream. It seemed as if in that hour she crossed Mr. Longfellow's typical rivulet and passed on to the bleak and sterile country beyond. Well may the maiden linger ere she steps across that narrow boundary, for the land upon this hither side is very bare and desolate, as compared with the fertile gardens and pleasant meads she abandons for ever. The sweet age of enchantment is over. The fairy companions of girlhood, who were loveliest even when they were most deluded, spread their bright wings and flutter away, and the grave genius of common sense, a dismal-looking person who dresses in grey woollen stuff, warranted not to shrink under the ordeal of the wash-tub, and steadfastly abjures crinoline, stretches out her hand and offers, with a friendly but uncompromising abruptness, to be the woman's future guide and monitress. Isabel Gilbert was a woman all at once, 10 years older by that bleak afternoon's most bitter discovery. Since there was no one in the world who understood her, since even he so utterly failed to comprehend her, it must be that her dreams were foolish and impossible of comprehension to any one but herself. But those foolish dreams had for ever vanished. She could never think of Roland Lansdell again as she had thought of him. All her fancies about him had been so many fond and foolish delusions. He was not the true and faithful knight who could sit for ever at the entrance of his hermitage, gazing fondly at the distant convent casement, which might or might not belong to his lost love's chamber. No, he was quite another sort of person. He was the fierce, dissolute cavalier, with a cross-handed sword 1.5 yards long, and pointed shoes with long cruel spurs, and steel chain-work jingling and clanking as he strode across his castle hall. He was the false and wicked lover who would have scaled the wall of Hildegonda's calm retreat some fatal night, and would have carried the shrieking nun away to go mad and throw herself into the Rhine on the earliest opportunity. He was a heartless Faust, ready to take counsel of Mephistopheles and betray poor trusting Gretchen. He was Robert the Devil, about whose accursed footsteps a whole graveyard of accusing spirits might arise at any moment. It may be that Isabel did not admire Mr. Lansdell less when she thought of him thus, but there was an awful shuddering horror mingled with her admiration. She was totally unable to understand him as he really was, a benevolently disposed young man, desirous of doing as little mischief in the world as might be compatible with his being tolerably happy himself, and fully believing that no great or irreparable harm need result from his appropriation of another man's wife. The tears rolled slowly down Mrs. Gilbert's pale cheeks as she walked along the Midlandshire lanes that afternoon. She did not weep violently, or abandon herself to any wild passion of grief. As yet she was quite powerless to realize the blankness of her future life, now that her dream was broken for ever. Her grief was not so bitter as it had been on the day of Roland's sudden departure from Mordred. He had loved her, she knew that now, and the supreme triumph of the thought supported her in the midst of her sorrow. He had loved her. His love was not the sort of thing she had so often read of and so fondly believed in. It was only the destroying passion of the false knight, the cruel fancy of the wicked squire in top boots, whom she had frequently seen, per favour of a newspaper order, from the back boxes of the Surrey Theatre. But he did love her. He loved her so well as to cast himself on the ground and weep because she had rejected him. And the wicked squire in top boots had never gone so far as that, generally contenting himself with more practical evidences of his vexation, such as the levying of an execution on the goods and chattels of the heroine's father, or the waylaying and carrying off of the heroine herself by lurid ruffians. How oddly it happened that the worthy farmer in the chintz waistcoat is always in arrear with his rent, and always stands in the relation of tenant to the dissolute squire. Would Mr. Lansdell do anything of that kind? Isabel gave a little shiver as she glanced at the lonely landscape, and thought how a brace of hireling scoundrels might spring suddenly across the hedge and bear her off to a convenient post-chaise. Were there any post-chaises in the world now, Isabel wondered? A strange confusion of thoughts filled her mind. She could not become quite a woman all in a moment. The crossing of the mystic brook is not so rapid an operation as that. Some remnants of the old delusions hung about her, and merely took a new form. She sat down on the lower step of a stile to rest herself by and by, and smoothed back her hair, which had been blown about her face by the March wind, and retied the strings of her bonnet, before she went out on the high road that lay on the other side of the stile. When she did emerge upon the road, she found herself ever so far from home, and close to the model village where Mr. Raymond had given his simple entertainment of tea and pound cake, and in which George Gilbert had stood by her side, pleading to her with such profound humility. Poor George! The quiet aspect of the village green, the tiny cottages trim and bright in the fading March sunshine, the low wooden gate opening into the churchyard, all these, so strange and yet so familiar, brought back the memory of a time that seemed unspeakably far away now. It was Passion Week, for Easter fell very late in March this year, and the model village being a worthy model in the matter of piety as well as in other virtues, there was a great deal of church going among the simple inhabitants. The bells were ringing for evening service now, as Mrs. Gilbert lingered in the road between the village and the churchyard, and little groups of twos and threes, and solitary old women in black bonnets, passed her by as she loitered, quite at a loss whither to go or what to do. They looked at her with solemn curiosity expressed in their faces. She was a stranger there, though Graybridge was only a few miles away. She was a stranger, and that alone, in any place so circumscribed as the model village, was enough to excite curiosity. And it may be that, over and above this, there was something in the look of her pale face and heavy eyelids, and a certain absent expression in her downcast eyes, calculated to arouse suspicion. Even in the midst of her trouble, she could see that people looked at her suspiciously, and all in a moment there flashed back upon her mind the cruel things that Lady Gwendolen Pomphrey had said to her. Yes, all at once she remembered those bitter sentences. She had made herself a subject for slanderous tongues, and the story of her wicked love for Roland Lansdell was on every lip. If he, who should have known her, if he, before whom she had bared all the secrets of her sentimental soul, if even he thought so badly of her as to believe that she could abandon her husband and become the thing that Mr. Dombey believed his wife to be when he struck his daughter on the stairs, the sort of creature whom grave Judge Braddon met one night under a lamp-post in a London street, how could she wonder that other people slandered and despised her? Very suddenly had the gates of paradise closed upon her. Very swiftly had she been dropped down from the fairy regions of her fancy to this cold, hard, cruel workaday world. And being always prone to exaggeration, she fancied it even colder, harder, and more cruel than it was. She fancied the people pointing at her in the little street at Graybridge, the stern rector preaching at her in his Sunday sermon. She pictured to herself everything that is most bitterly demonstrative in the way of scorn and contumely. The days were past in which solemn elders of Graybridge could send her out to wander here and there with bare bleeding feet and a waxen taper in her hand. There was no scarlet letter with which these people could brand her as the guilty creature they believed her to be. But short of this, what could they not do to her? She imagined it all. Her husband would come to know what was thought of her, and to think of her as others thought, and she would be turned out of doors. The groups of quiet people, almost all of them were women, and very few of them were young, melted slowly into the shadowy church porch, like the dusky unsubstantial figures in a dioramic picture. The bells were still ringing in the chill twilight, but the churchyard was very lonely now, and the big solemn yew trees looked weird and ghost-like against the darkening grey sky. Only one long low line of pale yellow light remained of the day that was gone, the day in which Isabel had said farewell to Roland Lansdell. It was a real farewell, no lover's quarrel, wherefrom should spring that renewal of love so dismally associated with the Eton Latin grammar. It was an eternal parting, for had he not told her to go away from him, to leave him for ever? Not being the wicked thing for which he had mistaken her, she was nothing in the world for him. He did not require perpetual worship. He did not want her to retire to a convent in order that he might enjoy himself for the rest of his existence by looking up at her window. He did not want her to sit beside a brazier of charcoal with her hand linked in his, and die. He was not like that delightful Henry von Kleist, who took his Henriette to a pleasant inn about a mile from Potsdam, supped gaily with her, and then shot her and himself beside a lake in the neighbourhood. Mr. Lansdell wanted nothing that was poetical or romantic, and had not even mentioned suicide in the course of his passionate talk. She went into the little churchyard, and walked towards the little bridge upon which she had stood with George Gilbert by her side. The Wayverne flowed silently under the solid moss-grown arch. The wind had gone down by this time, and there was only now and then a faint shiver of the long dark rushes, as if the footsteps of the invisible dead, wandering in the twilight, had stirred them. She stood on the bridge, looking down at the quiet water. The opportunity had come now, if she really wanted to drown herself. Happily for weak mankind, self-destruction is a matter in which opportunity and inclination very seldom go together. The doctor's wife was very miserable, but she did not feel quite prepared to take that decisive plunge, which might have put an end to her earthly troubles. Would they hear the splash yonder in the church, if she dropped quietly in among the rushes from the sloping bank under the shadow of the bridge? Would they hear the water surging round her as she sank, and wonder what the sound meant, and then go on with their prayers, indifferent to the drowning creature, and absorbed by their devotions? She wondered what these people were like, who kept their houses so tidily, and went to church twice a day in Passion Week, and never fell in love with Roland Lansdell. Long ago, in her childhood, when she went to see a play, she had wondered about the people she met in the street, the people who were not going to the theatre. Were they very happy? Did they know that she had a free admission to the upper boxes of the Adelphi, and envy her? How would they spend the evening, they who were not going to weep with Mr. Benjamin Webster and Miss Sarah Woolgar? Now she wondered about people who were not miserable like herself, simple commonplace people, who had no yearnings after a life of poetry and splendour. She thought of them as a racer who had just run second for the Derby might think of a quiet pack-horse plodding along a dusty road, and not wanting to win any race whatsoever. Even if they knew him, they wouldn't care about him, she thought. They did know him, perhaps, saw him ride by their open windows on a summer's afternoon, gorgeous on a 200-guinea hack, and did not feel the world to be a blank desert when he was gone. Did she wish to be like these people? No. Amid all her sorrow she could acknowledge, in the words of the poet, that it was better to have loved and lost him than never to have loved him at all. Had she not lived her life, and was she not entitled to be a heroine for ever and ever by reason of her love and despair? For a long time she loitered on the bridge, thinking of all these things, and thinking very little of how she was to go back to Graybridge, where her absence might have created some alarm by this time. She had often kept the surgeon waiting for his dinner before to-day, but she had never been absent while he ate it. There was a station at the model village, but there was no rail to Graybridge. There was only a lumbering old omnibus that conveyed railway passengers thither. Isabel left the churchyard, and went to the little inn before which George had introduced her to his gardener and factotum. A woman standing at the door of this hostelry gave her all needful information about the omnibus, which did not leave the station till 8:30. Until that time she must remain where she was. So she went slowly back to the churchyard, and being tired of the cold and darkness without, crept softly into the church. The church was very old and very irregular. There were only patches of yellow light here and there about the pulpit and reading desk, up in the organ loft, and near the vestry door. A woman came out of the dense obscurity as Isabel emerged from the porch, and hustled her into a pew, scandalized by her advent at so late a stage of the service, and eager to put her away somewhere as speedily as possible. It was a very big pew, square and high, and screened by faded curtains, hanging from old-fashioned brass rods. There were a great many hassocks, and a whole pile of prayer and hymn books in the darkest corner, and Isabel, sitting amongst these, felt as completely hidden as if she had been in a tomb. The prayers were just finished, the familiar prayers, which had so often fallen like a drowsy cadence of meaningless words upon her unheeding ears, while her erring and foolish thoughts were busy with the master of Mordred Priory. She heard the footsteps of the clergyman coming slowly along the matted aisle, the rustling of his gown as he drew it on his shoulders. She heard the door of the pulpit closed softly, and then a voice, a low earnest voice that sounded tender and solemn in the stillness, recited the preliminary prayer. There are voices which make people cry, voices which touch too acutely on some hidden spring within us, and open the floodgates of our tears, and the voice of the curate of Hurstonleigh was one of these. He was only a curate, but he was very popular in the model village, and the rumour of his popularity had already spread to neighbouring towns and villages. People deserted their parish churches on a Sunday afternoon, and came to hear Mr. Austin Colborne preach one of his awakening sermons. He was celebrated for awakening sermons. The stolid country people wept aloud sometimes in the midst of one of his discourses. He was always in earnest, tenderly earnest, sorrowfully earnest, terribly earnest sometimes. His life, too, outside the church was in perfect harmony with the precepts he set forth under the shadow of the dark oaken sounding-board. There are some men who can believe, who can look forward to a prize so great and wonderful as to hold the pain and trouble of the race of very small account when weighed against the hope of victory. Austin Colborne was one of these men. The priestly robes he wore had not been loosely shuffled on by him because there was no other lot in life within his reach. He had assumed his sacred office with all the enthusiasm of a Loyola or an Irving, and he knew no looking back. It was such a man as this whom people came to hear at the little church beside the wandering Wayverne. It was such a man as this whose deep-toned voice fell with a strange power upon Isabel Gilbert's ears to-night. Ah, now she could fancy Louise de la Vallière low on her knees in the black shadow of a Gothic pillar, hearkening to the cry of the priest who called upon her to repent and be saved. For some little time she only heard the voice of the preacher. The actual words of his discourse fell blankly on her ear. At first it was only a beautiful voice, a grand and solemn voice, rising and sinking on its course like the distant murmur of mighty waves for ever surging toward the shore. Then, little by little, the murmurs took a palpable form, and Isabel Gilbert found that the preacher was telling a story. Ah, that story, that exquisite idyll, that solemn tragedy, that poem so perfect in its beauty that a sentimental Frenchman has only to garnish it with a few flowery periods, and lo, all the world is set reading it on a sudden, fondly believing that they have found something new. Mr. Austen Colborne was very fond of dwelling on the loveliness of that sublime history, and more frequently founded his discourse upon some divine incident in the records of the four evangelists than on any obscure saying in St. Paul's epistles to the Corinthians or the Hebrews. This is no place in which to dwell upon Mr. Austen Colborne, or the simple Christian creed it was his delight to illustrate. He was a man according to the purest and simplest signification of the word. His sermons were within the comprehension of a rustic or a child, yet full and deep enough in meaning to satisfy the strictest of logicians, the sternest of critics. Heaven knows I write of him and of his teaching in all sincerity, and yet the subject seems to have so little harmony with the history of a foolish girl's errors and shortcomings that I approach it with a kind of terror. I only know that Isabel Gilbert, weeping silently in the dark corner of her curtained pew, felt as she had never felt in all her Graybridge church-going, felt at once distressed and comforted. Was it strange that, all at once, Isabel Gilbert should open her ears to the sublime story which, in one shape or other, she had heard so often? Surely the history of all popular preachers goes far to demonstrate that heaven gives a special power to some voices. When Whitfield preached the gospel to the miners at Kingswood, to rugged creatures who were little better than so many savages, but who, no doubt, in some shape or other, had heard that gospel preached to them before, the scalding tears ploughed white channels upon the black cheeks as the men listened. At last the voice of all others that had power to move them arose, and melted the stubborn ignorant hearts. Is it inspiration or animal magnetism which gives this power to some special persons? Or is it not rather the force of faith, out of which is engendered a will strong enough to take hold of the wills of other people and bend them howsoever it pleases? When Danton, rugged and gigantic, thundered his hideous demands for new hecatombs of victims, there must have been something in the revolutionary monster strong enough to trample out the common humanity in those who heard him, and mould a mighty populace to his own will and purpose as easily as a giant might fashion a mass of clay. Surely Mirabeau was right. There can be nothing impossible to the man who believes in himself. The masses of this world, being altogether incapable of lasting belief in anything, are always ready to be beaten into any shape by the chosen individual who believes, and is thus of another nature, something so much stronger than all the rest as to seem either a god or a demon. Cromwell appears, and all at once a voice is found for the wrongs of a nation. See how the king and his counsellors go down like corn before the blast of tempest, while the man with a dogged will and a sublime confidence in his own powers plants himself at the helm of a disordered state, and wins for himself the name of Tiger of the Seas. Given Mr. John Law, with ample confidence in his own commercial schemes, and all France is rabid with a sudden madness, beating and trampling one another to death in the Rue Quincampoix. Given a Luther, and all the old papistical abuses are swept away like so much chaff before the wind. Given a Wesley, the believer, the man who is able to preach 40,000 sermons and travel 100,000 miles, and behold, 1,000,000 disciples exist in this degenerate day to bear testimony to his power. Was it strange, then, that Isabel Gilbert, so dangerously susceptible of every influence, should be touched and melted by Mr. Colborne's eloquence? She had not been religiously brought up. In the Camberwell household Sunday had been a day on which people got up later than usual, and there were pies or puddings to be made. It had been a day associated with savoury baked meats, and a beer-stained Weekly Dispatch newspaper, borrowed from the nearest tavern. It had been a day on which Mr. Sleaford slept a good deal on the sofa, excused himself from the trouble of shaving, and very rarely put on his boots. Raffish-looking men had come down to Camberwell in the Sunday twilight, to sit late into the night smoking and drinking, and discoursing in a mysterious jargon known to the household as business talk. Sometimes of a summer evening, Mrs. Sleaford, awakened to a sense of her religious duties, would suddenly run a raid amongst the junior branches of the family, and hustle off Isabel and one or two of the boys to evening service at the big bare church by the canal. But the spasmodic attendance at divine service had very little effect upon Miss Sleaford, who used to sit staring at the holes in her gloves, or calculating how many yards of riband, at how much per yard, would be required for the trimming of any special bonnet to which her fancy leaned, or thinking how a decent-looking young man up in the gallery might be a stray nobleman, with a cap and tiger waiting somewhere outside the church, who would perhaps fall in love with her before the sermon was finished. She had not been religiously brought up, and the church-going at Graybridge had been something of a bore to her, or at best a quiet lull in her life, which left her free to indulge the foolish vagaries of her vagabond fancy. But now, for the first time, she was touched and melted. The weak sentimental heart was caught at the rebound. She was ready to be anything in the world except a commonplace matron, leading a dull, purposeless life at Graybridge. She wanted to find some shrine, some divinity, who would accept her worship; some temple lifted high above the sordid workaday earth, in which she might kneel for ever and ever. If not Roland Lansdell, why then Christianity. She would have commenced her novitiate that night had she been in a Roman Catholic land, where convent doors were open to receive such as her. As it was, she could only sit quietly in the pew and listen. She would have liked to go to the vestry when the service came to an end, and cast herself at the feet of the curate and make a full confession of her sins; but she had not sufficient courage for that. The curate might misunderstand her, as Roland Lansdell had done. He might see in her only an ordinarily wicked woman who wanted to run away from her husband. Vague yearnings towards Christian holiness filled her foolish breast, but as yet she knew not how to put them into any shape. When the congregation rose to leave the church, she lingered to the last, and then crept slowly away, resolved to come again to hear this wonderful preacher. She went to the little station whence the Graybridge omnibus was to start at 8:30, and after waiting a quarter of an hour, took her place in a corner of the vehicle. It was nearly 10 when she rang the bell at her husband's gate, and Mrs. Jeffson came out with a grave face to admit her. "Master George had his dinner and tea alone, ma'am," she said in tones of awful reproof, while Isabel stood before the little glass in the sitting room, taking off her bonnet; "and he's gone out again to see some sick folks in the lanes on the other side of the church. He was downright uneasy about you." "I've been to Hurstonleigh to hear Mr. Colborne preach," Isabel answered, with a very feeble effort to appear quite at her ease. "I had heard so much about his preaching, and I wanted so much to hear him." It was true that she had heard Austin Colborne talked of amongst her church-going acquaintance at Graybridge, but it was quite untrue that she had ever felt the faintest desire to hear him preach. Had not her whole life been bounded by a magic circle, of which Roland Lansdell was the resplendent centre? End of chapter 26. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 27 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 27. And now I live, and now my life is done. George Gilbert accepted his wife's explanation of her prolonged absence on that March afternoon. She had carried her books to Thurston's Crag, and had sat there reading while the time slipped by unawares, and it was too late to come back to dinner, and so she had bethought herself that there was evening service at Hurstonleigh during Passion Week, and she might hear Mr. Colborne preach. George Gilbert received this explanation as he would have received any other statement from the lips in whose truth he believed. But Mrs. Jeffson treated her young mistress with a stately politeness that wounded Isabel to the quick. She endured it very meekly, however, for she felt that she had been wicked, and that all her sufferings were the fruit of her own sin. She stayed at home for the rest of the week, except when she attended the Good Friday's service at Graybridge Church with her husband, and on Sunday afternoon she persuaded George to accompany her to Hurstonleigh. She was making her feeble effort to be good, and if the enthusiasm awakened in her breast by Mr. Colborne's preaching died out a little after she left the church, there was at the worst something left which made her a better woman than she had been before. But did she forget Roland Lansdell all this time? No. With bitter anguish and regret she thought of the man who had been as powerless to comprehend her as he was intellectually her superior. "He knows so much, and yet did not know that I was not a wicked woman," she thought in simple wonder. She did not understand Roland's sceptical manner of looking at everything, which could perceive no palpable distinction between wrong and right. She could not comprehend that this man had believed himself justified in what he had done. But she thought of him incessantly. The image of his pale, reproachful face, so pale, so bitterly reproachful, never left her mental vision. The sound of his voice bidding her leave him was perpetually in her ears. He had loved her. Yes, however deep his guilt, he had loved her, and had wept because of her. There were times when the memory of his tears, flashing back upon her suddenly, nearly swept away all her natural purity, her earnest desire to be good. There were times when she wanted to go to him and fall at his feet, crying out, "Oh, what am I, that my life should be counted against your sorrow? How can it matter what becomes of me, if you are happy?" There were times when the thought of Roland Lansdell's sorrow overcame every other thought in Isabel Gilbert's mind, until the day when he had thrown himself upon the ground in a sudden passion of grief. She had never realized the possibility of his being unhappy because of her. For him to love her in a patronizing, far-off kind of manner was very much. Was it not the condescension of a demigod who smiles upon some earthly creature? Was it not a reversal of the story of Diana and Endymion? It was not the goddess but the god who came down to earth, but that he should love her desperately and passionately, and be grief-stricken because he could not win her for his own. This was a stupendous fact, almost beyond Isabel Gilbert's comprehension. Sometimes she thought he was only the wicked squire who pretends to be very much in earnest in the first act, and flings aside his victim with scorn and contumely in the second. Sometimes the whole truth burst upon her, sudden as a thunderclap, and she felt that she had indeed done Roland Lansdell a great and cruel wrong. And where was he all this time? The man who had judged Isabel Gilbert by a common standard, and had believed her quite ready to answer to his summons whenever he chose to call her to his side. Who shall tell the bitter sinful story of his grief and passion? Never once in all his anger against Lady Gwendolen Pomfrey, when she jilted him for the sake of young Lord Heatherland, had he felt so desperate a rage, so deep an indignation, as that which now possessed him when he thought of Isabel Gilbert. Wounded in his pride, his vanity, shaken in the self-confidence peculiar to a man of the world, he could not all at once forgive this woman who had so entirely duped and deceived him. He was mad with mingled anger and disappointment when he thought of the story of the last 12 months. the bitterness of all his struggles with himself, his heroic resolutions, young and fresh in the early morning, old and grey and wasted before the brief day was done, came back to him, and he laughed aloud to think how useless all those perplexities and hesitations had been, when the obstacle, the real resistance to his sinful yearnings, was here in the shape of a simple woman's will. There may be some men who would not have thought the story finished with that farewell under Lord Thurston's oak, but Roland Lansdell was not one of those men. He had little force of mind or strength of purpose with which to fight against temptation, but he had, on the other hand, few of the qualifications which make a tempter. So long as he had been uncertain of himself and the strength of his love for Isabel, he had indeed dissembled, so far as to make a poor show of indifference. So long as he meant to go away from Midlandshire without doing any harm, he had thought it a venial sin to affect some little friendship for the husband of the woman he loved. But from the moment in which all vacillation gave way before a settled purpose, from the hour of his return to Midlandshire, he had made no secret of his feelings or intentions. He had urged this girl to do a dishonourable act, but he had used no dishonourable means. No words can tell how bitterly he felt his disappointment. For the first time in his life, this favourite of bountiful nature, this spoiled child of fortune, found there was something in the world he could not have, something that was denied to his desire. It was such a very little time since he had bewailed the extinction of all youthful hope and ardour in petty cynical little verses, all sparkling with scraps of French and Latin and Spanish and Italian, cunningly woven into the native pattern of the rhyme. It was only a few months since he had amused himself by scribbling melodious lamentations upon the emptiness of life in general, and that mortal coldness of the soul to which a young man of 27, with a great deal of money and nothing particular to do, is especially subject. Ah, how pitilessly he had laughed at other men's tenderest sentiments! What cruel aphorisms from Scarron and Rochefoucauld and Swift and Voltaire and Wilkes and Mirabeau he had quoted upon the subject of love and woman! How resolutely he had refused to believe in the endurance of passion! How coldly he had sneered at the holy power of affection! He had given himself cynical airs upon the strength of his cousin's falsehood, and had declared that there was no truth in woman, because Lady Gwendolen Pomphrey had been true to the teaching of her life, and had tried to make the best market of her Saxon face and her long ringlets. And now he was utterly false to his own creed. He was in love, passionately, earnestly in love, with a foolish, sentimental little woman, whose best charm was what? That was the question which he tried in vain to answer. He gnashed his teeth in an access of rage when he sought to discover why he loved this woman. Other women were more beautiful, and how much more accomplished, who had spread enchanted webs of delicious flattery and tenderness about him, and he had broken through the impalpable meshes, and had gone away unscathed from the flashing glances of bright eyes, unmoved by the smiles for which other men were ready to peril so much. Why was it that his heart yearned for this woman's presence? She was in no way his intellectual equal. She was not a companion for him, even at her best, when she murmured pretty little feminine truisms about Shelley and Byron. In all his loiterings by Lord Thurston's waterfall, he could recall no wise or witty saying that had ever fallen from those childish lips. And yet, she was something to him that no other woman had ever been, or, as he firmly believed, ever could become. Oh, for one upward glance of those dark eyes, so shyly tender, so pensively serene! Oh, for the deep delight of standing by her side upon the border of a still Italian lake! For the pure happiness of opening all the wild realms of wisdom and poetry before those youthful feet! And then, in after years, when she had risen little by little to the standard which the world would deem befitting his wife, Then fate or chance, the remote abstraction most men called Providence, having favoured the truest and purest love upon this earth, then he might proclaim the ownership of the prize he had won for himself. Then he might exhibit before shallow, sceptical mankind one bright and grand example of a perfect union. Mr. Lansdell's thoughts wandered very much after this fashion as he wore out the long dreary days in his solitary home. He went nowhere, he received no one. He gave the servants standing orders to say that he was out or engaged to whomsoever came to Mordred. His portmanteaux were packed, and had been packed ever since the night of his last meeting with Isabel Gilbert. Every day he gave fresh orders respecting his departure. He would have the carriage at such and such an hour to catch a certain train. But when the hour came, the groom was sent back to the stables, and Mr. Lansdell lingered yet another day at Mordred Priory. He could not go away. In vain he wrestled with himself. Most bitterly did he despise and hate himself for his unmanly weakness, but he could not go away. She would repent, she would write to summon him to another meeting beneath the bare old oak. With an imagination as ardent as her own, he could picture that meeting. He could almost hear her voice as he fancied the things she would say. "My love," she would cry, clasping those slender hands about his arm. "I cannot live without you. I cannot. The weeks went slowly by, and Mr. Lansdell's body servant had what the individual was pleased to designate a precious time of it. Never was gentleman's gentleman so tormented by the whims and vagaries of his master. One day we were off to Swisserland. Mr. Lansdell's valet always called it Swisserland. And we were going to go as fast as the railway service could carry us, and not get a wink of sleep anywheres, except in railway carriages, until we got to Pau or Basel. The valet called it Basel. Another day we were going to St. Petersburg, with our friend Hawkwood, the Queen's messenger, and a pretty rate we were going at, knocking the very lives out of us. Sometimes we were for tearing across the Balkan range on those blessed Turkish horses that jolt a man's life half out of him, or we were going on a yachting cruise in the Mediterranean, or fishing in the wildest regions of Norway, and all about a trumpery minx at Graybridge. Mr. Lansdell's body servant would wind up with unmitigated contempt, all about a young person who was not fit to hold a candle to Sarah Jane the housemaid, or Eliza in the laundry. Alas for Roland Lansdell! The servants who waited upon him knew quite as well as he knew himself the nature of the fever which had made him so restless. They knew that he was in love with a woman who could never be his wife, and they despised him for his folly, and discussed all the phases of his madness over their ponderous meat suppers in the servants' hall. The weeks went slowly by. To Roland the days were weary and the nights intolerable. He went up to London several times, always leaving Mordred alone and at abnormal hours, and every time intending to remain away, but he could not. A sudden fever seized him as the distance grew wider between him and Midlandshire. She would repent of her stern determination. She would write to him, avowing that she could not live without him. Ah, how long he had expected that letter! She would grow suddenly unable to endure her life, perhaps, and would be rash and desperate enough to go to Mordred in the hope of seeing him. This would happen while he was away. The chance of happiness would be offered to him, and he would not be there to seize it. She, his love, the sole joy and treasure of his life, would be there, trembling on his threshold, and he would not be near to welcome and receive her. The people at Clarendon thought that Mr. Lansdell had gone mad, so sudden were his flights from their comfortable quarters. And all this time he could hear nothing of the woman he loved. He could not talk to his servants, and he had closed his doors against all visitors. What was she doing? Was she at Graybridge still? Was she leading the old quiet life, sitting in that shabby parlour where he had sat by her side? He remembered the pattern of the Kidderminster carpet, the limp folds of the muslin curtains, the faded crimson silk that decorated the front of the piano upon which she had sometimes played to him, oh, so indifferently. Day after day he haunted the bridge under Lord Thurston's oak. Day after day he threw tribute of cigar ends into the waterfall, while he waited in the faint hope that the doctor's wife might wander thither. Oh, how cruel she was, how cruel! If she had ever loved him, she too would have haunted that spot. She would have come to the place associated with his memory. She would have come, as he came, in the hope of another meeting. Sometimes Mr. Lansdell ventured to ride along the little street at Graybridge, and through the dusty lane in which the doctor's house stood. On horseback, the master of Mordred Priory was almost on a level with the bedroom windows of George Gilbert's habitation, and could look down into the little parlour where Isabel was wont to sit. Once, and once only, he saw her there, sitting before the table with some needlework in her hands, so deeply absorbed, as it seemed, in her commonplace labour, that she did not see the cavalier who rode so slowly past her window. How should he know how often she had run eagerly to that very window, her face pale, her heart beating tempestuously, only to find that it was not his horse whose hoof she had heard in the lane? Perhaps the sight of George Gilbert's wife sitting at her needlework gave Roland Lansdell a sharper pang than he would have felt had he seen 2 mutes from Wareham keeping guard at that gate, and Mrs. Gilbert's coffin being carried out at the door. She was not dead, then. She could live and be happy, while he... Well, he was not dead himself, certainly, but he was the very next thing to being dead, and he felt indignant at the sight of Isabel's apparent composure. He walked to Lowlands in the course of a week or so after this, and strolled into the drawing-rooms with some undefined intention of flirting desperately with his cousin Gwendolen, of making her an offer of marriage, perhaps. Why should he not marry? He could scarcely be more miserable than he was, and a marriage with Gwendolen would be some kind of revenge upon Isabel. He was inclined to do anything desperate and foolish, if by so doing he could sting that cruel, obdurate heart. Was this generous? Ah, no. But then, in spite of all that is said and sung in its honour, love is not such a very generous passion. Roland found his cousin alone in the long, low morning-room, looking out into her flower-garden. She was making wax flowers, and looked almost as tired of her employment as if she had been some poor little artisan toiling for scanty wages. "I'm very glad you have interrupted me, Roland," she said, pushing away all the paraphernalia of her work. "They are very tiresome, and after all the roses are as stiff as camellias, and at the very best a vase of wax flowers only reminds one of an hotel at a watering-place. They always have wax flowers, Bohemian glass candelabra at seaside hotels. And now tell me what you have been doing, Roland, and why you have never come to us. We are so terribly dull." "Do you think my presence would enliven you?" demanded Mr. Lansdell, with a sardonic laugh. "No, Gwendolen, I have lived my life, and I am only a dreary bore whom people tolerate in their drawing-rooms out of deference to the West End tailor who gets me up. I am only so much old clothes, and I have to thank Mr. Poole for any position that I hold in the world. What is the use of me, Gwendolen? What am I good for? Do I ever say anything new, or think anything new, or do anything for which any human creature has cause to say thank you? I have lived my life. Does this kind of thing usually grow old, I wonder?" he asked, striking himself lightly on the breast. "Does it wear well? Shall I live to write gossiping old letters and collect china? Will Christie and Manson sell my pictures when I am dead? And shall I win a posthumous reputation by reason of the prices given for my wines, especially Tokay? All connoisseurs go in for Tokay. What is to become of me, Gwendolen? Will any woman have pity upon me, and marry me, and transform me into a family man, with a mania for short-horned cattle and subsoil drainage? Is there any woman in all the world capable of caring a little for such a worn-out wretch as I?" It almost depended upon Gwendolen Pomfrey whether this speech should constitute an offer of marriage. A pretty lackadaisical droop of the head, a softly murmured "Oh, Roland, I cannot bear to hear you talk like this. I cannot bear to think such qualities as yours can be so utterly wasted." Any sentimental womanly little speech, however stereotyped, and the thing would have been done. But Lady Gwendolen was a great deal too proud to practise any of those feminine arts affected by manoeuvring mothers. She might jilt a commoner for the chance of winning a marquis, but even that she would only do in a grand off-hand way befitting a daughter of the house of Ruysdale. She looked at her cousin now with something like contempt in the curve of her thin upper lip. She loved this man perhaps as well as the doctor's wife loved him, or it may be even with a deeper and more enduring love, but she was of his world, and could see his faults and shortcomings as plainly as he saw them himself. "I am very sorry you have sunk so low as this, Roland," she said gravely. "I fancy it would be much better for you if you employed your life half as well as other men, your inferiors in talent, employ their lives. You were never meant to become a cynical dawdler in a country house. If I were a man, a fortnight in the hunting season would exhaust the pleasures of Midlandshire for me. I would be up and doing amongst my compeers." She looked not at Roland but across the flower beds in the garden as she spoke, with an eager yearning gaze in her blue eyes. Her beauty, a little sharp of outline for a woman, would have well become a young reformer, enthusiastic and untiring in a noble cause. There are these mistakes sometimes, these mésalliances of clay and spirit. A bright ambitious young creature, with the soul of a pit, sits at home and works sham roses in Berlin wool, while her booby brother is thrust out into the world to fight the mighty battle. The cousins sat together for some time, talking of all manner of things. It was a kind of relief to Roland to talk to someone who was not likely to lecture him or to pry into the secrets of his heart. He did not know how very plainly those secrets were read by Gwendolen Pomfrey. He did not know that he had aroused a scornful kind of anger in that proud heart by his love for Isabel Gilbert. "Have you seen anything of your friends lately, that Graybridge surgeon and his wife, whom we met one day last summer at Mordred?" Lady Gwendolen asked by and by, with supreme carelessness. She had no intention of letting Roland go away with his wound unprobed. "No, I have seen very little of them," Mr. Lansdell answered. He was not startled by Lady Gwendolen's question. He was perpetually thinking of Isabel, and felt no surprise at any allusion made to her by other people. "I have not seen Mr. Gilbert since I returned to England." "Indeed! I thought he had inspired you with an actual friendship for him, though I must confess for my own part I never met a more commonplace person. My maid, who is an intolerable gossip, tells me that Mrs. Gilbert has been suddenly seized with a religious mania, and attends all the services at Hurstonleigh. The Midlandshire people seem to have gone mad about that Mr. Colborne. I went to hear him last Sunday myself, and was very much pleased. I saw Mr. Gilbert's wife sitting in a pew near the pulpit, with her great unmeaning eyes fixed upon the curate's face all through the sermon. She is just the sort of person to fall in love with a popular preacher." Mr. Lansdell's face flushed a vivid scarlet, and then grew pale. With her great unmeaning eyes fixed upon the curate's face, those wondrous eyes that had so often looked up at him, mutely eloquent, tenderly pensive. Oh, had he been fooled by his own vanity? Was this woman a sentimental coquette, ready to fall in love with any man who came across her path, learned in stereotyped schoolgirl phrases about platonic affection? Lady Gwendolen's shaft went straight home to his heart. He tried to talk about a few commonplace subjects with a miserable assumption of carelessness, and then, looking suddenly up at the clock on the chimney-piece, made a profuse apology for the length of his visit, and hurried away. It was 4 o'clock when he left the gates of Lowlands, and the next day was Sunday. "I will see for myself," he muttered, as he walked along a narrow lane, slashing the low hedgerows with his stick as he went. "I will see for myself to-morrow." End of Chapter 27. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 28 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 28. Trying to be good. The Sunday after Roland Lansdell's visit to his cousin was a warm May day, and the woodland lanes and meadows through which the master of Mordred Priory walked to Hurstonleigh were bright with wildflowers. Nearly 2 months had gone by since he and the doctor's wife had parted on the dull March afternoon which made a crisis in Isabel's life. The warm breath of the early summer fanned the young man's face as he strolled through the long grass under the spreading branches of elm and beech. He had breakfasted early, and had set out immediately after that poor pretence of eating and drinking. He had set out from Mordred in feverish haste, and now that he had walked 2 or 3 miles, he looked wan and pale in the vivid light of the bright May morning. To-day he looked as if his cynical talk about himself was not altogether such sentimental nonsense as genial, practical Mr. Raymond thought it. He looked tired, worn, mentally and physically, like a man who has indeed lived his life. Looking at him this morning, young, handsome, clever, and prosperous though he was, there were very few people who would have ventured to prophesy for him a bright and happy existence, a long and useful career. He had a wan, faded, unnatural look in the summer daylight, like a lamp that has been burning all night. He had only spoken the truth that day in the garden at Mordred. The Lansdells had never been a long-lived race, and a look that lurked somewhere or other in the faces of all the portraits at the Priory might have been seen in the face of Roland Lansdell to-day. He was tired, very tired. He had lived too fast, and had run through his heritage of animal spirits and youthful enthusiasm like the veriest spendthrift who squanders a fortune in a few nights spent at a gaming-house. The nights are very brilliant while they last, riotous with wild excitement that can only be purchased at this monstrous cost. But oh, the blank grey mornings, the freezing chill of that cheerless dawn, from which the spendthrift's eyes shrink appalled when the night is done. Roland Lansdell was most miserably tired of himself and all the world except Isabel Gilbert. Life, which is so short when measured by art, science, ambition, glory; life which always closes too soon upon the statesman or the warrior, whether he dies in the prime of life like Peel, or flourishes a sturdy evergreen like Palmerston, whether he perishes like Wolfe on the heights of Quebec, or sinks to his rest like Wellington in his simple dwelling by the sea. Life, so brief when estimated by a noble standard, is cruelly long when measured by the empty pleasures of an idle worldling with 15,000 a year. Émile Angier has very pleasantly demonstrated that the world is much smaller for a rich man than it is for a poor one. My lord the millionaire rushes across wide tracts of varied landscape, asleep in the paddled corner of a first-class carriage, and only stops for a week or so here and there in great cities, to be bored almost to death by cathedrals and Valhallas, picture galleries and ruined Roman baths, done in the stereotyped fashion; while the poorer traveller, joggling along out-of-the-way country roads, with his staff in his hand and his knapsack on his shoulder, drops upon 100 pleasant nooks in this wide universe, and can spend a lifetime agreeably in seeing the same earth that the millionaire, always booked and registered all the way through, like his luggage, grows tired of in a couple of years. We have only to read Sterne's Sentimental Journey and Dickens's Uncommercial Traveller in order to find out how much there is in the world for the wanderer who has eyes to see.
Read the story of Mr. Dickens's pedestrian rambles, and then read William Beckford's delicious, discontented, blasé letters, and see the difference between the great writer, for whom art is long and life is only too short, and the man of pleasure who squandered all the wealth of his imagination upon the morbid phantasma of Vathek, and whose talent could find no higher exercise than the planning of objectionable towers. The lesson which Mr. Lansdell was called upon to learn just now was a very difficult one. For the first time in his life he found that there was something in the world that he could not have. For the first time he discovered what it was to wish wildly, madly, for one precious treasure out of all the universe, and to wish in vain. This morning he was not such a purposeless wanderer as he usually was. He was going to Hurstonleigh Church in the hope of seeing Isabel Gilbert, and ascertaining for himself whether there was any foundation for Lady Gwendoline's insinuation. He wanted to ascertain this, but above all he wanted to see her, only to see her, to look at the pale face and the dark eyes once more. Yes, though she were the basest and shallowest hearted coquette in all creation. Mr. Lansdell was doomed to be disappointed that morning, for the doctor's wife was not at the Hurstonleigh church. Graybridge would have been scandalized if Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert had not attended morning service in their own parish. So it was only in the afternoon or evening that Isabel was free to worship at the feet of the popular preacher. The church was very full in the morning, and Roland sat in a pew near the door, waiting patiently until the service concluded. Isabel might be lurking somewhere in the rambling old edifice, though he had not been able to see her. He listened very attentively to the sermon, and bent his head approvingly once or twice during Mr. Colborne's discourse. He had heard so many bad sermons, delivered in divers languages during his wandering existence, that he had no wish to deprecate a good one. When all was over, he stood at the door of his pew, watching the congregation file slowly and quietly out of the church, and looking for Isabel. But she was not there. When the church was quite empty, he breathed a long, regretful sigh, and then followed the rest of the congregation. "She will come in the afternoon, perhaps," he thought. "Oh, how I love her! What a weak, pitiful wretch I must be to feel like this, to feel this sinking at my heart because she is not here, to consider all the universe so much emptiness because her face is missing." He went away into a secluded corner of the churchyard, a shadowy corner, where there was an angle in the old wall, below which the river crept in and out among the sedges. Here the salutations of the congregation loitering about the church door seemed only a low distant hum. Here Mr. Lansdell could sit at his ease upon the bank, staring absently at the blue Wayverne, and thinking of his troubles. The distant murmur of voices, the sound of footsteps, and the rustling of women's light garments in the summer breeze died away presently, and a death-like stillness fell upon the churchyard. All Hurstonleigh was at dinner, being a pious village that took its Sabbath meal early, and dined chiefly on cold meats and crisp salads. The place was very still, and Roland Lansdell, lolling idly with his back against the moss-grown wall, had ample leisure for contemplation. What did he think of during those 2 long hours in which he sat in the churchyard waiting for the afternoon service? What did he think of? His wasted life? The good things he might have done upon this earth? No. His thoughts dwelt with a fatal persistency upon one theme. He thought of what his life might have been if Isabel Gilbert had not balked all his plans of happiness. He thought of how he might have been sitting that very day, at that very hour, on one of the fairest islands in the Mediterranean, with the woman he loved by his side, if she had chosen, if she had only chosen, that it should be so. And he had been so mistaken in her, so deluded by his own fatuity, as to believe that any obstacle on her part was utterly out of the question. He had believed that it was only for him to weigh the matter in the balance and decide the turning of the scale. He sat by the water, listening to the church bells as they rang slowly out upon the tranquil atmosphere. It was one of those bright summer days which come sometimes at the close of May, and the sky above Hurstonleigh church was cloudless. When the bells had been ringing for a long time, slow footsteps sounded on the gravel walks upon the other side of the churchyard, with now and then the creaking of a gate or the murmur of voices. The people were coming to church. Roland's heart throbbed heavily in his breast. Was she amongst them? Ah, surely he would have recognized her lightest footfall, even at that distance. Should he go and stand by the gate to make sure of seeing her as she came in? No, he could not make a show of himself before all those inquisitive country people. He would wait till the service began, and then go into the church. That half-hour, during which the bells swung to and fro in the old steeple with a weary, monotonous clang, seemed intolerably long to Roland Lansdell. But at last, all was quiet, and the only bell to be heard in the summer stillness was the distant tinkle of a sheep-bell far away in the sunlit meadows. Mr. Lansdell got up as the clock struck 3, and walked at a leisurely pace toward the church. Mr. Colborne was reading that solemn invitation to the wicked man to repent of his wickedness, as the Squire of Mordred went into the low porch. The penetrating voice reached the remotest corners of the old building, and yet its tone was low and solemn as an exhortation by a dying man's bed. The church was not by any means so full as it had been in the morning, and there was none of that fluttering noise of bonnet strings and pocket handkerchiefs which is apt to disturb the quiet of a crowded edifice. The pew opener, always on the lookout to hustle stray intruders into pews, pounced immediately upon Mr. Lansdell. "I should like to sit upstairs," he whispered, dropping a half-crown into her hand. "Can you put me somewhere upstairs?" He had reflected that from the gallery he should be better able to see Isabel, if she was in the church. The woman curtsied and nodded, and then led the way up the broad wooden stairs. Where would she not have put Mr. Lansdell for such a donation as that which he had bestowed upon her? The gallery at Hurstonleigh church was a very special and aristocratic quarter. It consisted only of a half-dozen roomy old pews at one end of the church, immediately opposite the altar, and commanding an excellent view of the pulpit. The chief families of the neighbourhood occupied these 6 big open pews, and the common herd in the aisles below contemplated these aristocratic persons admiringly in the pauses of the service. As the grand families in the outskirts of Hurstonleigh were not quite such unabating church-goers as the model villagers themselves, these gallery pews were not generally filled of an afternoon, and it was into one of these that the grateful pew-opener ushered Mr. Lansdell. She was there. Yes, she was there. She was alone, in a pew near the pulpit, on her knees, with her hands clasped and her eyes looking upwards. The high old-fashioned pew shut her in from the congregation about her, but Mr. Lansdell could look down upon her from his post of observation in the gallery. Her face was pale and worn, and her eyes looked larger and brighter than when he had last seen her. Was she in a consumption? Ah, no, it was only the eager yearning soul which was always consuming itself. It was no physical illness, but the sharp pain of a purely mental struggle that had left those traces on her face. Her lover watched her amidst the kneeling congregation, and a kind of holy exaltation in her face reminded him of the pictures of saints and angels that he had seen abroad. Was it real, that exalted expression of the pale still face? Was it real? Or had she begun a new flirtation, a little platonic sentimentalism, in favour of the popular preacher? "The fellow has something in him, and is not by any means bad-looking," thought Mr. Lansdell. "I wonder whether she is laying traps for him with her great yellow-black eyes." And then in the next moment he thought how, if that look in her face were real, and she was really striving to be good, how then? Had he any right to come into that holy place? for the place was holy, if only by virtue of the simple prayers so simply spoken by happy and pious creatures who were able to believe. Had he any right to come there and trouble this girl in the midst of her struggle to forget him? "I think she loved me," he mused. "Surely I could not be mistaken in that. Surely I have known too many coquettes in my life to be duped by one at the last. Yes, I believe she loved me." The earlier prayers and the psalms were over by this time, and Mrs. Gilbert was seated in her pew facing the gallery, but with the pulpit and reading desk between. Mr. Colburn began to read the first lesson, and there was a solemn hush in the church. Roland was seized with a sudden desire that Isabel should see him. He wanted to see the recognition of him in her face. Might he not learn the depth of her love, the strength of her regret, by that one look of recognition? A green serge curtain hung before him. He pushed the folds aside, and the brazen rings made a little clanging noise as they slipped along the rod. The sound was loud enough to startle the woman whom Mr. Lansdell was watching so intently. She looked up and recognized him. He saw a white change flit across her face. He saw her light muslin garments flutter by a faint shiver, and then in the next moment she was looking demurely downwards at the book on her lap, something as she had looked on that morning when he first met her under Lord Thurston's oak. All through the service Roland Lansdell sat watching her. He made no pretence of joining in the devotions of the congregation, but he disturbed no one. He only sat, grim and sombre looking, staring down at that one pale face in the pew near the pulpit. 1,000 warring thoughts and passionate emotions waged in his breast. He loved her so much that he could not be chivalrous. He could not even be just or reasonable. All through the service he sat watching the face of the woman he loved. If Austin Colburn could have known how strangely his earnest, pleading words fell upon the ears of 2 of his listeners that afternoon. Isabel Gilbert sat very quietly under all the angry fire of that dark gaze. Only now and then were her eyelids lifted. Only now and then did her eyes steal one brief, imploring glance at the face in the gallery. In all the church she could see nothing but that face. It absorbed and blotted out all else, and shone down upon her, grand and dazzling as of old. She was trying to be good. For the last 2 months she had been earnestly trying to be good. There was nothing else for her in the world but goodness, seeing that he was lost to her, seeing that a romantic Beatrice Portinari kind of existence was an impossibility. If she had been a dweller in a Catholic country, she would have gone into a convent. As it was, she could only come to Hurstonleigh to hear Mr. Colburn, whose enthusiasm answered to the vague aspirations of her own ignorant heart. She was trying to be good. She and worthy, plain-spoken Mrs. Jeffson were on the best possible terms now, for the doctor's wife had taken to staying at home a great deal, and had requested honest Tilly to instruct her in the art of darning worsted socks. Would the sight of the wicked squire's dark, reproachful face undo all the work of these 2 months? Surely not. To meet him once more, to hear his voice, to feel the strong grasp of his hand, ah, what deep joy! But what good could come of such a meeting? She could never confide in him again. It would only be new pain, wasted anguish. Besides, was there not some glory, some delight in trying to be good? She felt herself a Louise de la Vallière, standing behind a grating in the convent parlour, while a kingly Louis pleaded and stormed on the other side of the iron bars. Some such thoughts as these sustained her all through that afternoon service. The sermon was over. The blessing had been spoken. The congregation began to disperse slowly and quietly. Would he go now? Would he linger to meet and speak to her? Would he go away all at once? He did linger, looking at her with an appealing expression in his haggard face. He stood up, as if waiting until she should leave her pew, in order to leave his at the same moment. But she never stirred. Ah, if Louise de la Vallière suffered as much as that, what wonder that she became renowned for ever in sentimental story. Little by little the congregation melted out of the aisle. The charity boys from the neighbourhood of the organ loft came clumping down the stairs. Still Mr. Lansdell stood, waiting and watching the doctor's wife in the pew below. Still Isabel Gilbert kept her place, rigid and inflexible, until the church was quite empty. Then Mr. Lansdell looked at her, only one look, but with a world of passion concentrated in its dark fury. He looked at her, slowly folding his arms, and drawing himself to his fullest height, he shrugged his shoulders with one brief contemptuous movement, as if he flung some burden off him by the gesture, and then turned and left the pew. Mrs. Gilbert heard his firm tread upon the stairs, and she rose from her seat in time to see him pass out of the porch. It is very nice to have a place in a romantic story, but there are some bitter pangs to be endured in the life of a Mademoiselle de la Vallière. End of chapter 28. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 29 of The Doctor's Wife by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 29. The First Whisper of the Storm. There was no omnibus to take Mrs. Gilbert back to Graybridge after the service at Hurstonleigh, but there had been some Graybridge people at church, and she found them lingering in the churchyard talking to some of the model villagers, enthusiastic in their praises of Mr. Colborne's eloquence. Amongst these Graybridge people was Miss Sophronia Burdock, the maltster's daughter, very radiant in a bright pink bonnet, so vivid as almost to extinguish her freckles, and escorted by young Mr. Pawlkatt, the surgeon's son, and his sister, a sharp-nosed, high-cheek-boned damsel, who looked polite daggers at the doctor's wife. Was not Mr. George Gilbert a rising man in Graybridge? And was it likely that the family of his rival should have any indulgence for the shortcomings of his pale-faced wife? But Miss Sophronia was in the humour to heap coals of fire on the head of the nursery governess whom George Gilbert had chosen to marry. Sophronia was engaged, with her father's full consent, to the younger Pawlkatt, who was to insure his life for the full amount of the fair damsel's dower, which was to be rigidly tied up for her separate use and maintenance, etc., and who looked of so sickly and feeble a constitution that the maltster may have reasonably regarded the matrimonial arrangement as a very fair speculation. Sophronia was engaged, and displayed the little airs and graces that Graybridge considered appropriate to the position of an engaged young lady. "The only way to make love now," said Mr. Nash to Goldsmith, "is to take no manner of notice of the lady." And Graybridge regarded the art of polite courtship very much in this fashion, considering that a well-bred damsel could not possibly be too contemptuously frigid in her treatment of the man whom she had chosen from all other men to be her partner for life. Acting on this principle, Miss Burdock, although intensely affectionate in her manner to Julia Pawlkatt, and warmly gushing in her greeting of the doctor's wife, regarded her future husband with a stony glare, only disturbed by a scornful smile when the unfortunate young man ventured to make any remark. To reduce a lover to a state of coma, and exhibit him in that state to admiring beholders for an entire evening, was reckoned high art in Graybridge. Everybody in the little Midlandshire town knew that Miss Burdock and Mr. Pawlkatt were engaged, and people considered that Augustus Pawlkatt had done a very nice thing for himself by becoming affianced to a young lady who was to have £4,000 tightly tied up for her separate use and maintenance. The consciousness of being engaged and having a fortune combined to render Sophronia especially amiable to everybody but the comatose future.
Was Isabel alone, and going to walk back? Oh, then in that case you must go with us, cried Miss Burdock, with a view to the exhibition of the unfortunate Augustus in peripatetic coma. What could Mrs. Gilbert say, except that she would be delighted to go home with them? She was thinking of him. She was looking to see his head towering above the crowd. Of course it would tower above that crowd, or any crowd. But he was like the famous Spanish fleet in the Critic, inasmuch as she could not see him because he was not to be seen. She went with Miss Burdock and her companions out of the churchyard towards the meadow path that led across country toward Graybridge. They walked in a straggling, uncomfortable manner, for Sophronia resolutely refused all offers of her future husband's arm, and he was fain to content himself with the cold comfort of her parasol, and a church service of ruby velvet, with a great many ribbons between the pages. The conversation during that Sabbath afternoon walk was not very remarkable for liveliness or wisdom. Isabel only spoke when she was spoken to, and even then like a bewildered creature newly awakened from a dream. Miss Julia Pawlkatt, who was an intellectual young person, and prided herself upon not being frivolous, discoursed upon the botanical names and attributes of the hedge blossoms beside the path, and made a few remarks on the science of medicine as adapted to female study, which would have served for the groundwork of a letter in a Sunday paper. Miss Burdock, who eschewed intellectual acquirements, and affected to be a gushing thing of the Dora Spenlow stamp, entreated her future sister-in-law not to be dreadful, and asked Isabel's opinion upon several dears of bonnets exhibited that afternoon in Hurstonleigh Church, and the comatose future, who so rarely spoke that it seemed hard he should always commit himself when he did speak, ventured a few remarks which were received with black and frowning looks by the idol of his heart. "I say, Sophronia, weren't you surprised to see Mr. Lansdell in the gallery?" the young man remarked, interrupting his betrothed in a discussion of a bunch of artificial may on top of the white tulle bonnet, so sweet and innocent looking. "You know, dear, he isn't much of a church-goer, and people do say that he's an atheist. Yet there he was, as large as life this afternoon, and I thought him looking very ill. I've heard my father say that all those Lansdells are consumptive." Miss Burdock made frowning and forbidding motions at the unhappy youth with her pale buff eyebrows, as if he had mentioned an improper French novel, or stated some other immoral subject. Poor Isabel's colour went and came. Consumptive! Ah! What more likely, what more proper, if it came to that? These sort of people were intended to die early. Fancy the Giaour pottering about in his 80th year, and boasting that he could read small print without spectacles. Imagine the Corsair on the parish, or Byron or Keats, or Shelley grown old and dim and grey. Ah, how much better to be erratic and hapless Shelley drowned in an Italian lake, than worthy respectable Samuel Rogers living to demand, in feeble bewilderment, "And who are you, ma'am?" of an amiable and distinguished visitor. Of course Roland Lansdell would die of consumption. He would fade little by little, like the delightful Lionel in Rosalind and Helen. Isabel improved the occasion by asking Mr. Augustus Pawlkatt if many people died of consumption. She wanted to know what her own chances were. She wanted so much to die, now that she was good. The unhappy Augustus was quite relieved by this sudden opening for a professional discourse, and he and his sister became scientific, and neglected Sophronia, while they gave Isabel a good deal of useful information respecting tubercular disease, Thitis, etc., etc., whereon Miss Burdock, taking offence, lapsed into a state of sullen gloom highly approved by Graybridge, as peculiarly befitting an engaged young lady who wished to sustain the dignity of her position. At last they came out of a great cornfield into the very lane in which George Gilbert's house was situated, and Isabel's friends left her at the gate. She had done something to redeem her character in Graybridge by her frequent attendance at Hurstonleigh Church, which was as patent to the gossips as ever her visits to Lord Thurston's Oak had been. She had been cured of running after Mr. Lansdell, people said. No doubt George Gilbert had discovered her goings-on, and had found a means of clipping her wings. It was not likely that Graybridge would credit her with any such virtue as repentance, or a wish to be a better woman than she had been. Graybridge regarded her as an artful and presuming creature, whose shameful goings-on had been stopped by marital authority. She went into the parlour, and found the tea-things laid on the little table, and Mr. Gilbert lying on the sofa, which was too short for him by a couple of feet, and was eked out by a chair on which his clumsy boots rested. Isabel had never seen him give way to any such self-indulgence before, but as she bent over him, gently enough, if not tenderly, he told her that his head ached, and he was tired, very tired. He had been in the lanes all afternoon. The people about there were very bad, and he had been at work in the surgery since coming in. He put his hand in Isabel's, and pressed hers affectionately. A very little attention from his pretty young wife gratified him, and made him very happy. "Why, George," cried Mrs. Gilbert, "your hand is as hot as a burning coal." Yes, he was very warm, he told her. The weather was hot and oppressive. At least he had found it so that afternoon. Perhaps he had been hurrying too much, walking too fast. He had upset himself somehow or other. "If you'll pour out the tea, Izzy, I'll take a cup and then go to bed," he said. "I'm regularly knocked up." He took not 1 cup only, but 4 cups of tea, pouring the mild beverage down his throat as a draught. And then he went up to the room overhead, walking heavily, as if he were very tired. "I'm sure you're ill, George," Isabel said, as he left the parlour. "Do take something, some of that horrid medicine you give me sometimes." "No, my dear, there's nothing the matter with me. What should there be amiss with me, who never had a day's illness in my life? I must have an assistant, Izzy. My work's too hard. That's what is the matter." Mrs. Gilbert sat in the dusk for a little while after her husband had left, thinking of that last look which Roland Lansdell had given her in the church. Heaven knows how long she might have sat thinking of him, if Mrs. Jeffson had not come in with those 2 miserable mould candles, which were wont to make feeble patches of yellow haze, not light, in the doctor's parlour. After the candles had been brought, Isabel took a book from the top of the little chiffonier by the fireplace. It was a religious book. Was she not trying to be good now, and was not goodness incompatible with the perusal of Shelley's poetry on a Sunday? It was a very dry religious book, being in fact a volume of Tillotson's sermons, with more hard logic, and firstly, secondly, and thirdly, than ordinary human nature could support. Isabel sat with the volume open before her, staring hopelessly at the pale old-fashioned type, and going back a little way every now and then when she caught her thoughts far away from the Reverend Tillotson. She sat thus till after the clock had struck 10. She was all alone in the lower part of the house at that hour, for the Jeffsons had gone clumping upstairs to bed at 8:30. She sat alone, a poor, childish, untaught, unguided creature, staring at Tillotson, and thinking of Roland Lansdell, yet trying to be good all the time in her own feeble way. She sat thus until she was startled by a cautious single knock at the door. She started from her seat at the sound, but she went boldly enough with the candle in her hand to answer the summons. There was nothing uncommon in a late knocking at the doctor's door. Some one from the lanes wanted medicine, no doubt. The people in the lanes were always wanting medicine. Mrs. Gilbert opened the door and looked out into the darkness. A man was standing there, well clad, rather a handsome-looking man, with broad shoulders, bold black eyes, and a black beard that covered all the lower part of his face. He did not wait to be invited to enter, but walked across the threshold like a man who had a right to come into that house, and almost pushed Isabel on one side as he did so. At first she only stared at him with a blank look of wonder, but all at once her face grew as white as the plaster on the wall behind her. "You!" she gasped in a whisper. "You here!"
Yes, me. You needn't stare as if you saw a ghost. There's nothing so very queer about me, is there? You're a nice young lady, I don't think, to stand there shivering and staring. Where's your husband?"
"Upstairs." "Oh, why did you come here?" cried the doctor's wife, piteously, clasping her hands like a creature in some extremity of fear and trouble. "How could you be so cruel as to come here? How could you be so cruel as to come?"
"How could I be so fiddlesticks?" muttered the stranger, with supreme contempt. "I came here because I had nowhere else to go, my lassie. You needn't whimper, for I shan't trouble you very long. This is not exactly the sort of place I should care to hang out in. If you can give me a bed in this house for to-night, well and good. If not, you can give me a sovereign, and I'll find one elsewhere. While I'm here, remember my name's Captain Morgan, and I'm in the merchant service. Just home from the Mauritius." End of Chapter 29. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 30 of The Doctor's Wife, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 30. The Beginning of a Great Change. George Gilbert was something more than knocked up. There had been a great deal of typhoid fever amongst the poorer inhabitants of Graybridge and the neighbouring villages lately, a bad infectious fever, which hung over the narrow lanes and little clusters of cottages like a black cloud, and the parish surgeon, working early and late, subject to sudden chills when his work was hottest, exposed to every variety of temperature at all times, fasting for long hours, and altogether setting at naught those very first principles of health wherein it was his duty to instruct other people, had paid the common penalty to which all of his profession are more or less subject. George Gilbert had caught a touch of the fever. Mr. Pawlkatt senior called early on Monday morning, summoned by poor terrified Isabel, who was a stranger to sickness, and was frightened at the first appearance of the malady, and spoke of his rival's illness very lightly, as a touch of the fever. "I always said it was infectious," he remarked, "but your husband would have it that it wasn't. It was all the effect of dirty habits and low living, he said, and not any special and periodical influence in the air. Well, poor fellow, he knows now who is right. You must keep him very quiet. Give him a little toast and water, and the lime draughts I shall send you." And Mr. Pawlkatt went on to give all necessary directions about the invalid. Unhappily for the patient, it was not the easiest matter in the world to keep him quiet. There was not so much in George Gilbert, according to any poetic or sentimental standard, but there was a great deal in him when you came to measure him by a far nobler standard of duty. He was essentially thorough, and in his own quiet way he was very fond of his profession. He was attached to those rough Midlandshire peasants, whom it had been his duty to attend from his earliest manhood until now. Never before had he known what it was to have a day's illness, and he could not lie tranquilly watching Isabel sitting at work near the window, with the sunlight creeping in at the edges of the dark curtain that had been hastily nailed up to shut out the glaring day. He could not lie there quietly while there were mothers of sick children and wives of sick husbands waiting for hope and comfort from his lips. True, Mr. Pawlkatt had promised to attend to George's patients, but then unhappily George did not believe in Mr. Pawlkatt. The two surgeons' views were in every way opposed, and the idea of Mr. Pawlkatt attending the sick people in the lanes, and seized with delight on the opportunity of reversing his rival's treatment, was almost harder to bear than the thought of the same sufferers being altogether unattended. And beyond this, Mr. Gilbert, so clever while other people were concerned, was not the best possible judge in his own case, and he would not consent to believe that he had the fever. "I dare say Pawlkatt likes to see me laid by the heels here, Izzie," he said to his wife, "while he goes interfering with my patients, and bringing his old-fashioned theories to bear. He'll shut up the poor wretched little windows of all those cottages in the lanes, I dare say, and make the rooms even more stifling than they have been made by the builder. He'll frighten the poor women into shutting out every breath of fresh air, and then take every atom of strength away from those poor wasted creatures by his drastic treatment. Dr. Robert James Graves said he only wanted 3 words for his epitaph, and those words were, "He fed fevers." Pawlkatt will be for starving those poor feeble creatures in the lanes. It's no use talking, my dear. I'm a little knocked up, but I've no more fever about me than you have, and I shall go out this evening. I shall go round and see those people. There's a woman in the lane behind the church, a widow, with 3 children lying ill, and she seems to believe in me, poor creature, as if I was Providence itself. I can't forget the look she gave me yesterday, when she stood on the threshold of her wretched hovel, asking me to save her children, as if she thought it rested with me to save them. I can't forget her look, Izzie. It haunted me all last night when I lay tossing about, for I was too tired to sleep, somehow or other. And when I think of Pawlkatt pouring his drugs down those children's throats, I tell you it's no use, my dear. I'll take a cup of tea, and then get up and dress. It was in vain that Isabel pleaded, in vain that she brought to her aid Mrs. Jeffson, the vigorous and outspoken, who declared that it would be nothing short of self-murder if Mr. Gilbert insisted on going out that evening. Equally in vain the threat of summoning Mr. Pawlkatt. George was resolute. These quiet people always are resolute, not to say obstinate. It is your animated, impetuous, impulsive creatures who can be turned by a breath from the pursuit or purpose they have most vehemently sworn to accomplish. Mr. Gilbert put aside all arguments in the quietest possible manner. He was a medical man, and he was surely the best judge of his own health. He was wanted yonder among his patients, and he must go. Isabel and Mrs. Jeffson retired in melancholy resignation to prepare the tea, which was to fortify the surgeon for his evening's work. George came downstairs half an hour afterwards, looking not ill or even weak, but at once flushed and haggard. "There's nothing whatever the matter with me, my dear Izzie," he said, as his wife followed him to the door. "I'm only done up by very hard work. I feel tired and cramped in my limbs, as if I'd caught cold somehow or other. I was out all day in the wet last week, you know, but there's nothing in that. I shall just look in at those people at Briargate, and come back by the lanes, and then an hour or so in my surgery will finish my work, and I shall be able to get a good night's rest. I must have an assistant, my dear. The agricultural population gets very thick about Graybridge, and unless some one takes pity on the poor people and brings about some improvement in the places they live in, we may look for plenty of fever." He went out at the little gate, and Isabel watched him go along the lane. He walked a little slower than usual, and that was all. She watched him with a quiet affection on her face. There was no possible phase of circumstance by which she could ever have been brought to love him, but she knew that he was good. She knew that there was something praiseworthy in what he was doing to-night, this resolute visiting of wretched sick people. It was not the knightly sort of goodness she had adored in the heroes of her choice, but it was good, and she admired her husband a little in a calm, unenthusiastic manner, as she might have admired a very estimable grandfather, had she happened to possess such a relative. She was trying to be good, remember, and all the sentimental tenderness of her nature had been aroused by George's illness. He was a much more agreeable person, lying faint and languid in a shaded room, and requiring his head constantly bathed with vinegar and water, than when in full vigour of health and clumsiness. Mr. Pawlkatt came in for his second visit half an hour after George had left the house. He was very angry when he was told what had happened, and inveighed solemnly upon his patient's imprudence. "I sent my son round amongst your husband's patients," he said, "and I must say I am a little hurt by the want of confidence in me which Mr. Gilbert's conduct exhibits." Isabel was too much occupied by all manner of contending thoughts to be able to do much towards soothing Mr. Pawlkatt's indignation. That gentleman went away with his heart full of bitterness against the younger practitioner. "If your husband's well enough to go about amongst his patients, he can't want me, Mrs. Gilbert," he said, as Isabel opened the gate for him. "But if you find him much worse, as you are very likely to do after his most imprudent conduct, you know where to send for me. I shall not come again till I'm sent for. Good night." Isabel sighed as she shut the gate upon the offended surgeon. The world seemed to her quite full of trouble just now. Roland Lansdell was angry with her. Ah, what bitter anger and contempt had been exhibited in his face in the church yesterday! George was ill, and bent on making himself worse, as it seemed. The person whom of all the doctor's wife most feared, had dropped, as it were, from the clouds into Midlandshire. And here, added to all this trouble, was Mr. Pawlkatt, indignant and offended. She did not go indoors at once. The house seemed gloomy and hot in the summer dusk. She lingered by the gate, looking over the top of the rails at the dusty lane, the monotonous, uninteresting lane, of whose changeless aspect she was so very tired. She was sorry for her husband now that he was ill. It was her nature to love and pity every weak thing in creation, the same kind of tenderness that she had felt long ago for a sick kitten, or a wounded bird, or a forlorn street wanderer of the canine species, looking pleadingly at her with great hungry eyes, filled her heart now as she thought of George Gilbert. Out of the blank emptiness into which he had melted long ago at Roland Lansdell's advent, he emerged now, distinct and palpable, as a creature who wanted pity and affection. "Is he very ill?" she wondered. "He says himself that he is not, and he is much cleverer than Mr. Pawlkatt." She looked out into the lane, watching for her husband's coming. 2 or 3 people went slowly by at considerable intervals, and at last, when it was growing quite dark, the figure of a boy, a slouching country-built lad, loomed out of the obscurity. "Be this Muster Gilbert's, the doctor's?" he asked of Isabel. "Yes. Do you want him?" "I don't want him, but I've got a letter for his wife, from a man that's staying up at our place. Be you she?" "Yes, give me the letter," answered Isabel, putting her hand over the gate. She took the missive from the hand of the boy, who resigned it in a slow, unwilling manner, and then slouched away. Mrs. Gilbert put the letter in her pocket and went into the house. The candles had just been taken into the parlour. The doctor's wife seated herself at the little table, and took the letter from her pocket and tore it open. It was a brief and unceremonious kind of epistle, containing only these words: "I've found comfortable quarters for the nonce in a little crib called the Leicester Arms, down in Nessborough Hollow, to the left of the Briargate Road. I suppose you know the place, and I shall expect to see you in the course of to-morrow. Don't forget the sinews of war, and be sure you ask for Captain Morgan. Yours truly." There was no signature. The letter was written in a big dashing hand, which had sprawled recklessly over a sheet of old-fashioned letter paper. It seemed a riotous, improvident kind of writing, that gloried in the wasted space and squandered ink. "How cruel of him to come here!" muttered Isabel, as she tore the letter into a little heap of fragments. "How cruel of him to come! As if I had not suffered enough already! As if the misery and disgrace had not been bitter enough and hard enough to bear!" She rested her elbows on the table, and sat quite still for some time, with her face hidden in her hands. Her thoughts were very painful, but for once in a way they were not entirely devoted to Roland Lansdell. And yet the master of Mordred Priory did figure in that long reverie. George came in by and by, and found her sitting in the attitude into which she had fallen after destroying the letter. She had been very anxious about her husband some time ago, but for the last half hour her thoughts had been entirely removed from him, and she looked up at him confusedly, almost startled by his coming, as if he had been the last person in the world whom she expected to see. Mr. Gilbert did not notice that look of confusion, but dropped heavily into the nearest chair, like a man who feels himself powerless to go one step further. "I'm very ill, Izzie," he said. "It's no use mincing the matter. I am ill. I suppose Pawlkatt is right after all, and I've got a touch of the fever." "Shall I send for him?" asked Isabel, starting up. "He said I was to send for him if you were worse." "Not on any account. I know what to do as well as he does. If I should happen to get delirious by and by, you can send for him, because I dare say you'd be frightened, poor girl, and would feel more comfortable with a doctor pottering about me. And now listen to me, my dear, while I give you a few directions, for my head feels like a ton of weight. I don't think I should be able to sit upright much longer." The doctor proceeded to give his wife all necessary instructions for the prevention of infection. She was to have a separate room prepared for herself immediately, and she was to fumigate the room in which he was to lie, in such and such a manner. As for any attendance upon himself, that would be Mrs. Jeffson's task. "I don't believe the fever is infectious," Mr. Gilbert said. "I've caught it from the same causes that give it to the poor people: hard work, exposure to bad weather, and the foul air of the places I have to visit. Still, we can't be too careful. You'd better keep away from my room as much as possible, Izzie, and let Mrs. Jeffson look after me. She's a strong-minded sort of woman, who wouldn't be likely to catch a fever, because she'd be the last in the world to trouble her head about the risk of catching it." But Isabel declared that she herself would wait upon her sick husband. Was she not trying to be good? And did not all Mr. Colborne's sermons inculcate self-sacrifice and compassion, tenderness and pity? The popular curate of Hurstonleigh was perhaps the kind of teacher that some people would have designated a sentimentalist; but his tender, loving exhortations had a fascination which could surely never belong to the tenable threats and awful warnings of a sterner preacher. In spite of Austin Colborne's deep faith in an infinitely grand and beautiful region beyond this lower earth, he did not look upon the world as a howling wilderness in which Providence intended people to be miserable. He might certainly behold in it a place of probation, a kind of preparatory school, in which very small virtues were expected of ignorant and helpless scholars, wandering dimly toward a starry future; but he did not consider it a universal Dotheboys Hall, presided over by a Providence after the model of Mr. Squeers. He looked into the simple narratives of 4 historians who flourished some 18 centuries ago, and in those solemn pages he saw no possible justification for the gloomy view of life entertained by many of his clerical compeers. He found in those sacred histories a story that opened like an idyll. He found bright glimpses of a life in which there were marriage festivals and pleasant gatherings, social feasts and happy Sabbath wanderings through rustic paths betwixt the standing corn. He found pure earthly friendship counted no sin against the claims of heaven, and passionate parental love not reproved as an unholy idolatry of the creature, but hallowed for ever by 2 separate miracles that stand eternal records of a love so entirely divine as to be omnipotent, so tenderly human as to change the sternest laws of the universe in pity for weak human sorrow. Mr. Pawlkatt was summoned to his rival's bedside early on the following morning. George's case was quite out of his own hands by this time, for he had grown much worse in the night, and was fain to submit to whatever people pleased to do to him. He was very ill. Isabel sat in the half-darkened room, sometimes reading, sometimes working in the dim light that crept through the curtain, sometimes sitting very quietly wrapped in thought, painful and perplexing thought. Mr. Gilbert was wakeful all through the day, as he had been all through the night, tossing uneasily from side to side, and now and then uttering half-suppressed groans that wrung his wife's heart. She was very foolish. She had been very wicked. But there was a deep fount of tenderness in that sentimental and essentially feminine breast, and I doubt if George Gilbert was not more lovingly watched by his weak, erring young wife than ever he could have been by a strong-minded helpmate, who would have frozen any lurking sentiment in Mr. Lansdell's breast by one glance from her pitiless eyes. The doctor's wife felt a remorseful compassion for the man who, after his own matter-of-fact fashion, had been very good to her. "He has never been cross to me, as my stepmother used to be," she thought. "He married me without even knowing who I was, and never asked any cruel questions; and even now, if he knew, I think he would have pity upon me and forgive me." She sat looking at her husband with an earnest, yearning expression in her eyes. It seemed as if she wanted to say something to him, but lacked the courage to approach the subject. He was very ill. It was no time to make any unpleasant communication to him. He had been delirious in the night, and had fancied that Mr. Pawlkatt was present at an hour when that gentleman was snoring comfortably in his own bed. Isabel had been specially enjoined to keep her husband as quiet as it was possible for an active, industrious man, newly stricken down by some unlooked-for malady, to be kept. No, whatever she might have to say to him must be left unspoken for the present. Whatever help he might, under ordinary circumstances, have given her, he was utterly powerless to give her now. The day in that sick chamber seemed terribly long, not because Isabel felt any selfish weariness of her task. She was only too anxious to be of use to the man she had so deeply wronged. She was only too eager to do something that Mr. Colborne himself might approve, as an atonement for her sin. But she was quite unused to sickness, and, being of a hypersensitive nature, suffered keenly at the sight of any suffering whatever. If the invalid was restless, she fancied directly that he was worse, much worse, in imminent danger perhaps. If he rambled a little in his talk betwixt sleeping and waking, she sat with his burning hands clasped in hers, trembling from head to foot. If he fell into a profound slumber, she was seized with a sudden terror, fancying him unnaturally quiet, and was fain to disturb him, in her fear lest he should be sinking into some ominous lethargy. The doctor's wife was not one of those excellent nurses who can settle themselves with cheerful briskness in a sick room, and improve the occasion by the darning of a whole basketful of invalided stockings, reserved for some such opportunity. She was not a nurse who could accept the duties of her position in a business-like way, and polish off each separate task as coolly as a clerk in a banking house transacts the work assigned to him. Yet she was very quiet withal, soft of foot, gentle-handed, tender, and George was pleased to see her sitting in the shadowy room, when he lifted his heavy eyelids a little now and then. He was pleased, in a dim kind of way, to take his medicine from her hand, the slender little white hand with tapered fingers, the hand he had admired as it lay lightly on the moss-grown brickwork of the bridge in Hurstonleigh churchyard on the afternoon when he asked her to be his wife. Mrs. Gilbert sat all day in her husband's room, but about 5 in the afternoon George fell into a deep slumber, in which Mr. Pawlkatt found him at a little after 6 o'clock. Nothing could be better than tranquil sleep, the surgeon said, and when he was gone, Mrs. Jeffson, who had been sitting in the room for some time, anxious to be of some use to her master, suggested that Isabel should go downstairs and out into the garden to get a breath of fresh air. "You must be almost stifled, I should think, sitting all day in this room," Tilly said compassionately. Mrs. Gilbert's face crimsoned all over as she answered in a timid, hesitating way, "Yes, I should like to go downstairs a little, if you think that George is sure to sleep soundly for a long time, and I know you'll take good care of him. I want to go out somewhere, not very far, but I must go to-night." The doctor's wife sat with her back to the light, and Mrs. Jeffson did not see that sudden tide of crimson that rushed into her face and faded as she said this; but George Gilbert's housekeeper gave a sniff of disapproval, notwithstanding. "I should have thought, if you was the greatest gadderbout that ever was, you'd have stayed quietly at home while your husband was lying ill, Mrs. Gilbert," she said sharply. "But of course you know your own business best." "I'm not going far, only a little way on the Briargate Road," Isabel answered piteously, and then her head sank back against the wall behind her, and she sighed a plaintive, almost heart-broken sigh. Her life was very hard just now, hard and difficult, begirt with terror and peril, as she thought. She put on her bonnet and shawl, the darkest and shabbiest she possessed. Mrs. Jeffson watched her as she stood before the old-fashioned looking-glass, and perceived that she did not even take the trouble to brush the rumpled hair which she pushed under her dingy bonnet. "She can't be going out to meet him in that plight, anyhow," thought honest Matilda, considerably pacified by the contemplation of her mistress's toilette. She lifted the curtain and looked out of the window as the garden gate closed on Isabel, and she saw the doctor's wife hurrying away with her veil pulled over her face. There was some kind of mystery about this evening's walk, something that filled the Yorkshirewoman's mind with a vague disquietude. The touch of fever, alluded to so slightly by Mr. Pawlkatt, turned out to be a great deal more serious in its nature than either he or George Gilbert had anticipated. The week came to an end, and the parish surgeon was still a prisoner in the room in which his father and mother had died. It seemed quite a long time now since he had been active and vigorous, going about his work all day, mixing medicines in the surgery, and coming into the parlour at stated times to eat hearty meals of commonplace substantial food. Now that he was so weak, and that it was a matter for rejoicing when he took a couple of spoonfuls of beef tea, Isabel's conscience smote her cruelly as she remembered how she had despised him because of his healthy appetite, with what bitter scorn she had regarded him when he ate ponderous slices of underdone meat, and mopped up the last drop of the goriest-looking gravy with great pieces of bread. He had been ill for only a week, and yet already it seemed quite a normal state of things for him to be lying in that darkened chamber, helpless and uneasy, all through the long summer day. The state of the doctor's health was common talk in Graybridge, as common a subject for idle people's converse as the heat of the weather, or the progress of the great corn in the fields beyond the little town. All manner of discreditable-looking parish patients came every day to the surgery to inquire after the surgeon's health, and went away downcast and lamenting when they were told that he grew daily worse. Mrs. Gilbert, going down to answer these people's questions, discovered for the first time how much he was beloved, he who had not one of the attributes of a hero. She wondered sometimes whether it might not be better to wear thick boots and go about doing good than to be a used-up aristocratic wanderer with white hands, and oh, such delightful varnished boots wrinkled over an arched instep. She was trying to be good herself now, pleased and fascinated by Mr. Colborne's teachings as by some newly discovered romance. She wanted to be good, and scarcely knew how to set about the task. And behold, here was the man whom she had so completely ignored and despised, infinitely above her in the region she had entered. But was her romantic attachment to Roland Lansdell laid down at the new altar, as she had found herself? Ah, no. She tried very hard to do her duty, but the old sentimental worship still held its place in her heart. She was like some classic pagan newly converted to Christianity, and yet entertaining a lurking love and reverence for the old heathen deities, too grand and beautiful to be cast off all at once. The first week came to an end, and still Mr. Pawlkatt came twice a day to visit his patient, and still he gave very much the same directions to the untiring nurses who waited on George Gilbert. He was to be kept very quiet. He was to continue the medicine. All the old stereotyped rules were to be observed. Throughout her husband's illness Isabel had taken very little rest, though Mr. and Mrs. Jeffson would gladly have kept watch alternately with her in the sick room, and were a little wounded when banished therefrom. But Mrs. Gilbert wanted to be good. The harder the task was, the more gladly did she undertake it. Very often, quite alone in that quiet room, she sat watching through the stillest hours of the night. During all those solemn watches, did any bad thoughts enter her mind? Did she ever think that she might be free to marry Roland Lansdell if the surgeon's illness should terminate fatally? Never. Never once did such a dark and foul fancy enter the regions of her imagination. Do not believe that because she has been a foolish woman she must necessarily be a vicious woman.
Again and again, on her knees by her husband's bed, she supplicated that his life might be spared. She had never encountered death, and her imagination shrank appalled from the thought of that awful presence. A whole after-life of happiness could not have atoned to her for the one pang of seeing a dreadful change come upon the familiar face. Sometimes, in spite of herself, though she put away the thought from her with shuddering horror, the idea that George Gilbert might not recover would come into her mind. He might not recover. The horror which so many others had passed through might overtake her. Oh, the hideous tramp of the undertaker's men upon the stairs, the knocking, unlike all other knocking, the dreadful aspect of the shrouded house. If any such sorrow came upon her, Mrs. Gilbert thought that she would join some community of holy women, and go about doing good until she died. Was it so very strange, this sudden conversion? Surely not. In these enthusiastic natures, sentiment may take any unexpected form. It is a question whether a Madame de Chantal shall write hazy devotional letters to a Saint Francis de Sales, or peril her soul for the sake of an earthly lover. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Kirsten Wever.